Before the grand hall of the Yun clan, 10,000 cultivators bowed their heads. Upon the high platform, two figures stood side by side. One wore dark robes, black hair cascading down twin pupils that could annihilate all laws. The other, clad in a billowing golden robe, radiated blazing sovereign might that seemed capable of severing the 8 desolate realms. Down below, a young child asked in a milky voice, "Grandfather, who is that person standing beside the Immortal Emperor on the platform? Why does he not have to kneel?" The white-haired patriarch hastily covered the child's mouth, his eyes filled with reverence and reminiscence. Lowering his voice, he spoke in a trembling tone, "There are some who are born as subjects, yet in the end share the summit of the clouds with their lord. That one is the other half of the sovereign, the reverse scale of the emperor." As time seemed to flow backward, he once more beheld the scene from many years ago. The illegitimate eldest son entering the game alone, forced to tread carefully before his younger brother, the reincarnated Immortal Emperor. Truly the things remained, yet the people had changed. Among the 3,000 great worlds on the Tianyuan Continent in the eastern region lay the ancestral grounds of the ancient aristocratic Yun clan. Today was the clan's onsenadicade spirit testing ceremony. It was both a ceremony to assess the talents of the younger generation and a crucial opportunity for collateral and illegitimate offspring to leap over the Dragon Gate and contend for the tilt of clan resources. On what should have been a serene and elegant day, the air was inexplicably tinged with a hint of killing intent. Within the enormous arena, one could hear a pin drop. Dozens of suspended spirit mirrors hung above, reflecting every wisp of aura within the field, leaving nowhere to hide. All gazes, overt or covert, would from time to time flick toward the high platform. There a youth sat alone at the chief's seat, none other than the Yun clan's 16-year-old young lord Yun Huang. As for the current clan head, he did not even possess the qualifications to attend. Within and without the Yun clan, it was long since clear that all authority had fallen into the hands of the young lord. Even seated in silence, the blazing pressure emanating from Yun Huang's divine physique was like an invisible great sun. The surrounding space faintly trembled. No one dared meet that sharp edge heat. Yun Huang's pale golden eyes swept across the crowd below, carrying an innate majesty and aloofness. Not only he, everyone present was waiting for that name. The Yun clan's illegitimate eldest son, Yun Qing. Today was the day of his return to the clan. The name Yun Qing was shrouded in mystery and controversy among the Yun clan's younger generation. It was said that at the moment of his birth he had been tested to possess a world-shocking talent and was immediately taken into the secret realm, the chaotic ancient cave, by the second elder to cultivate in seclusion. For over 10 years he had never once shown himself. Yet the clan's resources had long been tilted toward him year after year. He had even been predetermined early on as the foremost of this generation's 12 young lords, with ordinary elders compelled to address him respectfully as the first young lord. On what grounds? An illegitimate son. On what grounds could he stand above all legitimate descendants merely on the basis of that so-called talent the elders kept so close to their chests? The Yun clan ranked foremost among the 4 ancient lineages. How many prodigies and paragons did it harbor within? He has been playing the ghost for over a decade. Today we shall see whether he is a mule or a horse. A legitimate young lord bearing the true transmission of Yinling scoffed under his breath. To occupy the position of first young lord, he is unlikely to be a mere pretender. But the young lord loathes overbearing bastards the most. Today there will be a fine show to watch. Indeed, the young lord who grasped the clan's supreme authority possessed a grave affliction, a pathological aversion to illegitimate offspring. It had become so severe that he even set a clan rule: when illegitimate sons appeared before the young lord, they were required to kneel and answer. Those who disobeyed met miserable ends. There was once an illegitimate youth, Yun Li, who prided himself on his talent. During a mission report, he merely bowed without kneeling and was directly forced to his knees by a single strand of blazing divine force from Yun Huang. Not only was his dantian damaged, he also became the laughingstock of the clan. "Yun Qing, you are finally about to show yourself." At the back of the crowd, Yun Li unconsciously touched his dantian, which still ached faintly, his eyes filled with fear and expectation. Jealousy, curiosity, doubt. Whispers of all kinds flowed through the crowd. On the high platform, the grand elder Yun Qing's features were as calm as an ancient well, while the other elders all wore faint smiles, looking entirely at ease. They exchanged glances, quietly waiting for the curtain to rise on the spectacle. These little ones in the clan ought to learn what it truly means, that there is always someone beyond a heaven above every heaven. The elders naturally knew the true depths of this first young lord. Yun Huang's fingertips tapped unconsciously upon the dark jade armrest, and in the depths of his pale golden eyes an almost imperceptible trace of inquiry flickered. Clearly he did not remain entirely indifferent toward this illegitimate elder brother upon whom the clan had pinned such high hopes, and who was even linked to the soul-tracing secret rite. Next, Yun Qing. When the presiding elder's voice, unable to conceal its excitement, rang out, the entire plaza fell instantly silent. Every gaze shot in unison toward the entrance. A shimmer of light and shadow stirred. Under the gaze of the multitude, a lone figure stepped out at an unhurried pace. He appeared about 19 years of age, his posture straight as a pine on a cliff, his plain dark training robes austere to the extreme, yet unable to conceal a presence as weighty as a mountain. His black hair was bound by a single wooden hairpin, his features were handsome, his demeanor gentle yet restrained. Most striking were his eyes, calm and deep as though they contained years of sedimented time far beyond his age. Step by step he advanced, his stride unhurried and composed, as if the countless complex gazes around him were nothing more than a breeze brushing past his face. This was the Yun clan's illegitimate eldest son, Yun Qing, who had left home for over a decade and had just returned from arduous cultivation within the chaotic ancient cave. Half a step behind him followed a long-browed elder with graying hair at his temples and a free-spirited air. This was the second elder of the Yun clan, Yun Huang, who had personally instructed Yun Qing for over 10 years. After escorting Yun Qing to the front of the platform, the second elder turned on his own and gracefully took his seat among the elders. His gaze met that of the grand elder Yun Qing for a brief instant, laden with tacit understanding. Yun Qing stood quietly at the center of the arena. Lifting his head, his calm gaze met the pair of golden eyes upon the high platform, heavy as abyss and mountain. Yun Huang, too, upon the high platform, scrutinized this elder brother whose reputation had preceded him. Today was their first meeting. No one present was ignorant of the young lord's ruthlessness. Even Yun Qing, far away in the chaotic ancient cave, had heard of it. Under the absolute suppression of his strength, the illegitimate offspring of the Yun clan had grown all the more cautious, treading on thin ice. The atmosphere within the arena congealed. According to the iron rule that illegitimate sons must kneel before the young Lord, Yun Qing ought at this moment to be kneeling in salute. Yun Li's features twisted with a hint of gloom. He could barely suppress the cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he waited to see how Yun Qing would handle this first layer of difficulty. Yun Qing, you should taste this for yourself. We are all born illegitimate. Why is it that you were taken into a secret realm to be nurtured from birth by the second elder, while we must suffer humiliation within the clan and struggle merely to survive? If there is kneeling to be done, then we shall all kneel together. Under Yun Huang's iron hand, all the younger generation in the clan had long since grown fearful. Many like Yun Li were secretly speculating. Yet Yun Qing's bearing defied everyone's expectations. His figure remained straight as a mountain peak, without the slightest trace of hesitation or cowardice. With impeccable posture, he clasped his fists and bowed from the waist. His movements were fluid and natural, respectful yet not servile. It was not submission, but the proper respect and etiquette owed to a stronger figure. Yun Qing pays his respects to the young lord. His voice was clear, and even like a deep spring striking stone, betraying not the slightest ripple, yet it reached every ear. He did not kneel. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He actually dares not to kneel. So arrogant. Suppressed exclamations and sharp intakes of breath rose all at once from below the platform. A wild, disbelieving joy erupted in Yun Li's eyes, as if he could already see the scene of Yun Qing being harshly questioned in the young lord's fury. Yun Huang's tapping fingers upon the armrest suddenly stilled. He had anticipated Yun Qing perhaps enduring humiliation and kneeling, or perhaps being rebellious and unbridled, yet had not expected the latter to be so calm and unruffled, neither humble nor overbearing. Such composure and bearing far surpassed his age. As expected, Yun Huang truly wished to see for himself how much weight this illegitimate elder brother, painstakingly chosen by the heavens, actually carried. The oppressive might descended in an instant. All of a sudden Yun Qing felt an oppressive might vast as a sea of stars imbued with a supreme will lock onto him with unerring precision. His figure stalled for an almost imperceptible instant, and the depths of his unfathomable eyes quietly shifted as currents of chaos circulated within them, barely allowing him to suppress the instinctive urge to kneel. Yun Qing's face remained utterly composed, his breathing not even fractionally disturbed. Only the knuckles beneath his dark sleeve turned faintly white from the sudden force he exerted. Upon the jade throne, a trace of the faintest surprise flickered through the pale gold eyes of Yun Huang. He could clearly feel that Yun Qing was not merely enduring by brute force, but had used some profound method to dissolve and devour his oppressive aura. Such resolve and strength were indeed far beyond those of the other illegitimate offspring of the clan. No, Yun Huang immediately rejected his own comparison. To liken them to Yun Qing is to wrong him. Yun Qing still maintained a bowed posture, yet his spine was straight as a spear. In his eyes raised to meet Yun Huang's gaze, there was not only respectful deference, but even a hint of the understanding and forbearance an elder brother might show a younger sibling. I have long heard of the young lord's peerless talent. Seeing you today, the truth far surpasses the tales. To serve as your vanguard is Yun Qing's good fortune. His tone was sincere without the slightest trace of hypocrisy or affectation. On the high dais, Yun Huang's tapping fingers upon the armrest suddenly halted. He had anticipated countless possibilities, but never the scene unfolding before his eyes. There was no sharp, exposed ambition, no cringing resentment common to those of illegitimate birth, nor any arrogance born of exceptional talent. This elder brother left him with an oddly subtle impression. This man was by no means ordinary. After a long moment, Yun Huang's terrifying pressure quietly dispersed. Begin the spirit testing. His clear voice rang out, devoid of discernible joy or anger, and the reprimand everyone had anticipated never came. To one side of the high platform, the second elder Yun Yuan smiled more broadly, while the grand elder Yun Che kept his gaze steady as placid as an ancient well. Yes, Yun Qing felt a slight loosening in his heart, then turned and walked toward the center of the square. There stood an ancient stone stele carved entirely from down-nurturing stone, densely inscribed, with runes, a massive, immortal appraising spirit pearl set into its summit. Aside from Yun Qing, all of the clan's younger generation had already completed their spirit tests. Among them, the highest talent had even reached peak heavenly rank, the crimson light on the stele soaring into the skies. No wonder so many clansmen were unconvinced. Heavenly rank talent was as rare as phoenix feathers in the outside world, and each bearer could be called a monster of genius. Yet in this single routine spiritisting ceremony of the Yun clan, 3 such monsters had appeared. Yun Li himself possessed mid-grade heavenly rank talent. At this moment, his face could not conceal his pride as he cast a provocative look toward Yun Qing. Unfortunately, the latter did not notice him at all. Yun Qing's expression remained unchanged as he walked forward with unhurried steps. Under countless skeptical and scrutinizing gazes, he calmly raised his right hand and pressed it into the groove at the base of the stele. The motion was simple and direct. Yet the instant his palm made contact with the stone, a low hum that seemed to come from primordial antiquity suddenly resounded from deep within the stele. This sound was far more immense than during any previous test. The stele's body shuddered violently, all the ancient runes upon it igniting at once, bursting forth with a profound abyssal radiance. The immortal appraising spirit pearl at the top no longer emitted a single hue, but erupted with boundless, all-encompassing, chaotic, immortal light. That light was like the primordial Hongmeng before heaven and earth split, wherein nebulae seemed to be born and perish, the first forms of all things evolving. An ancient vast aura that seemed to embrace all existence surged forth from the stele, sweeping across the entire square. Majestic heaven and earth spiritual energy converged like 100 rivers returning to the sea, madly pouring into the center of the field. A colossal vortex of chi formed sudden gales, rising and whipping the robes of the crowd so fiercely that many could hardly remain standing. Yun Qing simply stood at the very heart of the storm. His dark robes and ink-black hair billowed wildly, yet his features remained calm as still water. In the depths of his eyes, currents of chaos flowed, as though he himself were part of that very chaos. Thighs, could it be? The last time the immortal appraising spirit pearl displayed such an anomaly was when ancestor Yun Shu underwent spirit testing tens of thousands of years ago. Everyone was struck pale with terror and awe by this earth-shattering phenomenon. All the previous doubt and disdain were crushed to dust before this seemingly divine miracle. The pride on Yun Li's face froze completely, leaving only pallor and disbelief as his body began to tremble. On the high platform, even the always composed grand elder Yun Che involuntarily leaned slightly forward. The second elder Yun Yuan stopped his hand mid-stroke on his goatee, his face revealing a gratification and excitement that seemed to say, "So, it is indeed so." Even Yun Huang had his golden eyes fixed tightly upon the figure in the arena who had stirred heaven and earth, his expression complicated and unreadable. Yet just when everyone believed this to be the limit, Yun Qing's mind stirred, and a faint, ghostly light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Zheng. A clear, resounding chime that seemed capable of rending the firmament and piercing the 9 netherworlds replaced the steel's earlier hum. The chaotic light on the spirit pearl that had just started to withdraw surged once more. This time, to their astonishment, everyone saw that at the very center of the chaotic starry nebula, there was actually a phantom of a tightly shut eye. That phantom eye suddenly snapped open, revealing a pair of overlapping pupils. The layered gaze was unfathomably deep, as if it could see through past and future alike, and lay bare the origin of all things. Amid this ultimate chaos and shock, Immortal Seal script finally began to condense atop the spirit pearl. Several ancient vigorous characters took form: chaotic Tao fetus, ancient heavy pupils. As the immortal script appeared, it was like divine thunder from the purple firmament exploding in the depths of everyone's souls. Chaotic Tao fetus, the legendary supreme cultivation constitution, innately attuned to the origin of all Tao. The ancient records say that one who possesses this constitution has the very foundation of enlightenment and will encounter no bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. So that is it. So the eldest young master's talent is actually of this level. Gasps and exclamations detonated across the square in an instant. All resistance and doubt vanished utterly before this absolute might. What meaning had the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate? In the end, the strong alone commanded respect. 2 peerless talents nigh unheard of through the ages had converged in a single body. The members of the Yun clan gazed at that dark-robed figure in the arena, as if looking up at a god who had suddenly descended into the world. Yun Li's face was ashen. His earlier jealousy and provocation now seemed utterly laughable. Before such talent, his mid-grade heavenly rank was not even comparable to dust. Chaotic Tao fetus, ranked 4th on the eternal 9 heavens list. This was a true immortal-grade divine body, and upon it were superimposed the heavy pupils as well. Beside Yun Li, a young maiden clutched the hand of a small boy and cried out in excitement, "Sure, your eldest brother actually possesses such a terrifying talent." The little boy's small face flushed scarlet with excitement as well. He clenched his fists tight, his dog-like eyes fixed in worship upon the proud, unrestrained figure in the arena. Dong! Yun Huang lightly tapped the dark jade armrest. The sound was not loud, yet it instantly brought the clamorous square to silence. The crowd held its breath, waiting for the young lord's decision. From this alone, it could be seen that Yun Huang was the absolute authority of the Yun clan. The second elder's gaze swept over Yun Qing, concern flickering in his eyes. He had personally brought Yun Qing into a secret realm and nurtured him for more than 10 years. Their cultivation paths were similar, and he was to him both mentor and father. Naturally, he hoped that these 2 monstrous prodigies of the Yun clan's generation could coexist in harmony, that his boy Qing would not be consumed by internal strife. As for why he worried for Yun Qing's safety in particular, if anyone else sat upon the young lord's seat, the second elder would naturally support Yun Qing in simply raising his fist, charging up, and beating that so-called young lord to death to take the position himself. But Yun Huang, Qing boy, you are usually the most steady. Today you must remain absolutely steady. You cannot win. Against this ancestor you truly cannot win, he thought to himself. Lost in his thoughts, the second elder could not help jabbing the grand elder beside him with his elbow. You hypocritically serious old thing, are you not worried at all? Grand Elder Yun Che slipped to the side, with surprising agility, completely ignoring the sneak attack. The second elder blew out his beard and glared in exasperation. "You shameless old coot. Nearly 20 years without seeing you, and you're still so falsely serious. Your grandson learned it from you. They're exactly the same." Yun Huang quietly watched the figure below who had triggered this astounding phenomenon, yet stood as calmly as if he had merely brushed away a fallen leaf. In the pale gold depths of his eyes, a barely perceptible ripple flowed. He suddenly spoke, his clear voice carrying across the deathly silent square. "Elder brother, there is no need for such formality." For the first time he used the address elder brother. His tone was even, yet the words weighed like 1,000 June. "Hereafter, when you see this lord, you may remain standing as you speak." Yun Qing's expression revealed a hint of gratitude as he clasped his fists, once more saying, "Thank you, Xiao Jun." He lowered his gaze, and the glimmer of a successful scheme in his deep-set eyes quietly faded. Described by the second elder as someone who has always been steady, a cunning thought sketched itself in his heart. Step one of my guide to conquering my immortal emperor brother has succeeded. On the high platform, the grand elder Yun Che slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said in a deep voice, "Heaven bless the Yun clan." The second elder Yun Yuan finally couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, feeling utterly delighted. The other elders also appeared somewhat relieved. The last thing the clan wished to see was the internal strife between these two prodigies. Many of the illegitimate children below could not help but feel a surge of hope. Ever since Yun Huang took power, life for the illegitimate offspring in the clan had been quite difficult. Only Yun Li had a complex expression, his feelings difficult to decipher. Yun Huang gazed at the steady figure below as the subtle ripples of unease born from the other's unpredictable nature gradually calmed. He slowly rose, departing amidst the respectful shouts of farewell. Xiao Jun. Chaotic Dao embryo, ancient heavy eyes. Intriguing indeed. It seems you are far more interesting than I anticipated, Yun Huang mused. The Grand Elder and the others are quite secretive, fearing that I might take action against you. You need not kneel in greeting, it's merely because I see your talent is acceptable and your demeanor somewhat fitting. Whether you are loyal or treacherous, whether you are a rough gem or a stubborn stone, will require time to polish. I for one will wait and see. Though Yun Huang deeply despised illegitimate offspring, he nonetheless appreciated genuine talent. It seems that among this generation the only one who could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with him is this brother. Yun Qing's first return to the clan was marked by this earth-shattering manner, boldly announcing his return while thoroughly crushing all dissent and doubts. Whether the ripples cast into the lake of destiny will eventually return to calm or brew into a tremendous wave, only time can provide the answer. The master on the Xuanyu seat had already departed, yet the aftershocks of the spirit measurement ceremony erupted among the younger generation of the Yun clan. Chaotic Dao embryo, ancient heavy eyes. Oh ancestors, you truly are biased. Can such things grow on a single person? We were indeed looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. May our ancestors bless us. My wife is pregnant. I don't ask for a child as extraordinary as the eldest son, just half would suffice. Bless us. There were gasps of astonishment, admiration, and even spontaneous worship. Various emotions flowed around Yun Qing's tall figure. He stood still, his dark robes flowing without wind, his expression as calm as still water. Within the depths of his heavy eyes, chaotic source energy swirled like a nebula, reflecting all subtle emotional ripples and spiritual power waves around him, as clear as viewing patterns in his palm, yet not stirring the slightest ripple in his heart's lake. Big brother. A voice of uncontainable joy shattered the silence as a small child dashed towards him like a young dog breaking free from its cage, eyes sparkling with brilliance. Big brother. Everyone outside is talking about you. You're amazing. The young lady beside him, Yun Yao, the illegitimate daughter of the third house of the Yun clan, also hurried over, slightly bowing to Yun Qing, saying, Big brother Yun Qing. Yun Qing nodded slightly at Yun Yao, then lowered his gaze to his younger half-brother, Yun Shua, born of the same mother. The timid figure from his memories now bore the spirited expression fitting for his age. His return would surely make life easier for Yun Shua within the clan. Yun Qing raised a hand, his fingertips brushing Yun Shua's soft hair as he spoke gently, It's just a name. The path of cultivation depends on oneself. You must be diligent and not be disturbed by external matters. His heavy eyes also swept towards the girl beside him, clearly addressing her as well. I understand, big brother. Yun Shua nodded vigorously. Yes, big brother. Yun Qing. Yun Yao's voice was lowered, her eyes reddening with a hint of fear. But big brother Xiao Jun. Previously, because brother Yun Li responded a moment too slowly. Xiao Jun. Brother Yun Li's Dantian was injured, and he has yet to recover. Speak cautiously. Yun Qing interrupted her, his gaze suddenly lifting to cast towards the direction Yun Huang had departed, a deep wariness flashing in the depths of his heavy eyes. The will of Xiao Jun is the heavenly rule of the Yun clan. Yun Shua and Yun Yao were stunned by the severity of his words and quickly fell silent. Just then the second elder Yun Yuan approached with an expression full of unhidden pride and appreciation. He swept his gaze over Yun Qing and nodded, saying, Your temperament is steady, as unshakable as a mountain. Your responses are appropriate like deep, tranquil waters. Good young man. Qing, very well. Though his words seemed to praise today's performance, his gaze briefly exchanged glances with the Grand Elder Yun Che, who stood not far away with his hands behind his back. The two elders shared a silent understanding. Truly, it was no wonder that this soul was chosen by the soul retracing secret art, perfectly embodying the ancient glory of our Yun clan, with this chaotic Dao embryo and ancient heavy eyes. You flatter me, second elder. I am unworthy of such praise. Yun Qing bowed, his demeanor humble and respectful. Pretentious little brat, follow me. Your Qingyu palace has long been prepared. Yun Yuan snorted with a laugh, flicked his sleeve, and turned to lead the way. Yun Qing bid farewell to Yun Yao, taking Yun Shua by the hand as they followed the second elder through layers of palaces. Wherever they passed, whether it was patrolling guards or clan members they encountered, all immediately bowed in reverence, their eyes filled with awe. Stepping into the Qingyu Palace, the interior was spacious with intricately carved beams and painted rafters epitomizing both antiquity and luxury. Rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth billowed and rose, almost solidifying, rivaling the chaotic ancient cave he had painstakingly cultivated in for over a decade. After bidding farewell to the second elder and dismissing the standing disciples, only Yun Huang, who was filled with curiosity about the palace, remained. Yun Qing stood alone by the window, gazing at the spiritual mist swirling outside. This world was utterly different from the homeland he longed for from his past life. The Yun clan of the East Domain has an ancient heritage, its depth unfathomable. The ancient initiation method, known as soul retracing secret art, is one of its core secrets. This method can draw the most compatible soul for the clan's top bloodlines from the endless river of time and space, commonly referred to as a transmigrator. Neither he nor Yun Huang is a native soul of this realm. Leaving aside Yun Huang for the moment, Yun Qing's soul mark originates from a blue planet. Selected by the soul retracing secret art, he was born into this vast world where strength reigns supreme. Upon his birth, both the chaotic Tao embryo and ancient heavy eyes awakened simultaneously, triggering a phenomenon that shook the clan. The second elder, Yun Yuan, personally guided him into the chaotic ancient cave, isolating him from the mundane world for secluded cultivation. After over a decade of arduous training in the secret realm, Yun Qing's cultivation far surpassed his peers. Yet today, after a brief exchange with Yun Huang, the gap still felt like a chasm. He sensed the heavenly mandate entwined with Yun Huang's fate, radiant and unshakable like a river of stars. Yun Qing gazed out at the mountains beyond the window, his heavy eyes deep and inscrutable. He truly is not a simple child of destiny, but rather a reincarnation of an immortal. This secret remained shrouded in profound silence among the Yun clan's elders. Only Yun Qing's soul, altered by the soul trace rite, and his dual pupils capable of perceiving the primordial essence of all things, enabled him to unveil this earth-shattering truth. Yun Huang was no ordinary scion born within the ancestral shrine's forbidden sanctum. He was the culmination of the Yun clan's total devotion, a celestial prodigy forged through an ancient divine rite that drew upon the scattered primordial immortal chi of a fallen celestial emperor, amplified by the clan's boundless fortune and fused with a single drop of primordial essence, refined over 10,000 years. His very existence constituted the Yun clan's most audacious wager, their desperate gambit to preserve glory and survive the cataclysm looming on the horizon. His title as legitimate heir was but a flawless fabrication meticulously crafted to integrate him seamlessly into the clan and legitimize his ascension to power. The karmic entanglements surrounding the transmigration of a celestial emperor's nascent spirit were vast as an ocean. To oppose such a being was to risk total annihilation at a single misstep. Most critically, according to the narrative, Yun Qing had gleaned this ancestral celestial emperor harbored an inexplicable aversion to collateral bloodlines. He longed to shake the man fiercely and demand clarity. "Brother, times have changed. This is a cultivation world. Where precisely did you contract this affliction?" He could only speculate. Perhaps the celestial emperor rejected all impure blood ties outright. Or perhaps some unfathomable karmic knot from a prior life lay buried beneath this prejudice. Thus, under Yun Huang's ironclad decrees, cadet-line cultivators of modest talent walked upon thin ice. And fate, with cruel irony, had cast Yun Qing himself as the Yun clan's eldest cadet son. It was nothing short of dancing atop the celestial emperor's lightning-charged taboo. To vie for supremacy against such a heaven-ordained sovereign, Yun Qing had never entertained so grievously unwise a thought. With heaven's mandate firmly in hand, all who opposed Yun Huang were but mayflies straining against a gale, destined to crumble into dust. And so he resolved to lie low, or rather to cultivate a harmonious, affectionate, cultivation-oriented fraternal bond with his celestial emperor brother. Yun Qing understood with crystalline clarity before this destined sovereign, who would one day command eternity, rose from obscurity, the wisest and most vital path was to earn his trust early and secure an irreplaceable place beside him. Hence today he displayed reverence without surrendering dignity, revealed the latent potential of his Tao fetus constitution and dual pupils, and conveyed, unambiguously, his unwavering loyalty and willingness to serve as vanguard. He even deliberately infused his demeanor with a gentle brotherly warmth that transcended mere subservience, seeking, however tentatively, to touch the solitude veiled beneath Yun Huang's overwhelming divine majesty. So far it appeared this celestial emperor might unexpectedly respond favorably to such an approach. Suddenly Yun Qing's brows faintly furrowed as he activated his chaos Dao fetus. Within the hidden acupoints of his meridians, several stubborn threads of Huangyang qi coiled like serpents, faint yet unmistakable, as if they had seeped in imperceptibly and taken root rather than been deliberately implanted. These divine energies clung like parasites, emitting a persistent searing corrosion. When Yun Qing attempted to encase and refine them with his chaos qi, progress proved agonizingly slow. Even the ambient effluence of his power carries such terrifying potency. Truly unfathomable. Thank the heavens I chose not to confront him heeding today. A wave of awe surged within him, deepening his wariness of this younger brother yet further. The Huangyang divine body was peerlessly domineering, the celestial emperor's transmigrated soul incisively formidable. Yun Qing consoled himself aligning with a sovereign whose authority eclipsed an entire era was no mark of shame. Yet deep within, the indomitable spirit of his modern self stirred, briefly, before being swiftly subdued. In his mind's eye the guidebook unfurled spontaneously, its miniature avatar of Yun Qing already writing furiously as he pondered. Yun Huang's thoughts ran fathoms deep, his will unbending. Today's rare concession might stem from recognition of Yun Qing's extraordinary talent, or perhaps from approval of his pragmatic submission. True acceptance, however, still loomed across an uncrossable chasm. The way is arduous and long. A soft sigh escaped Yun Qing. Henceforth he must demonstrate irreplaceable value, steadily drawing nearer to the heart of power, becoming the sole exception to that profound aversion to cadet lines. A blade sharp enough to cleave all thorns, yet also a shadow willing to share his solitude, perhaps even a sliver of fraternal warmth distinct from the cold weight of sovereignty, the quiet, enduring presence of an elder brother. Yun Qing gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze settling upon Yun Shuo, who stood nearby cautiously touching this and that. At last the frost in his eyes thawed, yielding the faintest glimmer of warmth. In the Yun clan, where laws were written by the strong and dignity measured solely by power, he required supreme strength not only to scale the pinnacle of cultivation, but to shield these rare cherished kin who had found their way into his life. This brutal path of cultivation, this road both fraternal and feudal, was certain to bristle with blades. Yet Yun Qing, having set foot upon it, swore to forge a grand, unassailable thoroughfare. Beyond the window, the boundless night sky bathed the world in cool silvery radiance, etching his solitary figure with ever greater resolve and stature. Beneath that same moonlit veil within the Chiwu Hall, incense curled in tranquil spirals. Yun Huang reclined with rare ease upon the azure moon jade couch beside the window, clad in robes of moon-white silk, ethereal as mist yet edged with intricate near-invisible patterns of roiling clouds and blazing flames traced in finest crimson gold thread. They accentuated his breathtaking visage with regal authority and innate forbidding nobility, radiating an aura no mortal dared approach. His fingertips traced the rim of a spirit jade teacup as his golden eyes gazed out the window, thoughts churning. Yun Qing, that name since the spirit testing ceremony, had left an indelible mark upon his consciousness. Chaos Dao Fetus Constitution. Ancient dual pupils. Two legendary, epic-defying talents, converging upon a single soul. And then there was his status as a cadet line elder brother, coupled with that unnerving composure in Yun Huang's presence, and that declaration, "I pledge to serve as your vanguard," spoken with such sincere, effortless conviction, he had nearly been persuaded to believe it. Yet perfection itself bred suspicion. Past life memories clung like parasitic shadows. Faces once loyal would inevitably twist betray. Cadet lineage, this very identity, stirred his deepest revulsion. Does Yun Qing truly accept subordination beneath this sovereign? To be a dutiful subject and a good elder brother? A flicker of sardonic disdain crossed Yun Huang's eyes. He trusted no loyalty without cause, least of all from brothers whose bloodline he deemed impure. Ding! His knuckles tapped once rhythmically against the smooth armrest of the couch. "I hear he has a full-blood younger brother, Yin Shuo." A flash of icy light pierced Yun Huang's gaze. Brotherly devotion, how convenient a touchstone. His fingertips drifted soundlessly across the cold armrest. With such a lofty reputation, let this sovereign witness where your blade, honed in the trials of the realm, chooses to point. Yun Huang raised his hand, and with a subtle luminous press of his fingertip, a silent pulse of Huangyang's spiritual energy rippled forth toward the direction of the Qingyu Hall. The Yun clan's twin sovereigns met for the first time. None knew that destiny's course had already begun its quiet, irreversible turn. Several days have passed since the self-assessment of the spiritual ceremony concluded, and Yun Qing has kept a low profile, spending most of his time in the Qingyu Palace to consolidate his cultivation. Occasionally Yun Huang would eagerly come by to seek his attention, and when Yun Qing was in a good mood, he would offer him a few pointers. In the early morning at the training ground behind the Qingyu Palace, the spear shadows danced like wind and thunder. Yun Qing, dressed in a fitted outfit of black and white, wielded the spear in his hand, like a thunderbolt breaking through formation, unleashing immense power. As his garments fluttered, numerous deep spear marks were left on the stone ground. With a swift motion, his wrist flicked, sending the spear gliding smoothly along his back, a circular wave of air explosively spreading out before he spun around to retract the spear, its tip pointing askew at the ground. Big brother is so impressive. Yun Huang, watching from the side, was utterly captivated, his small face flushed with excitement, eyes filled with admiration. Yun Qing's lips curled into a gentle arc, just about to offer a few words of guidance to his younger brother. Boom! A vast and chilling oppressive force suddenly descended. The air in the training ground froze instantaneously, and the swirling dust eerily hung, suspended in midair. Light warped, and a figure pure as divine power, and clad in moonlight, silently appeared at the side of the ground. The visitor's features were indistinguishable from Yun Huang's, except that those pale golden eyes held a hint of coldness more unfeeling than the original, indicating this was merely a clone. He first cast a glance at Yun Huang, and as his gaze landed, Yun Huang felt as if he was being watched by some terrifying entity, his body stiffening, breath becoming erratic. Then that gaze turned to Yun Qing. "Young master." Yun Huang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Yun Huang ignored him, speaking calmly, yet with the authority of heaven's decree, each word resonating in the hearts of both. "As descendants of the Yun clan, we all rise at dawn to refine true energy with the sun and comprehend the profound principles under the stars in the evening. Morning lessons are the foundation of foundation establishment. Who gave you the audacity to indulge in play here?" His gaze fell upon Yun Huang, but the invisible pressure surged toward Yun Qing like a tidal wave. To hold Yun Huang accountable was a pretense. The true focus was Yun Qing. In his heart, Yun Qing understood clearly that given the noble status of the young master, would he personally concern himself with whether a common child skipped class? This was clearly an excuse to assert dominance. He stepped forward unperturbed, shielding the trembling Yun Huang, behind him blocking the suffocating pressure. Then he bowed respectfully, his posture impeccable. Yun Qing pays his respects to the young master. His voice was steady, devoid of any wave. "It is my fault as a brother for not adequately supervising, resulting in my seventh brother making a grave mistake. All blame lies with me." He took full responsibility upon himself, offering no defense or plea, simply admitting guilt. A faint glimmer of surprise flashed in Yun Huang's eyes, soon replaced by deeper intrigue. No resistance, no evasion, even proactively handing over the handle. Was this submission genuine obedience or a strategic retreat disguised as forbearance? A cold, humorless smile curled at the corners of his lips, and the surrounding air grew even colder. "You have indeed failed in your duties. According to clan rules, you shall receive 10 strikes of the disciplinary whip for this offense, and your cultivation resources shall be confiscated for 3 months. Yun Huang's gaze locked onto Yun Qing like a hawk, missing not a single subtle change in his expression. The disciplinary whip. The servants who had dared not look too long in the distance now secretly changed their expressions. The disciplinary whip used by the Yun clan to punish their descendants is made from the main branch of Calm Heart Vine, mixed with breaking gold, specifically designed to break through protective spiritual power. A single strike would not only leave deep lacerations, but would also afflict the recipient's mind with the power of soul inquiry, continuously tormenting their spirit. 10 strikes would be unbearable, not just for a child like Yun Huang, but even for an ordinary cultivator. This punishment was undoubtedly severe. Yun Huang knelt on the ground, his small face devoid of color, trembling like a leaf in the wind, yet daring not to make a sound. Yun Qing lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting coldness in his deep eyes, which soon transformed into calmness. He spoke gently and calmly. "What the young master said is indeed correct. Clan rules cannot be disregarded. As an elder brother, I have failed in my duty to supervise, leading to my 7th brother committing a grave error. These 10 strikes I am willing to receive on his behalf." He was prepared to withstand 10 strikes of the disciplinary whip that could potentially incapacitate Yun Huang. Yun Huang stared at him for a moment, then suddenly let out a light laugh, which sounded particularly chilling in the frozen air. You truly embody the ideal of brotherly loyalty, taking full responsibility. His tone abruptly shifted, carrying a cruel delight akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Very well, considering it is your first offense, and you have voluntarily admitted guilt, I shall grant you some dignity. The disciplinary whip can be spared. Yun Huang suddenly lifted his head, eyes shining with the hope of having survived a disaster. However, since the rules have been set, one must remain vigilant. Since you wish to be a good elder brother. Yun Huang's tone paused subtly, as if savoring the fate that awaited Yun Qing. Then starting from tomorrow for 1 month you shall reside in the Kaiwood Palace, attending to my side and awaiting orders. Within the Kaiwood Palace, all words and actions are governed by rules. If during this period there is even the slightest mistake, regardless of size. His voice suddenly lowered. Both crimes will be punished, and there will be no leniency. Servicing in the Kaiwood Palace. Yun Qing's heart sank, yet his face remained calm and unperturbed. He deeply bowed, his gesture even more stable and respectful than before. Understood. I accept the command. Thank you, young master, for your leniency. Such calmness and composure made Yun Huang feel as if he had performed for nothing. He gave Yun Qing one last deep look, then ceased to speak further. With a gentle flick of his moon-white sleeve, his figure dissipated like shattered light in the air. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire area receded like a tide, as if it had never existed. Yun Huang slumped to the ground, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, left with nothing but boundless fear. Big brother. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you down. His voice was hoarse, filled with guilt and fear. Yun Qing reached out to help him up from the cold ground, gently brushing away the dust from his robes. His hand was steady and warm, bringing a sense of reassurance. It's fine. Yun Qing's voice returned to its usual gentleness, but if one listened closely, they could sense a hint of subtle depth. Just remember this lesson and be diligent in your cultivation from now on. Strength is the foundation of existence. He watched as Yun Huang nodded vigorously, seemingly understanding, but his gaze had already shifted beyond his younger brother's head, directed toward the Kaiwood Palace, shrouded in endless brilliance and mist. There lies Yun Huang's quarters, the very core of the Yun clan's power. The bait has been cast, and he is already hooked. Whether this game leads to immense fortune or a disaster that ignites calamity depends on tomorrow. Sometimes I truly wish to be a leisurely fish of wealth, but alas, this life is destined for toil. The Kaiwoodian named hall is actually a grand cluster of palaces suspended above the clouds. The main hall is constructed from 9 heavens, snow jade, and sun gold stone, perched atop the sea of clouds, with long steps, corridor columns, and eaves, all covered by a faint divine radiance. From a distance, the entire palace resembles a blazing sun standing in the heavenly light, exuding an imposing aura that deters anyone from approaching easily. The young Lord Yun Huang resides here. The person is as magnificent as his hall, high above the clouds, dazzling and unapproachable. Yet he also carries the solitude of being at the pinnacle. The next day before dawn, the stars still twinkled against the dark blue sky. Yun Qing had already stepped through the dewdrops and arrived outside the Kaiwoodian. The massive hall door, crafted from the scarlet flame divine, would open silently. The guarding Yun Wei, clad in dark gold spirit armor, bowed to him in unison, clearly having received orders. Upon entering the hall, one is met with extreme brightness and majesty. The first sight is the profound jade throne situated atop the 9-ear jade steps. The seat is wide with armrests carved into dragon heads, each holding a sun crystal that continuously emanates pure solar energy. Yun Huang sat behind the desk, dressed in a simple white robe with silver threads flowing like shadows. He was intently deducing an ancient formation disk where light and shadows intertwined. Countless tiny runes flowed, collided, and then extinguished, radiating a disquieting energy wave. A trace of lingering fatigue and coldness was evident between his brows, as if he hadn't noticed anyone entering. Yun Qing remained silent, quietly standing by, positioned so he could respond at any moment without disturbing Yun Huang. With a slight movement of his double pupils, he quickly discerned the situation within the hall. The cup of Huangshan cloud mist tea beside Yun Huang had long lost its steam, and the jade desk was piled high, with untidy jade slips nearly obscuring the exquisite carvings on the desk. As for Yun Huang himself, the radiant divine power that should have been flawless was now subtly restless, evidently unable to penetrate the intricate deductions he had been making for a long time. Like a little sun sulking at itself. As the thought arose, his lips almost betrayed a smile, but he managed to control it, maintaining a gentle and serene expression. Time flowed in silence until Yun Huang completed a critical juncture in his deductions and habitually reached for the teacup beside him. His fingertips touched the cold cup wall, pausing slightly as a faint flicker of displeasure crossed his brow. At that moment, a pair of well-defined, steady hands quicker than his gently took away the cool tea. Yun Qing's movements were smooth and natural, as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. He poured the cold tea into a nearby jade basin, then refilled a cup of appropriately warm spiritual tea, placing it back in the most accessible position for Yun Huang. The entire process was seamless and silent, marked by an extreme level of thoughtfulness. Yun Huang's hand, sketching with a brush, paused slightly. His pale golden eyes finally lifted from the formation disc, landing on Yun Qing. The scrutiny remained, but it was not as piercingly cold as it had been the day before. "Who permitted you to move?" he asked lightly. Yun Qing slightly bowed, his tone gentle and composed. "Huangshan cloud mist tea is harmful when cold, easily causing stagnation. The young lord works day and night and needs to preserve his vital energy at all times. As I have been ordered to attend, I must do my utmost and cannot be negligent." His words were delivered naturally, without flattery or self-deprecation, as if merely stating an obvious fact. Yun Huang stared at him for several breaths, ultimately choosing not to say anything further, withdrawing his gaze to continue his deductions. Yet Yun Qing's double pupils clearly saw that the chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding Yun Huang, akin to a furiously bristling hedgehog, visibly calmed down a notch, becoming docile. It subtly revealed a sense of lazy satisfaction, as if having been soothed. Indeed, it takes a gentle touch to calm him down. Yun Qing confirmed this judgment in his heart. For the next few hours, he quietly blended into the daily life of the Kawudian. His presence was controlled to a delicate balance, neither interfering with Yun Huang nor missing the opportune moment to appear. Thanks to numerous part-time jobs in his past life, Yun Qing had amassed an extraordinarily rich experience. He replaced the exhausted vermilion brush, organized the mountain of jade slips, adjusted the lighting, and served tea and water, managing all the trivial tasks with meticulous order. Rather than seeking to please deliberately, it felt more like a subtle care. Accustomed to others either being fearful or having ulterior motives, Yun Huang couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of comfort, nurturing without a sound as water carves through stone. Yun Huang still wore that icy facade, but he began to grow accustomed to the steady figure adjusting the brilliance of the hall's luminous pearls. His gaze lingered on that person's back for a moment, and he had to admit that this person was not the incompetent fool he despised. The icy barriers in his heart seemed to crack open a barely noticeable gap under this meticulous companionship. Until evening. Buzz. A mournful wail suddenly erupted from the formation disc in front of Yun Huang. The brilliance abruptly extinguished and a powerful backlash surged forth. He grunted softly, and his expression darkened instantly, a strand of his radiant divine power uncontrollably spilling forth. Boom! The scorching airwave exploded, instantly raising the temperature within the hall. The few jade slips on the desk were the first to suffer, sizzling under the heat. What Yun Huang was deducing was a legendary immortal formation known as Sunlight Extermination of Immortals, which drew upon the core of the sun, embodying pure yang and extreme strength, exceptionally tyrannical, and was highly compatible with his own cultivated power. However, in terms of formations, this was the only area where this unparalleled genius could only be considered above average. After several days of fruitless meditation and deductions repeatedly failing at the last moment, even Yun Huang's typically calm disposition inevitably accumulated some irritation. The atmosphere within the Kawudian suddenly became tense. Just then Yun Qing approached with a bowl of freshly brewed ice heart soul calming soup. The soup was made from 14 rare celestial herbs that calm the mind, greatly beneficial for mental exhaustion. He had originally intended to place the fragrant soup bowl, emitting a refreshing medicinal aroma, gently at the corner of the desk when Yun Huang paused. However, what met him was a sharp rebuke filled with undisguised venting of anger. "Step back." The overwhelming violent pressure from Yun Huang crashed down upon Yun Qing. "Do not flatter yourself here. Do you think that with such superficial service this lord would look upon you with a kind eye?" For some reason, the hurtful words "bastard" did not escape his lips. The air was stagnant. Yun Qing's hand holding the soup bowl was as steady as a rock. As the oppressive aura of the blazing sun approached him, it vanished like a mud cow sinking into the sea, quietly dissipated by the all-encompassing chaotic aura. He was not angered by this sudden rebuke. His dual pupils calmly raised, penetrating the turbulent energy currents surrounding Yun Huang. With the power of his dual pupils, he could always see a bit more than others. Anger, frustration, impatience, and a hint of annoyance that even the master did not notice. Yun Qing understood that this young lord was more awkward than angry due to the setbacks in the formation. Under Yun Huang's icy gaze, Yun Qing stepped forward, instead of retreating, approaching with the soup bowl in hand. He then raised his empty left hand, lightly tapping the dim formation disk above with his fingertips, gathering a trace of spiritual energy. "Young lord," he spoke gently, as if the previous cold words had not reached his ears at all. "The connection here seems a bit too rigid. The star sphere and the chin pivot should resonate as one. If one merely seeks rigidity, it may lead to imbalance at the last moment. The blazing sun is indeed intense, but when truly in operation, it may not be without room for maneuver. It is easy for rigidity to break. It would be better to try injecting a third of softness, like the gravitational pull of the tides, perhaps." As he spoke, Yun Qing traced in the air, weaving threads of chaotic spiritual energy into the phantom of the formation disk. The once silent formation disk trembled lightly, and the previously conflicting runes momentarily stabilized. Although it was far from being a completed formation, the deadlock had been broken. Yun Huang's gaze slightly narrowed, his attention immediately returning to the formation disk. With his unparalleled talent, he grasped the key instantly. The problem that had troubled him for several days was so casually pointed out by Yun Qing. What left him momentarily speechless was Yun Qing's attitude, as the other party had preserved his dignity. Yun Huang remained silent for a moment. Today was indeed a loss of face. "You?" Yun Qing still smiled, seeing that his anger had somewhat subsided. He placed the bowl of ice heart soul calming soup on the table and said softly, "The formation consumes spirit. Young lord, steady your mind first. It is not too late to continue later. The method to break the problem has appeared, and a little rest will surely lead to success." Yun Huang looked at the bowl of soup, then at Yun Qing. Ultimately, he picked it up and drank it in one go, as his previously agitated sea of consciousness gradually calmed down. After putting down the bowl, Yun Huang looked at Yun Qing with a complex expression and suddenly spoke, his voice lacking some of its previous coldness. "You do have some insight into formations. It's just that I'm relying on these eyes to see things more finely than others." Yun Qing's demeanor was relaxed, his dual pupils smiling, revealing a hint of rare teasing. Yun Huang looked at him, his gaze shifting slightly, and then hurriedly turned his attention to the formation chart, beginning to deduce according to Yun Qing's guidance. Indeed, it became much smoother. By the time Yun Huang finished deducing the last part, the stars outside the hall filled the sky, and the spiritual mist enveloped the gilded ridge of the Qiwu Palace, making the night even more tranquil. Yun Qing bowed and saluted, the hem of his robes brushing past the jade bricks in the hall. "Young lord, if there are no other instructions, I shall take my leave." Yun Huang did not raise his eyes, his fingertips playing with a strand of blazing sun spiritual energy, and he spoke lightly. "The tranquil mind courtyard has been prepared for you. For this month, day and night, you shall be in attendance awaiting summons." The usually calm, Yun Qing paused for a rare moment. The Tranquil Mind Courtyard is located at the eastern rear of the Qiwu Palace, a secluded and elegant little courtyard with plenty of the main material, clear heart vine, for the Yun clan's whip planted here. The key point is that this place is merely 100 steps away from Yun Huang's residence. For practitioners like them with keen senses and transparent souls, this 100 steps is not much different from sharing the same hall. It's truly negligible. Seeing him at a loss for words, Yun Huang finally raised his eyes, his tone indifferent. "Elder brother, do you have an opinion?" That single elder brother fell lightly, clearly devoid of emotion, yet it was difficult for others to respond. "I dare not." Qing obeys. Yun Qing immediately lowered his head in response, his expression unchanged, but his heart was already stirred. Yun Huang's actions seemed to be a reprimand, yet allowing him to be in such proximity to his bedside was not also a subtly elevated trust and intimacy. The ancient stone path was covered with a layer of thin frost, and stepping on it produced a crisp sound. The leading servant remained silent, escorting Yun Qing to the entrance of the Tranquil Mind courtyard before retreating. Looking at that seemingly ordinary courtyard door, Yun Qing had already prepared himself for possible difficulties. A fallen young master, nearly a servant in a precarious situation. He joked like this, yet there was not a shred of fear in his dual pupils, but rather a hint of eagerness. According to the tropes from certain legendary tales of his past life, at this moment, there should be a malicious servant who would belittle him, or a fool eager to show loyalty disregarding his status and strength, coming out to make things difficult. Interesting, the wheel of fortune turns, allowing him to taste the flavor of the protagonist, playing the pig to eat the tiger, reversing the situation and slapping faces. The Chaos Ancient Cave. underwent bitter cultivation for 19 years, and even the most carefree temperament had been tempered to be as solid as a mountain. Fortunately, the second elder who protected the Tao was a humorous person, allowing him to retain this playful mindset. However, reality gave him a gentle, yet overwhelming slap. The tranquil mind courtyard was furnished in an extremely elegant manner with a table and chair that were extraordinary. The table, made of thousand-year-old mysterious iron wood, was stable and heavy, and the cloud-level ink peach on the windowsill emanated pure spiritual energy. All items and cultivation resources were provided according to the specifications for the Yun clan's eldest son, with no reductions or losses, and even more refined than what he received in the Qingyu Palace. The attendants and servants who came and went were all respectful and courteous, showing no sign of neglect or condescension due to his criminal status, nor did they try to curry favor or challenge him. A handsome attendant approached, quickly bowed to Yun Qing, and spoke respectfully. "This subordinate greets the eldest son." The young lord conveyed that perhaps he lost his consideration during the day. "This is what the young lord commanded for you, and he also instructed you to arrive at the Qiwu Palace tomorrow at the hour of the hare." As he spoke, he presented a beautifully crafted ancient-style food box with both hands. Yun Qing slightly nodded, accepting the food box, watching the attendant retreat, respectfully, secretly amused. Yun Huang's original words must have been something like, "Give this as a reward, and have him come to the Qiwu Palace at the hour of the hare," but after this attendant's retelling it became a bit more polite. This young lord was truly strict in his governance. He had clearly displayed a posture of making things difficult for him, yet the subordinates did not dare to act inappropriately. Yun Qing sighed inwardly. The expectation of slapping the malicious servant had completely evaporated. It seems that the tropes of belittling and elevating in past life tales cannot be enacted in Yun Huang's presence. He could not tell whether he felt more disappointment or admiration. After all, it was an ancient family. There were no truly blind fools. Thus, to establish a foothold beside this reincarnated immortal emperor, one could only rely on true value and ability. This world is ultimately not the novel of my past life. Yun Qing looked at the bright moon outside the window, wrapped in the faint vine fragrance that permeated the courtyard, unexpectedly feeling a touch of spring sadness and autumn melancholy. Having descended alone into this foreign world, he suddenly understood some of the solitude and desolation hidden beneath Yun Huang's blazing sun shadow. Wait a minute. Something is not right. Something's off. Yun Qing suddenly lowered his head, looking at the vast expanse of Qingxin vines growing wantonly in the courtyard, feeling both amused and helpless. No wonder past memories surged in his heart, almost leading him to reminisce sorrowfully. Under the moonlight, tears falling in the Qingxin courtyard, it turned out to be the fault of these vines. Qingxin vine, a congenital spiritual root, resonates with the soul, capable of stirring a cultivator's past obsessions and regrets. Only by relying on a resolute Tao heart can one endure this mental cleansing, allowing the pure spiritual energy contained in the vines to nourish the cultivator, helping them to transcend illusions, gain clarity, and make simultaneous progress in both mental state and cultivation. This is precisely the deep meaning behind why ancient families like the Yun clan select Qingxin vine as the primary material for their ceremonial whips. The Yun clan never engages in meaningless pursuits. This courtyard is indeed an excellent place for calm cultivation. Even if the stone monkey from his past life, who once caused havoc in the heavenly palace, were to arrive, he would likely sit down to contemplate the Zen principle of turning back to the shore. A rare hint of modern sarcasm flickered through Yun Qing's mind. Perhaps tomorrow I should seek the second elder and inquire about the greenery of the Kaiwood Hall. Which skilled steward is responsible for this? Even though our Yun clan is deeply rooted, Qingxin vine is not exactly a rare treasure, so there shouldn't be such extravagant cultivation, right? Of course, the term "not rare" is only relative to a giant like the Yun clan. Gathering his thoughts, Yun Qing slowly returned to his room and placed the food box sent by the steward on the table. The food box looked plain and even overly simplistic. However, when he habitually activated his heavy pupil and casually scanned the interior of the box, yikes! Yun Qing was suddenly jolted by the immense pure spiritual power hidden within. What seemed to be an ordinary food box was anything but a common spiritual meal. It was clearly filled with several kinds of earth-shatteringly precious treasures, so infused with spiritual energy, they nearly resembled liquid, radiating an alluring Tao aura. The pure energy contained within was immeasurably more precious than the extravagant Qingxin vine he had just mocked. Its restrained brilliance almost overwhelmed his heavy pupil. Quickly opening the food box, Yun Qing found himself momentarily stunned. Inside, the cold essence of the nether-cold marrow emitted wisps of bone-chilling cold firmly containing a glazed jade cup. Within the cup, a colorful nectar swirled, and a hazy phoenix phantom danced gracefully among it, the spiritual light shimmering and an exotic fragrance wafting through the air. Beside it, on a green porcelain plate, 3 pieces of cake shaped like blue lotuses lay quietly. They seemed simple, yet Yun Qing's heavy pupil clearly saw that each lotus leaf had natural Tao patterns, slowly flowing, radiating an incredibly pure, chaotic aura. Even someone as composed as Yun Qing couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens, phoenix nest glazed cup, chaotic blue lotus cake. Such exquisite heavenly materials and earthly treasures could only be crafted into divine spiritual food by top-notch culinary cultivators. Even as the eldest son of the Yun clan possessing a chaotic Tao body, he might not even get a single plate in 100 years barring any accidents. Yun Huang suddenly gifted this. No, it should be called a reward this time. Why the sudden bestowal of such a generous gift? He absent-mindedly drank a mouthful of the nectar, and the liquid melted instantly upon entry, a wave of indescribable sweetness and warmth instantly engulfing him, washing through his limbs and bones, as if his meridians were being gently cleansed by the most soothing spiritual spring. The minor dark injuries left from his recent encounter with Yun Huang healed instantly, and even his chaotic Tao body emitted a pleasant hum, as if infused with the essence of life, sharpening his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A divine meal capable of nurturing a chaotic Tao body. How terrifying! Yun Qing was shocked, realizing the magnitude of Yun Huang's generosity. Such divine treasures brimming with immense energy would be impossible for anyone else to bear. A normal person would likely explode upon consuming even a drop. These are treasures that even the upper echelons can hardly access. Yun Qing gazed at the distant silhouette of the palace, recalling the steward's report, and a knowing smile crept upon his lips. Could this be a compliment to that bowl of ice heart soul calming soup? So that's how it is. The powerful would not easily admit to a mistake. A sentence like miscalculated followed by a reward was considered a concession. That miscalculation Yun Huang had the steward convey was likely the most humble concession he had ever made in his life. Strike once, then offer an exquisitely sweet divine elixir. Well, it wouldn't hurt to hit a couple more times. Yun Qing caressed the warm jade cup. His brother's handling of affairs was indeed both domineering and unique. It seems I have served him well enough to earn his favor. Not everyone could be soothed and generously rewarded after being rebuked by Yun Huang. Most would receive a whip instead. This golden thigh shining brightly has a pleasant feel to it, doesn't it? Young master, no, my brother Yun Huang truly deserves to be the foremost figure commanding respect throughout the ages. Look at his grand vision. Such generosity. Such a golden thigh. I, Yun Qing, am determined to embrace this. Naturally, these rebellious thoughts would never leave his lips. What a joke. This place is barely 100 steps from Yun Huang's palace. With his capabilities, he could probably sense even the slightest quickening of Yun Qing's heartbeat. Thus, from the moment he stepped into the courtyard, aside from the startled exclamation of something's off at the Qingxin vines, Yun Qing only grumbled inwardly, hiding all thoughts deep within. However, what Yun Qing failed to notice was that the tranquility he had cultivated in the chaotic ancient cave for 19 years had quietly become much more active after just a single day spent with Yun Huang. Today, who else besides Yun Huang was disturbed in their thoughts? The next day before dawn, the spiritual mist had yet to dissipate. Yun Qing stepped out of the Qingxin courtyard unusually dressed, not in his usual powerful attire, but in a simple green robe damp with morning dew, a jade belt cinched at his waist lacking some of his usual sharpness, yet more infused with the scholar's elegant demeanor. His ink-black hair was held up with a simple green jade hairpin accentuating his already handsome features. As his heavy pupils opened and closed, a glimmer of wisdom flowed within. He walked calmly, preparing to head to the Kaiwood Hall for his shift. As he passed the outer perimeter of Yun Huang's palace, his footsteps suddenly halted. There outside the vermilion palace walls, a vast expanse of green vines surrounded him, their leaves glistening in the morning light like scattered jade. These were indeed Qingxin vines. Though these vines appeared to grow naturally, with Yun Qing's keen insight, how could he fail to notice that their planting positions and densities conformed to some formation designed for gathering spiritual energy and calming the mind? Qingxin vines. They were actually planted outside the palace. A flurry of doubts filled his heart, and he instinctively activated his heavy pupil, wanting to investigate closely. Unexpectedly, just as his mind focused, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. What are you looking at? The voice was clear and cold, appearing without warning. Yun Qing's back stiffened slightly. The moment he looked up, the scene before him had already changed. The morning light pierced through the spiritual mist, and the road that had been outside the palace walls transformed into a massive training ground. The venue was entirely paved with dark genuine black stone, and the natural sunlight patterns on the stone surface were edged in gold. Cold and hard, it was surrounded by several tall spiritual gathering pillars, their surfaces inscribed with flowing runes exuding an oppressive aura. This training ground had not existed when he passed through yesterday, yet at this moment it blended seamlessly with Yun Huang's palace, emanating an ancient and vast aura. An extraordinarily advanced spatial concealment formation. His heavy pupil slightly opened, penetrating this bizarre illusion, allowing him to clearly see the proud figure standing in the center of the field. Yun Huang stood with his hands behind his back, his garments billowing without wind. Though he was clearly standing there, it felt as though there was not a trace of excess fluctuation. With Yun Qing's cultivation, he had not detected anything before Yun Huang spoke, as if the other party and this training ground were merely a phantom merging with heaven and earth. While pondering, Yun Huang looked at him, his tone casual, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Care to come down and practice? Yun Qing gazed at the figure standing with arms behind his back in the arena, an ominous feeling stirring within him. His attire today was not meant for a martial duel, and facing off against this reincarnated celestial emperor was no mere practice. It was clearly an assault. Yun Huang turned around, his pale golden eyes shimmering with inscrutable light under the morning sun. He paused for a moment on Yun Qing's incongruous blue robe in the training ground, a faint, elusive smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he had seen through Yun Qing's little thoughts. Yun Qing snapped back to reality, taking the initiative to act. He stepped forward into the arena, bowing respectfully beside Yun Huang, his voice gentle and courteous. "Good morning, young master." Yun Huang nodded slightly. Perhaps having come early to practice, there was a barely noticeable crease at the collar of his golden brocade robe, a slight deviation from his usual impeccable demeanor. Yun Qing took a half step closer, his posture calm, a wisp of gentle spiritual energy gathering at his fingertips as he lightly and swiftly brushed over the crease, smoothing out Yun Huang's collar. As he withdrew his hand, it inadvertently grazed the other's shoulder, the movement appearing natural. "Young master, your appearance should be as flawless as the sun and moon, without the slightest blemish." He lowered his gaze subtly, closing the distance while pretending to adjust his robe, and quickly retreated back to a safe distance. Yun Huang's body stiffened for an instant, his golden eyes fixated on Yun Qing's hand as it tidied the robe. His fingertips instinctively curled slightly, yet he did not pull away. "You are quite attentive." Yun Qing straightened up, the sound of his robe's cloud-patterned jade pendant clashing resonating clearly. He pointed at his own attire, his tone laced with just the right amount of helplessness. "Young master, look at this blue robe fitted at the cuffs, and waist only meant to conform to the duties of an attendant. Even the flow of spiritual energy is restricted. If I were to truly engage, I fear the garment would tear before any stance is even taken, which would be disrespectful in front of you and undermine the elegance of our sparring." His words tactfully declined the duel due to his attire, while also subtly praising the honor of sparring with Yun Huang, providing him a graceful exit. Yun Huang scanned Yun Qing's elegant robe, his gaze lingering slightly, realizing it wasn't entirely an excuse. Yun Qing's blue robe accentuated his tall and slender figure, but the tightened waist restricted the flow of spiritual energy at crucial points, and the jade pendant, emphasizing calming rather than protective properties, indeed made it unsuitable for combat. Ultimately, Yun Huang merely responded with a faint showing no anger. The reassurance worked. Yun Qing smiled brightly, an indescribable gentleness and elegance in his demeanor. "Then I thank the young master for your understanding." That smile caused Yun Huang to momentarily daze. After being pointed out by Yun Qing on the formation map yesterday, he had benefited greatly, yet a subtle sense of competitiveness belonging to a supreme talent was also stirred within him. Today he indeed felt the urge to regain his face through a spar. However, it was fine, there was no need to spar at this moment. Why was Yun Qing behaving this way? Just as Yun Huang prepared to let him off the hook and turn away. Swish! A shadow appeared like a specter, kneeling on one knee, voice urgent, yet respectful, reporting to the young master. "Administrator Jia from the Law Enforcement Department urgently seeks an audience." Upon receiving permission, Administrator Jia rushed onto the training ground. Thud. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably, reporting to the young master, "A disturbance has occurred outside the ancestral hall. The head of the family's seventh son, Yun Shua, and the fourth son of Elder Wu have clashed, and amidst the chaos, they even shattered the soul-suppressing steel at the entrance." Soul-suppressing steel. The mere mention of it struck like thunder. Yun Huang's brow furrowed slightly, and the subtle feelings towards his brother that had just surfaced were instantly replaced by a chilling severity. His aura suddenly sank, the golden brocade robe billowing without wind, the oppressive stillness akin to the silence before a sun's explosion enveloped the arena. The air in the entire training ground seemed to freeze. Administrator Jia was crushed by this pressure, sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, breathing becoming a luxury. Even Yun Qing felt a sharp pain in his heavy eyes, the chaotic Tao fetus instinctively operating to barely withstand this overwhelming pressure. The smile on his face vanished in an instant, and his heart sank heavily. "You are exceedingly reckless." Yun Huang's voice was as cold as ancient ice. The soul-suppressing steel was the ancient stone tablet used to measure talent, and as a prized artifact of the Yun clan, its purpose extended far beyond. The steel bore the inscriptions of past family heads containing the ability to suppress evil, holding the spirit of an ancient ferocious beast at bay. Given the Yun clan's foundation and his identity as the Yun clan's eldest son, it was no small matter. Even if the steel were merely broken, the spirit of the ferocious beast could burst forth, and it would be a simple matter to suppress it again. Yet only a few knew that beneath the soul-suppressing steel connected to the ancestral hall's forbidden ground, where Yun Huang had once transformed into his celestial form. This was no ordinary spiritual artifact, but a sacred object that touched upon Yun Huang's reverse scales. Yin Shua. How could he get involved in such matters? Yun Qing looked at the dangerous silhouette ahead, reminiscent of a primal ferocious beast, realizing that trouble had escalated. Unaware of the details, Yun Shua and the others likely thought it was merely a typical dispute between legitimate and illegitimate sons. The intention of the drunken man was not in the wine. Yun Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was indeed unfortunate timing for sure, and the others, he had just managed to placate them, yet they had stirred up trouble. This was no son, it was the Golden Crow indeed. In such a pressing moment, a small fiery yellow chick, bursting with feathers, unexpectedly popped into Yun Qing's mind. Puff cough. Yun Qing couldn't help but cough out a sound from his surprise at his own imagination. Yun Huang, furious, was suddenly interrupted, his piercing golden eyes sweeping toward the source of the noise, filled with a hint of scrutiny. He naturally remembered that Yun Shua was this man's biological younger brother. Had it been the previous day, he might have vented his anger on Yun Qing as well, but recalling the moments they shared yesterday and the hand that had just smoothed his collar, Yun Huang hesitated, ultimately refraining from erupting. After all, he couldn't punish someone for a brother's misdeed one moment after allowing him to get close. He didn't suffer from the soul-splitting condition. Having Yun Qing as his attendant for 2 days while his temperament was fierce, he wouldn't deny him even this semblance of dignity. Yun Huang turned to give an order. "You will come with me. Handle this matter." As he spoke, his figure transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the ancestral hall. Yun Qing understood in his heart. His blue robe swayed as he followed closely behind. This matter could be grave or trivial. After all, the one offended was Yun Huang, and it was still up to the offended party whether to pursue it. Before the ancestral hall, chaos reigned. The remnants of the fierce beast's spirit energy, once bound by the formation, now surged violently, rising like black smoke into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. At the base of the steely, precious, soul-soothing spirit jade lay shattered all over the ground, and spiritual energy flowed chaotically. Before the soul settling steely, the disciples from both sides were sharply divided, swords drawn, and the light of spiritual energy flickered ominously between them, clearly having undergone a fierce conflict moments earlier. Yun Shua was protected behind a few illegitimate disciples, including Yun Li and Yun Yao, her small face pale, her robe still dusted with dirt, evidently having suffered some losses. On the opposite side, Yun Hao, surrounded by a group of legitimate disciples, wore an arrogant and furious expression, pointing at Yun Shua and angrily cursing, "A mere illegitimate child dares to confront me. Disturbing the soul-settling steely, can you bear the consequences, eh?" Just then an indescribable vast pressure descended suddenly, as if the heavens were collapsing. Everyone, whether the arguing disciples or the trying to intervene stewards, felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, instantly choking them into silence. The noisy scene fell silent, as even the surging energy of the fierce beast seemed to freeze for a moment. A figure had quietly appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Yun Huang, clad in a golden embroidered robe that shimmered like molten gold, he looked cold and indifferent, his golden eyes sweeping across the crowd with an icy glare. Without uttering a word, he instilled a sense of soul-shaking dread in all the disciples, causing both legitimate and illegitimate to lower their heads in unison, their breathing becoming exceedingly difficult. Yun Huang's gaze fell upon the cracks in the soul, settling steely, those fissures etched deep within his eyes, a bone-chilling malice almost materializing. His eyes swept over Yun Shuo and the others, carrying an unmistakable disdain, finally settling on Yun Qing, who stood apart, seemingly insulated from the turmoil. "You handle this." The light, airy 3 words echoed in the air above the ancestral hall. "Yes, young lord," Yun Qing replied, his demeanor composed as he bowed with a smile. Swish! All eyes instantly focused on the figure in the green robe. As Yun Qing's wide sleeves fluttered gently in the spiritual energy breeze, he resembled a graceful scholar out for a stroll, standing in stark contrast to the murderous atmosphere of the ancestral hall. His expression remained as calm as water, not glancing at the conflicting parties, his deep-set eyes locking onto the grotesque crack on the steel. What appeared to others as a place of rampant energy in his vision, he clearly captured a faint trace of sinister energy, like a festering sore entwined around the edges of the crack, clearly not residual from a typical spiritual energy impact. As expected, someone has tampered with this. Yun Qing thought to himself, a cold sneer forming within. Using another's blade to kill the method was rather covert, but unfortunately it couldn't escape his eyes. In front of the gathered crowd, Yun Qing stepped forward, raising his right hand slightly, his fingers pointed like a sword as he casually drew a line through the void. Zheng! A clear and resonant gunshot rang out, seemingly echoing from the depths of the Nine Nether, or perhaps from ancient times, suddenly tearing apart the silence of the scene. A black beam of gun energy, condensed to perfection and entwined with the essence of chaotic annihilation, appeared in the center of the venue. The beam of gun energy was not a physical entity, yet it emanated a terrifying aura that devoured all light and heat, as if it could even tear apart space. Dong! With a light sound, the gun energy precisely pierced into the turbulent pillar of energy. The moment the violent energy came into contact with the black beam, it was instantly devoured and obliterated. Along with the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy, even light and sound were swallowed entirely by that single beam of gun energy. An eerie silence enveloped the area outside the ancestral hall. As the gun energy dissipated, the battling parties were separated by a gentle yet irresistible force, each staggering back a few steps, their faces filled with shock. Meanwhile, Yun Qing remained standing in place, his green robe unruffled, his sleeves lightly hanging, the jade hairpin in his tied hair not a single strand out of place, and the pendants at his waist made not a sound. It was as if the earth-shattering strike just now had not originated from his hand. Nothing could match the ease with which he handled this. Only then did he turn his gaze toward Yun Shuo, whose face was pale, and Yun Hao, who looked incredulous. His voice was not high, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. "The events that transpired, go to the discipline hall and state them truthfully. Destruction of the ancestral hall's treasured artifact, engaging in private combat, will be judged according to the 3rd and 7th articles of clan regulations. Anyone who dares to provoke trouble here." He paused, a flicker of cold light flashing in his deep-set eyes, a wave of chilling malice instantly enveloping the entire area, "will face severe punishment." His green robe remained unruffled, the pendants silent, the elegant exterior sharply contrasting with his domineering methods, profoundly shocking everyone present. Yun Qing showed neither favoritism nor leniency, perfectly gauging the situation. Among the crowd, Yun Li's pupils constricted, his thoughts complex and unclear. "But I am a legitimate son." Over there, Yun Hao sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his face twisted with fear. "How can Yun Shuo, an illegitimate child, be punished alongside me?" He was anxiously desperate, knowing this matter could not be allowed to be thoroughly investigated by the discipline hall. Yun Huang stood on the side, observing everything. Upon hearing the term illegitimate child, Yun Hao finally received a glance from Yun Huang, yet the gaze was ice-cold and piercing, as if looking at a lifeless object. Yun Huang did not directly erupt, but merely waved his hand to signal the steward to take everyone away. After all, he had made it clear that today's events were to be handled entirely by Yun Qing. The steward promptly stepped forward, efficiently taking away Yun Hao, Yun Shuo, and all other involved disciples. Yun Huang stepped in front of Yun Qing, the frightening pressure silently receding, his golden eyes flashing with evident appreciation and warmth. His gaze fell upon Yun Qing's green robe, slightly dusted, and he spoke meaningfully. "Even a green robe can quell chaos. It seems clothing is not a hindrance." Yun Qing's heart tightened, knowing that what was to come could not be avoided. He raised his eyes to meet Yun Huang's, a hint of helplessness flashing in his deep-set eyes, but more so acceptance. Young Lord exaggerates. If that's the case, Yun Huang turned and walked towards the direction of the Chuwu Hall, his golden robes fluttering in the morning light, his voice carrying an undeniable certainty. Let's return to the martial arts arena. The invitation just now is to be fulfilled. Yun Qing gazed at his upright figure, the green robe gently billowing in the wind, his fighting spirit ignited in his deep-set eyes, his gaze bright. To be able to spar with the reincarnated celestial emperor, even in defeat, there is honor. Yes, he replied, stepping forward steadily to follow him. The morning light was gentle, stretching their silhouettes along the ancient stone path. One like a blazing sun in the sky, illuminating everything, the other like a deep, cold abyss, calm and profound. A long-awaited duel was already on the horizon. In the martial training ground of the Chuwu Hall, the array's shimmering aura flowed ceaselessly, sealing off the arena from the outside world entirely. Yun Huang stood motionless at its center, his pale gold eyes blazing with unearthly brilliance. His overwhelming imperial aura, that of a celestial emperor reborn, pressed down upon the air itself, causing it to thicken and still. "Give it your all," Yun Huang said, voice calm, yet resonant as clashing bronze and gold. "Let this sovereign see the measure of your spirit. Should you hold back, if you disgrace the honor of this summons." A flash of glacial sharpness flickered in his pale gold eyes. "Do not expect mercy." Pressure descended, like 10,000 zhong of mountain crushing down. Yun Qing drew a deep breath. Within his double pupils, battle fervor ignited like wildfire, roaring to life. He knew defeat was inevitable, but to clash freely with a celestial emperor reborn, such an opportunity arose but once in a millennium. Surely the other would not strike to kill, probably. "Since the young lord deigns to test me, Yun Qing shall not fail your expectations." His laughter rang clear and bold, carefree and unbound, a wind breaking the arena's heavy silence. He grasped the calming jade pendant at his waist, fingers tightening. Click! The silk cord snapped cleanly. With a casual toss, he sent the warm cloud-patterned jade flying toward the arena's edge. Then, gripping his jade belt, he yanked it free. The azure outer robe slid smoothly from his shoulders, revealing a sleek obsidian-hued combat suit beneath. He flicked the falling robe into the air, sleeves fluttered like butterflies before settling neatly beside the jade. Every motion, fluid, effortless, sovereign. Stripped of flowing robes, his forearms tensed with elegant strength, his posture as upright and solitary as a peak piercing the heavens. The chaos Tao embryo surged forth unshackled, its ancient, boundless terror spreading like mist across the arena. Then let Yun Qing dare to overstep. A flash of sharp resolve lit his eyes. He raised his hand, palm open and empty. Yun. At his low command, a dark, solemn spear materialized midair and settled into his grip with a soft, eager chime. Its tip pulsed with killing frost, locking onto Yun Huang with absolute, silent annihilation, matching his sovereign radiance blow for blow. A fleeting note of approval passed through Yun Huang's gaze. Now that is more like it. No further words were needed. Yun Qing moved. His obsidian form became lightning, tearing through light itself, surging forward like thunder, spear thrusting like a dragon's fang. Yun cleaved space, tracing a path of utter desolation, devouring all in its wake. This strike discarded every flourish, compressing the chaos Tao's primordial might and the essence of absolute silence into a single decisive point. Faced with such earth-shattering force, Yun Huang finally stirred from stillness. His foot shifted half a chi, his body blurred sideways like a phantom, evading the spear's sharpest edge by a hair's breadth. Simultaneously he struck, not with weapon but with two fingers like a blade, golden spiritual energy blazing fiercely as he tapped the spear's shaft with pinpoint precision. Ding! Finger met steel. A shrieking, soul-piercing resonance exploded outward. Yun Qing did not recoil. Instead, his wrist twisted violently. Yun quivered like a living thing, its coiling chaos chi unraveling into countless gossamer threads, seeking to entangle and corrode that golden ray of solar force. Interesting. Yun Huang gave a soft hum, and his finger force erupted radiant as a sun's detonation, shattering the chaos filaments outright. Yet Yun Qing seized the momentum. His body coiled and uncoiled like a river dragon slipping to the flank. His spear technique turned sudden, serpentine, treacherous. Dozens of illusory strikes bloomed, targeting Yun Huang's vital acupoints, each aimed precisely where spiritual energy coursed most critically. Your eyes truly are troublesome. Understanding gleamed in Yun Huang's golden pupils. No longer merely parrying, he wove movement into weapon, fists, palms, elbows, fingertips, all became lethal instruments. His Huangyang divine power surged, sometimes unyielding as mountains, sometimes supple as water, dismantling Yun Qing's intricate spear art stroke by stroke. Their forms blurred across the arena, obsidian and gold colliding, flaring, vanishing. Roars and concussive bursts echoed without pause. The protective array trembled violently, its light pulsing erratically. Yun Qing pushed himself beyond limit. His double pupils strained to their apex, the chaos Tao embryo roared within him, his spear play vast and savage, subtle and ruthless. Merging the realms of silence and chaos, he displayed battlefield prowess terrifyingly beyond his years. Even an ordinary elder of his clan would likely have fallen before him. Yet his opponent was Yun Huang. Another clash. Spear tip met fingertip, emitting a shriek so piercing it pierced soul and mind. A visible ring-shaped shockwave erupted from their center, slamming into the barrier array and sending ripples cascading across its luminous surface. Yun Qing felt an indescribable force, supremely young, overwhelmingly potent, crowned with celestial authority, surge up Jiyuan's shaft and flood his being. His palms split instantly, blood staining the spear's haft. His right arm's bones groaned under unbearable strain. That torrent of power tore through his meridians, churning his chi and blood. His throat burned, a mouthful of blood rising, swallowed back with iron will. He skidded backward uncontrollably, boots carving two deep smoking furrows across the black stone floor, harder than star steel, before he finally halted. His right hand trembled faintly and vibrated low, a mournful hum echoing his own exhaustion. Gap, an abyssal chasm unbridgeable. Yun Huang remained rooted where he stood, calm, unruffled, as if he had only brushed dust from his sleeve. He observed Yun Qing, flushed and breathless, his pale gold eyes neither pitying nor scornful, only serene as one surveys a distant, fragile world. Your strength is adequate. Your realm unique. His tone remained detached. Alas, you are too slow. And too direct. Enough. His aura shifted. Suddenly his Huangyang sovereign might expanded like a tangible domain. Heat spiked. The air warped and shimmered. Yun Qing's fighting spirit was instantly smothered, crushed beneath that radiant weight. Yun Huang formed a single-handed seal. An incantation glyph forged purely from Huangyang divine power appeared midair, golden and blazing. Take this, one move Huangyang seal. Though compact, the seal burned like a miniature sun compressed to singularity, bearing the will to subjugate the 8 directions and incinerate the 9 hells, descending slowly upon Yun Qing. Where it passed, space solidified. Time thickened like syrup. Its crushing dominion pinned Yun Qing like an insect trapped in amber, his very thoughts grinding to a halt. No escape, no defiance. Yun Qing drew a deep breath. Clarity flashed in his mind's eye. He recalled Yun Huang's earlier judgment, too direct. Chaos was not merely forward-rushing destruction. Jiyuan plunged into the ground. Within Yun Qing, the chaos Tao embryo flared. His double pupils blazed with abyssal light. His spiritual energies flow reversed, not seeking offense, but embracing the embryo's core nature, absorption, transformation, infinite derivation. A faint gray mist wreathed Jiyuan's shaft, chaotic sigils swirling softly within. Chaos returned to abyss. With that low cry, a small devouring void opened instantly around him, dark, bottomless, hungry. Like quicksand swallowing light, it sought to draw and disperse and consume the overwhelming Huangyang power. Boom! The seal crashed into the void, impact detonating with cataclysmic force. The entire arena convulsed. They held, tense, silent, for several heartbeats. Then the void shattered. The Huangyang seal slammed directly onto Jiyuan's crossed shaft, braced before Yun Qing's chest. Pooh! Struck like a god's hammer, Yun Qing spat blood and flew backward, slamming hard against the barrier's glowing wall with a dull, hollow thud. Yet he landed on one knee, gripping Jiyuan to rise, unbroken. Though his viscera ached and meridians burned, he retained full command of his limbs. Yun Huang had held back. Had the elders been present, they would have recognized. The seal's true power had been deliberately restrained by at least half. Otherwise, Yun Qing would have perished utterly. Yun Huang lowered his hands. His divine power receded like a tide, calm and inexorable. He watched Yun Qing, battered, bloodied, yet eyes bright and fierce, spirit unquenched like a proud young beast, and the admiration in his gaze no longer concealed itself. Qing Tian Luiwei Rui Bone, he intoned, voice clear as a jade chime ringing through the arena. Of the 12 Yun Scions, you stand first. It suits you well. This verse hailed the 3 brightest stars among the Yun clan's main lineage, the top 3 of the 12 scions, Yun Qing, the household master's illegitimate eldest son, Yun Tianyuan, grandson of the senior elder, and Yun Rui, pride of the 5th elder's branch. With these words, Yun Huang affirmed Yun Qing's rightful standing as the Yun clan's first scion. Yun Qing rose slowly, leaning on Yun, and wiped blood from his lips. Meeting Yun Huang's gaze, his double pupils shimmered, his voice resolute, sincere, unwavering. Above the 12 clouds, only Huang commands the celestial Yang. No matter how outstanding the 12 young masters were, they still had to retreat in front of Yun Huang. He walked up to Yun Qing, his gaze falling upon the blood-stained dark robe. Yun Qing gave a bitter smile, unable to hold back his inner thoughts. It wasn't that he wasn't diligent, but rather that he encountered a prodigy at dawn akin to facing a ghost at dusk. The golden eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous gaze sweeping over, as if he had sensed Yun Qing's silent criticism. He shifted the conversation to the essence, his voice carrying the profound tone of the Tao. Your annihilation overly pursues and end, losing the true meaning of chaos. Chaos is the beginning of all things as well as their end. It starts from nothing and returns to nothing. The cycle of birth and death within is the true Tao. Your spear only embodies the deathly silence of returning to nothing, yet lacks the vitality of starting from nothing and the evolution of birth and death. This statement resonated like a great bell in Yun Qing's mind. He had focused solely on the finality of annihilation, never delving into the relationship between annihilation and chaos and between birth and death. So this is how one should utilize the Tao of chaos. He looked at Yun Huang's all-seeing golden eyes, his heart filled with an indescribable shock. Is this the perspective of a reincarnated immortal emperor? In a single glance, he saw through the obstacles on his path. Remember the young master's teachings. Yun Qing suppressed the surging blood and the metallic taste in his throat, responding respectfully. Instead of feeling dejected, he was exhilarated by Yun Huang's pointed commentary on the Tao, as countless inspirations and insights flooded his mind. Who among those living in the same era as such an overwhelming prodigy would dare to oppose him? To receive even a few words of guidance from him is a tremendous opportunity. Yun Huang observed his obedient and contemplative demeanor and took a few unprecedented steps closer, extending his hand to support him. Go back and meditate. After a pause, he added, regarding today's incident with your brother at the ancestral hall, you may handle it as you see fit. This implied that Yun Huang would no longer pursue the matter. Yun Qing was fully responsible for the issue. In the end, who would be punished or dealt with was no longer Yun Huang's concern. Yes, thank you, young master. Yun Qing smiled and looked up to respond, suddenly grasping Yun Huang's extended hand, using it for support to stabilize himself. Yun Huang was taken aback, a trace of helpless anger flashing through his heart. Why was this person so forward, taking the opportunity to step down? As Yun Qing held onto Yun Huang's hand, he felt the stability and strength of that hand. In that brief moment of contact, a pure and gentle surge of Huang Yang's spiritual power flowed into his body, quickly soothing some of the turbulent injuries within his meridians. This subtle gesture from Yun Huang was entirely different from the cold and domineering nature displayed during their sparring earlier. Yun Huang said no more, turned and walked out of the training ground with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering in the wind, his figure exuding a solitary and proud aura. You may take a day off tomorrow. Yun Qing stood still, watching the retreating figure, feeling the injuries within him being quietly soothed, his double pupils reflecting complex emotions. This brother Huang was more unfathomable than he had imagined, and also a bit warmer. Yun Qing suppressed the surging blood within him, quickly tidied up his appearance, ensuring there was no visible abnormality, before leaving the training ground directly towards the discipline hall, where he still needed to pick up Shur and the others. The atmosphere in the discipline hall was solemn, the stone steps radiating a cold blue light. In his dark outfit, Yun Qing ascended the steps. The bloodstains on his garment had been cleaned, but perhaps due to his recent spar with Yun Huang, a sharp and fierce aura still lingered around him, causing the guarding disciples to instinctively hold their breath and lower their heads. Eldest young master. The guarding elder approached quickly upon seeing him, his demeanor respectful, yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. The sense of oppression emanating from him at this moment was not inferior to that of several deeply respected elders. The situation? Yun Qing asked succinctly, entering the hall and taking his seat at the main position, his double pupils sweeping over the elder. The elder did not dare to be negligent, presenting a jade slip with both hands. Regarding the ancestral hall incident, the involved disciples and their attendants have all been temporarily detained awaiting disposition. This is the preliminary testimonies and scene records. The elder respectfully presented the jade slip. Yun Qing took it, quickly scanning through the information with his divine sense. Yun Hao had provoked, first boasting at the ancestral hall entrance about how a mere branch descendant was unworthy to enter, and Yun Shua, unable to bear it any longer, retorted, leading to a conflict between the two parties. During the shoving, several strands of entwined spiritual power reacted, creating a tidal wave of spiritual energy that violently struck the nearby soul, suppressing monument, resulting in its shattering. The cause of the conflict seemed trivial, appearing as an accidental incident born from the bias between direct and collateral descendants. Yet the shattering of the soul-suppressing monument, a sensitive item related to Yun Huang's secret, was no trivial matter. Yun Qing did not believe in such coincidences in the world. Combined with the lingering sinister spiritual power on the soul-suppressing monument, there must be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. And the number of high-ranking Yun clan members aware of the connection between the soul-suppressing monument and Yun Huang's reincarnation secret was exceedingly few, with the 12 elders among them. Yun Hao was precisely the grandson of the 5th elder. Yun Qing's mind raced. Is the 5th elder behind this? However, the 5th elder Yun Jun was known in the clan as a good-natured person. He had a moderate temperament and disliked conflict. It was said that his position as the 5th elder was more due to luck and seniority. Moreover, the 5th elder's proud daughter Yun Rui was a heavenly blessed physique, most adept at avoiding misfortune and attracting good fortune. Would such two individuals condone their clan members to take such risks just to bring Yun Qing down? This did not align with the survival philosophy of the 5th elder's lineage, nor was it consistent with the meaning of blessing. It was too obvious, almost like a trap set by someone else. Yun Qing remained impassive, instructing, "Where are Yun Shua and the others? Take me to them." "Yes, eldest young master." In the side hall the light was somewhat dim. Yun Shua was curled up on a mat in the corner, his small face still somewhat pale. Beside him were the equally anxious Yun Yao and the sullen-faced, somewhat indignant Yun Li. Yun Qing scanned the room, and seeing Yun Shua was unharmed, felt a slight relaxation in his heart. In the corner, Yun Shua brightened upon seeing Yun Qing enter, his eyes shining with dependence and grievance as he called out, "Elder brother." Yun Yao also exclaimed with joy, "Yun Qing go." Yun Li instinctively straightened his back, looking at Yun Qing with complex emotions. Yun Qing looked at Yun Li and Yun Yao, slightly nodding with a gentle tone. "Thank you both for taking care of my younger brother today. I have heard that you often look after him. As his elder brother, Yun Qing expresses my gratitude here." Upon hearing this, Yun Li's cold words were abruptly stifled, his face flashing a hint of astonishment and awkwardness. Yun Yao, surprised and flattered, quickly waved her hand. "Eldest young master is being too polite. As cousins, it is only natural to support each other. I am already aware of the situation. You two should return and rest well. I will handle this matter." Yun Qing's tone was calm, carrying an undeniable decisiveness. With his words, Yun Shua and Yun Yao felt as if they had taken a calming pill, quickly nodding in agreement. Within moments, Elder Jia entered the chamber, trembling with apprehension. Upon seeing Yun Qing seated calmly upon the master's seat, his expression impassive and his aura so oppressive it seemed almost tangible, sweat broke out upon Elder Jia's brow. "Elder Jia," Yun Qing spoke softly, yet each word fell like shards of ice. "You reported to the young lord today that Yun Shua and Yun Hao clashed, resulting in the shattering of the soul anchor steel. Is that correct?" His twin pupils locked onto Elder Jia, piercing through illusion and deceit. Elder Jia's body jerked, his head bowed even lower. "Yes, eldest young master." "Oh." Yun Qing's tone lifted, faintly laced with glacial skepticism. "According to this eldest young master's knowledge, Yun Hao first insulted the cadet branch, provoked the confrontation, and struck the first blow. Yet in your account it appears Yun Shua bears the greater fault." Elder Jia's face paled, cold sweat soaked through his robes. Yun Qing's overwhelming presence was terrifying. This was no longer the gentle, deferential eldest young master who stood quietly beside the young lord by day. This was a sovereign arbiter of life and death, cold, unfeeling, absolute. "Eldest young master, please see reason. I am but your humble servant." Elder Jia collapsed to his knees, stammering incoherently. Yun Qing leaned forward slightly, his gaze striking Elder Jia like a physical weight. His voice dropped low, resonant with menace. "Who instructed you to phrase your report thus before the young lord? Think carefully before answering. The young lord has entrusted full authority over this matter to this eldest young master, and should even a single word prove false." He left the threat unfinished, yet the frigid aura of killing intent left no doubt in Elder Jia's mind the next instant could be his last. Terrified into submission, Elder Jia confessed tearfully, "It was It was Senior Elder Yun Hao's personal steward. He ordered me to report only the clash, omitting all cause, and preferably sow discord in the young lord's heart toward young master Yun Shuo, and even toward you, eldest young master. He threatened that if I refused, Elder 5 would exile me to a desolate frontier city to mine spirit stones for life. I acted under coercion. I was foolish. I confess my error. Spare me your pleas. Yun Qing's eyes flickered with icy light. Humph, coercion alone. No doubt he also promised rewards. A calculated investment banking on Elder 5's factional reputation for seeking auspiciousness and avoiding calamity. So the plot was never truly about Yun Shuo. It was always aimed at him. If the Ancestral Hall incident incurred Yun Huang's wrath, it would be justifiable. If not, the conspirator could vanish seamlessly, ready to advance their venomous schemes. They presume I am the calamity, but who then is the auspicious one? Leave. Yun Qing's voice was glacial. Should a single syllable of this conversation escape your lips, do not expect mercy. With a flick of his finger, he sealed a suppression talisman into Elder Jia's soul. Elder Jia, as though granted divine reprieve, kowtowed repeatedly before scrambling backward out of the hall. Emerging from the side hall, Yun Qing turned to the attending elder. Where is Yun Hao now? Eldest young master Elder 5 arrived in person moments ago and took Yun Hao to the Chiwu Hall to perform the ritual of bearing thorn branches in penance before the young lord. Within the main hall of Chiwu Hall, Yun Huang sat enthroned, a jade tablet glowing softly beneath his fingertips. Before him stood a youth clad in dark violet robes, his features delicately handsome, his bearing subtly sinister. This was Yun Qing, the legitimate grandson of Elder 12, bearer of the soul-devouring physique. His report on the recent status of an eastern border spirit stone vein was precise, articulate, and delivered with impeccable deference, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Yun Qing's own habitual composure. At that moment, an announcement echoed from beyond the threshold. Elder 5, accompanied by his grandson Yun Hao, requested audience. Yun Huang's brows lifted faintly, his golden eyes glanced sidelong at Yun Qing below. Yun Qing instantly ceased his report and bowed deeply. The young lord has urgent matters. I shall withdraw. Stay, Yun Huang replied, voice placid. Since this concerns the Ancestral Hall, you may listen as well. Yun Qing lowered his head in acquiescence, stepping aside. Yet a fleeting, unreadable glint shimmered in his eyes. Soon after, Elder 5 entered, flush-faced, portly, gripping a wand. Ashen-faced Yun Hao by the arm, his expression a mask of abject terror and contrition. Elder 5 prostrated himself deeply. Young lord, forgive my transgression. My negligence allowed this wretch to desecrate the Ancestral Hall and disturb your serene peace. I have brought him here to beg your clemency. His voice trembled, his posture was utterly subservient. Attendants behind him bore several jade boxes radiating soft, precious luminescence, clear tokens of atonement. Yun Hao collapsed to the floor with a thud, shaking violently. Mercy, young lord. Mercy. It was Yun Shuo who provoked me first. I lost control in anger. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he desperately shifted blame. Elder 5 had rehearsed this scene all the way here, yet now faced with such craven cowardice, fury rose in his throat, ready to intercede. Young lord, please see reason. Yun Qing interjected smoothly, his tone warm, measured, imbued with a feigned impartiality and a touch of weary resignation. Cousin Yun Hao is young and impetuous. His conduct was indeed improper. His mother hails from Elder 12's lineage. I, as his elder cousin, failed to guide him properly and bear responsibility for my oversight. I willingly accept shared punishment. As for young master Yun Shuo, I hear the eldest young master holds him in great affection. Perhaps some underlings emboldened by the eldest young master's authority have grown overly assertive. After all, the eldest young master possesses extraordinary talent, enjoys the young lord's profound trust, and his prestige swells daily. Subordinates inevitably grow arrogant, their actions growing somewhat reckless. His words sounded conciliatory, yet each syllable was a poisoned dart, shifting suspicion squarely onto Yun Qing, implying unchecked power, indulgent patronage, and the corrosion of pride. More dangerously, he bound his own fate to Yun Hao's. If punishment fell upon one, must it not fall upon the other, by extension implicating Yun Qing through Yun Shuo? Elder 5's brow furrowed faintly, sensing the remark's impropriety, but refrained from rebuke, constrained by familial courtesy. Yun Huang tapped idly upon the jade tablet, his expression inscrutable, his thoughts veiled. Seeing no immediate reprimand, and hearing Yun Qing's apparent advocacy, Yun Hao dared to hope. He crawled forward, desperate to draw nearer to Yun Huang, sobbing. Young lord, ever since Yun Qing returned, Before he could utter another word, Yun Huang lifted his gaze. His golden eyes fixed upon Yun Hao. A faint, almost benevolent curve touched his lips. As he gestured gently, "Come closer." Overjoyed, Yun Hao believed fortune had reversed. Surely the young lord still favored the direct bloodline. He scrambled forward, nearly pressing his face against Yun Huang's boot. Yet the instant he raised his head, preparing to vilify Yun Qing, he met Yun Huang's gaze, those twin golden eyes cold as abyssal void, gazing upon him with the utter indifference of a god observing an ant. Too noisy, two words light as breath, yet they carried the finality of a death sentence. In the next heartbeat, an invisible force slammed Yun Hao to the ground with bone-shattering force. His meridians snapped like brittle twigs, his cultivation burst like a pricked balloon, vanishing in an instant. He collapsed into a shapeless heap, eyes vacant, mouth working soundlessly, only hollow guttural rasps escaping his throat. His cultivation utterly annihilated. Yun Huang hadn't moved a finger. With mere will he had inflicted this savage, irreversible punishment. Elder 5, Yun Jun, stood frozen, his florid complexion drained to ghastly pallor, head bowed low in silent horror. Yun Huang remained serenely enthroned as though nothing had occurred, his lips still curved in that faint, enigmatic smile. Four inconsequential beings, why adhere to petty logic, such as granting proximity one moment, then striking the next? To grant a fleeting illusion of favor, then crush without warning. That is the true art of dominion. Yun Huang lifted a cup of slightly cooled spirit tea beside him, taking a sip, then barely perceptibly frowned. TCH, not as perfectly brewed as Yun Qing's. The shattering of the soul anchor, steely, the violation of the sacred precinct. His temper had already flared. Yet having pledged Yun Qing dignity in this matter, he could not vent his wrath upon Yun Shuo or others. Fortunately, Yun Hao had provided the perfect outlet. How convenient. His fingertip tapped once upon the armrest. His golden gaze shifted to Yun Qi, still outwardly composed yet inwardly taut as drawn steel, and a glint of icy amusement danced within those luminous eyes. "I believe you said earlier, you wish to share his punishment." Yun Huang's fingertips tapped lightly upon the dark jade armrest. Tap tap, a sound that rippled through the deathly stillness of the grand hall, striking Yun Qi's heart like a mallet. Yun Qi froze rigid as frost-laced stone. Cold sweat erupted instantly from his temples, tracing damp trails down his temples and soaking into his collar. He collapsed with a thud, pressing his forehead hard against the icy jade tiles, his voice trembling beyond coherence. "Imemi Lord, please see reason. I only spoke rashly out of concern for my cousin. I beg your lordship's clemency." His heart lurched. Had his subtle provocation just been seen through? How could Yun Qing monopolize every opportunity and earn your lordship's singular favor? Yun Huang lowered his gaze, his eyes like tint the sandier glacial ice, sweeping with detached indifference over Yun Qi's spine, which trembled violently with fear, as though inspecting a flawed artifact. The spirit-devouring physique, indeed rare. His tone remained placid, betraying neither praise nor reproach. Yet when true jade stands before you, mere rubble cannot suffice. Such modest talent is ultimately useless. True jade before you clearly referred to the Chaos Dao embryo. Though the spirit-devouring physique belonged to the same lineage, it ranked several tiers below, merely one of its inferior variants. Yun Qi's soul recoiled in shock. Did his lordship already know grandfather's scheme? A wave of bone-deep cold surged from his soul straight to his crown. He dared no longer call himself your humble younger brother, nor even dare mimic Yun Qing's bearing. He kowtowed frantically, his forehead striking the golden bricks with dull hollow thuds, his voice breaking into sobs. "Qi acknowledges his guilt. I thank your lordship for this merciful admonition." Yun Huang waved faintly. "All withdraw." Yun Qi fled as if granted divine reprieve, trailing behind Elder 5 and the others. His back hunched, his spirit shattered by terror and bitter resentment. Since Zhou Yu was born, why must Liang also exist? Must he forever bow beneath Yun Qing's shadow? Why should Yun Qing be the true jade? If only he possessed the Chaos Dao embryo. The hall sank once more into silence. Yun Huang gazed impassively at the empty doorway. A flicker of Huangyang divine flame danced across his fingertips, searing and purifying the floor where Yun Hao and Yun Qi had knelt. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, he had borrowed the Yun clan's celestial fortune to stabilize his foundation, and thus regarded the clan as his solemn charge. He would not slaughter disciples without cause, yet those who courted death would find him all too willing to accept their fate. Alas, the bearer of the Chaos Dao embryo proved far too perceptive, leaving him no pretext to partake of it. Still, Deep within Yun Huang's pupils a faint, fathomless ripple of darkness stirred. Fortunately, this spirit-devouring physique appeared delightfully foolish. Once it transgressed, he could readily use it as a furnace vessel. Scant consolation perhaps, yet better than nothing. Yun Qing calmly addressed the duty elder. The principal offender Yun Hao shall be judged personally by his lordship. All servants involved in the brawl or inciting unrest shall receive 30 lashes of the disciplinary whip, have their cultivation sealed, and be exiled immediately to the northern frontier's cold iron mines for 100 years, to serve as a warning. Yes, eldest young master. The elder bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Upon concluding official duties, Yun Qing walked back along the winding corridor of Qiwu Palace toward Jingxing Courtyard. Yet his injuries remained unhealed, and his gait lacked its usual steady grace. Dusk settled, palace lanterns bloomed one by one, casting amber halos that shimmered across the bluestone tiles, stretching his silhouette long and lean. Just as he rounded a corner of the hall, he collided head-on with a retreating procession emerging from the main hall. At its head stood Elder 5 Yun Jun, his expression strained and complex. Behind him 2 attendants carefully bore a soft litter upon which lay Yun Hao, pale as gilt paper, his breath shallow and fading. Yun Qing's dual pupils contracted faintly. He saw at once that Yun Hao's spiritual energy had scattered, his cultivation utterly shattered. Slightly behind Elder 5 stood Yun Qi, face ashen, eyes hollow and dim. They met on the corridor, air thick with unspoken tension. Yun Qing halted first, offering Elder 5 a gentle, respectful nod. Elder 5. Eldest young master. Elder 5 forced a brittle smile and returned the bow. His gaze flickered over Yun Qing's black battle attire and the faint instability in his aura. Recalling the news from the ancestral hall, he understood at once. This young master had likely just descended from the martial arena. His lordship's sparring had evidently spared little mercy. Yet compared to his own grandson's ruin, Yun Qing, standing whole and unbroken, spoke volumes. Yun Qing's gaze then fell upon Yun Hao, upon the litter, his brow furrowing slightly. Genuine surprise and gravity in his expression. Brother Yun Hao, what has befallen him? Ah, this wretch brought it upon himself. Elder 5 sighed, waving a weary hand. To retain his life is already his lordship's extraordinary grace. I dare not further trouble you, eldest young master. I shall prepare a modest gift and call upon you soon to offer my apologies. With that, he signaled the attendants to lift the litter and departed hastily. As he passed Yun Qi, the latter bowed slightly, voice devoid of inflection. Eldest young master. Yun Qing offered a brief neutral nod, saying nothing, then continued toward Jingxing Courtyard. Yun Qi watched his figure vanish into the corridor's depths, then lifted his eyes to the darkening sky, his brow tightening. So late, and yet Yun Qing was heading deeper into Qiwu Palace. Was he actually residing within the palace itself? Had his lordship truly granted him such proximity? Dread and resentment coiled like venomous vines. He clenched his fist violently, nails biting deep into his palm. He must report everything witnessed today to grandfather without delay. The Yun Ding martial contest loomed. Before it began, this greatest obstacle must be removed. At the corridor's end within the shadows, Yun Qing paused, just for a breath, as a flash of cold, knowing clarity flared deep within his dual pupils. Stepping into Jingxing Courtyard, he sealed the entrance with a barrier of isolation, and only then did his upright spine finally ease. Though Yun Huang had held back in their clash the searing agony and violent resonance left by the Huangyang divine energy coursing through his meridians remained formidable, far beyond any ordinary wound. Yun Qing sat cross-legged, activating the chaos Dao embryo to mend his damaged meridians, his brow furrowed faintly in pain. In his mind, the day's anomalies replayed, each detail sharp, insistent. Today's incident targeted him directly, yet it bore none of Elder 5's signature. Recalling Yun Qi's veiled, jealous glance during their passing, the Yun Ding martial contest, Yun Qing murmured softly. The 12 princes of the Yun clan rotated every 30 years, not mere ceremonial titles, but determinants of core resource allocation and succession to elder seats. To be named among the 12 princes was to be anointed one of the future 12 elders. And the selection of these 12 princes hinged upon the imminent Yun Ding martial contest, the very contest that would determine the next generation of Yun clan leadership. Traditionally, the 12 princes were drawn from the 12 ancestral branches, but prodigies occasionally emerged from outside, as Yun Qing had. Could this be about securing a position in the contest? To topple the acknowledged first prince, and thereby vacate the highest seat, would naturally stir covetous eyes. But why was the hidden hand so certain its own scion could fill that void? Why strike at the first prince before even targeting the 12th? Something remained unresolved. Tap, tap, tap. A casual knock broke his reverie. A flicker of puzzlement crossed Yun Qing's eyes. Who would come at this hour? Who is it? As the door swung open, there stood Elder Yun Huang. His beard and temples lightly frosted, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. Well now, young man. Heard you took quite the beating from our little ancestral prodigy. Without so much as a bye or leave, he slipped past the threshold, waving a delicate jade casket before him. Here, this old man couldn't bear to see you suffer, so I brought you something special. Yun Qing accepted the casket with a faint sigh. Your information is truly impeccable, Elder. It was but a trivial matter. No need to trouble yourself with a personal visit. Trivial. The elder bristled, puffing out his whiskers as he settled himself uninvited at the table and poured himself a cup of spirit-infused tea. You're the talk of the clan. Everyone's watching you. You've only been back a few days, and already the vultures are circling, those eager to climb over you, those desperate to curry favor, and those foolish enough to mimic you just to win her approval. Chaos incarnate. What a spectacle. He sipped his tea, voice laced with wry, world-weary amusement. Yun Qing remained silent and opened the jade casket. A rich herbal fragrance filled the air. Inside lay 3 pill-like orbs, each the size of a longan fruit. Lustrous golden as molten glass, flawlessly smooth, the 9-fold reversion jade pill, a supreme heavenly tier healing elixir. Instinctively he activated his heavy eyes, and his brow lifted in surprise. Within each pill coiled several delicate strands of pure, gentle Huangyang qi, the same source as the violent energy still lingering in his meridians, harmonizing and unlocking the medicine's potency through an arcane, elegant resonance. Clearly these pills had been specially refined to heal meridian damage inflicted by Huangyang divine force. This was no ordinary concoction from the elder's usual repertoire. It had been prepared expressly for his current injury. Watching Yun Qing's dawning realization, Elder Yun Huang chuckled low and knowingly tapped the casket with one finger, then cast a subtle glance toward the main hall of Chiwu Palace. The implication was unmistakable. Without the tacit consent and quiet prompting of that little ancestral prodigy within, how could this venerable elder possibly have entered Jingxin courtyard nestled deep behind Chiwu Palace? The unspoken message hung clear in the air. Yun Qing picked up one pill. Its warm, smooth surface rested gently against his fingertips, and without hesitation, he placed it upon his tongue. Instantly, a vast, benevolent surge of pure yang essence bloomed within him, like celestial rain washing over scorched meridians. Wherever it flowed, the stubborn Huangyang energy dissolved, dispersed, neutralized. Damaged pathways began knitting themselves whole before his very senses, faster than any self-cultivated recovery could achieve. More astonishing still, the pill carried a faint trace of Yun Huang's own insight into Huangyang force, granting Yun Qing, even as he healed, a nascent intuitive resonance with that ultimate yang power, a fragile, flickering understanding born of shared essence. Feeling his meridians rapidly mend, Yun Qing closed his fingers around the jade casket, and in his heavy eyes flickered a complex, unreadable light. When first returning to the clan, merely standing near Yun Huang had seared his flesh like fire. It had taken him days to suppress the latent injuries. Now, having endured a full strike of the Huangyang seal, he received this exquisitely tailored elixir. Its efficacy absolute, its timing impeccable. The contrast between then and now was nothing short of cosmic. That glacier-thick wall between them, perhaps in some unspoken accord, it had indeed begun to thaw. Within Chiwu Hall, Yun Huang paused mid-stroke, his brush hovering above a classified report on the central geopolitical landscape. Sensing through his divine sense the fluctuating aura in Jingxin courtyard gradually settle into calm. Only then did that ever-watchful presence recede like tide withdrawing from shore. Yun Qing's injuries were fully mended, his cultivation state even more refined than before. He exchanged a swift, knowing glance with Elder Yun Huang, confirming the oppressive, all-seeing gaze had vanished. A thought stirred in Yun Qing's mind, and he could not resist sending a secret transmission. Elder, might I ask, why does Chiwu Palace grow so much Jingxin vine? Is it because of him? He hesitated, daring not utter the words. The Celestial Emperor's Dao heart is flawed, even though this transmission art was uniquely forged from their shared cultivation foundation. To underestimate a Celestial Emperor reborn would be fatal folly. At those words, the elder's playful grin softened. He raised one finger, pointing heavenward, then waved it away in silent warning. This is heaven's secret, utterly unspeakable. Inviting a deity is easy, sending one away is not. The elder sipped his tea, transmitting in turn, voice layered with gravity and irony. That decision long ago was our Yun clan's greatest gamble. And now, many elders secretly hope someone will sway his heart, bind him closer to our bloodline, perhaps even leave behind an heir. Yun Qing understood, and let the forbidden subject drop. Changing course, he spoke aloud, clear and resonant within Jingxin courtyard. Elder, what is your view on today's incident at the ancestral shrine's soul-stabilizing steel? Speaking of that now, the elder arched a brow, his smile laced with quiet meaning, as if to say, do you truly believe walls have no ears? Yun Qing met his gaze squarely, voice unwavering to the young lord. I withhold nothing. Humph. A cold crystalline snort pierced the air, sharp as ice shards striking jade, chilling enough to freeze the soul itself. It was Yun Huang. The meaning was unmistakable. You two exchanged secrets beneath my very gaze, yet now claim I withhold nothing. Do you take me for deaf and blind? As if I'd believe a word. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The elder's smile froze, then crinkled at the corners with unmistakable panic. He whirled about, feigning fascination with the moonlit courtyard beyond, yet his wide sleeve swept accidentally across Yun Qing's arm, and his fingertip gave a tiny reproachful tug. Silent accusation, you asked for it. Look where your loose tongue got us. Yun Qing's heart lurched, sweat pricked his spine. Everyone knew the young lord's temper was volatile, and his disdain for petty cunning absolute. Yet in that shared breathless tension, both silently cried out, Ancestor, your timing is impeccable, and your audacity and eavesdropping breathtaking. A formidable divine sense swept over Yun Qing, ruthless probing dissecting him down to his very marrow. Yun Qing reacted instantly, his expression shifting with practiced grace, first startled confusion, then rueful helplessness, finally settling into serene, unguarded candor. He bowed deeply toward the main hall of Chiwu Palace, voice clear and limpid as spring water. Young lord, my earlier transmission with Elder Yun Yuan concerned only minor injuries. Trifling matters I dared not bring before your serene cultivation. Yet the matter of the ancestral shrine bears directly upon clan stability. Having been entrusted by your lordship, I must set aside personal ties and report truthfully, holding nothing back nor allowing private sentiment to cloud public duty. His words were flawless. Privately, he had spared his lordship's time. Publicly, he now served with unwavering loyalty and integrity. Every nuance, every layer of deference, every shade of sincerity had been deftly woven into place. Jingxin courtyard fell utterly still. Only the whisper of night whined through bamboo leaves broke the silence. The pressure from the main hall eased, but lingered, hovering over Yun Qing like a watchful shadow. Yun Huang was still listening. Sensing the tension, the elder hastily interjected, enough. Our young lord is listening. Speak plainly, report swiftly, and spare his lordship's precious cultivation time. Though coarse on the surface, his words offered both men graceful, face-saving exits. Yun Qing instantly grasped the implication and wasted no time. Raising his hand, he summoned a luminous white jade slip. With a subtle pulse of spiritual energy from his fingertip, the ethereal image of the soul anchor steel shimmered into view, its surface bearing an exquisitely fine crack starkly visible. When I arrived at the ancestral hall with young master today, I discovered a 3-inch-long concealed fissure on the northwestern flank of the steel, artfully veiled by sinister forbidden arts. Had it not been for my divine eyes' meticulous scrutiny, even Yun Hao and the others would never have disturbed the soul anchor steely, and I might well have been deceived. With a light tap of his finger, a wisp of ashen-black spiritual energy materialized beside the projection. This residue lingers from the scene, a blend of spiritual energy suffused with a peculiar bone-chilling coldness, bearing faint resemblance to the cultivation aura of Elder Twelve's lineage. I suspect this matter transcends mere rivalry between legitimate and collateral branches. Its true aim may be to sow discord between young master and myself, and its deeper purpose remains shrouded in obscurity. Yet the damage inflicted upon the soul anchor steel has disturbed the sanctity of the ancestral hall, a crime deserving of severe punishment. I humbly petition young master to authorize a thorough investigation, unmask the mastermind behind this treachery, and uphold the dignity of our clan. He made no direct accusation against any elder, only presented evidence and stated facts plainly. If someone had meticulously engineered Yun Huang's hand to eliminate him, then who stood most to gain? Before Yun Huang could respond, Yun Qing lifted his head, his gaze sincere and earnest as it met the void, imbued with just the right measure of humility and deferential inquiry. Yet I am young and inexperienced, my voice inconsequential, many subtleties elude my understanding. Might young master spare a moment to illuminate my path, to pierce through the clouds and reveal the sun. Watching Yun Qing's posture of reverent dependence, so convincingly earnest, Yun Huang's divine sense instantly flashed 4 characters across his mind: subtle, supple, seductive, submissive. There he goes again. Yun Huang bristled inwardly, initially disinclined to reply. But gazing upon Yun Qing's tall, respectfully bowed figure, he finally deigned to speak, his voice icy and terse: Shengxian canon. Yun Qing's thoughts raced. Clarity struck like lightning. Does young master mean this affair ties directly to the Shengxian canon, and to Elder 12's urgent need to retain their seat in the Cloud Peak martial contest? Turning toward Elder 2, he confirmed, indeed, Elder 12's branch has produced no outstanding talents for generations, its youth repeatedly faltering in the Cloud Peak martial contest. Should none of them secure a place among the 12 princes this cycle, Elder 2 per clan law would the Shengxian canon be invoked. Elder 2 stroked his goatee slowly, adding in measured tones, precisely. Once the Shengxian canon, the mainline succession war, is triggered, it becomes a feeding ground for wolves. Numerous ambitious collateral branches long prepared will launch challenges without hesitation. Should the incumbent fail the defense, the hierarchy shall invert. Resources slashed by 70%. Elder 12's branch faces imminent decline. Thus the root of all this lay in the looming Cloud Peak martial contest. Elder 12's lineage must ensure Yun Qi secures a seat among the 12 princes this time. And though Yun Qi's spirit-devouring physique qualifies as a rare celestial tier constitution, it happens to stand in direct opposition to Yun Qing's Chaos Dao embryo. The spirit-devouring physique is formidable but coarse, lacking refinement, and utterly devoid of the Chaos Dao embryo's profound capacity to generate all things from primordial chaos. It is therefore an inferior spiritual vessel, subordinate to the Chaos Dao embryo. Thus, supreme resources vital to their cultivation, such as Chaos Origin Qi and Primordial Marrow Stone, naturally flow first to the Chaos Dao embryo. What little reaches Yun Qi is inevitably second-rate. Hence should I fall from grace. Yun Qing stood with hands clasped behind his back, his tone edged with cold irony. The contest for resources between Yun Qi and me is plain for all to see. Yet even if the clan were to break precedent and lavish every superior resource upon Yun Qi, his foundational base remains too weak. His odds of breaking through his bottleneck before the succession cycle and triumphing over other prodigies in the Cloud Peak martial contest remain vanishingly slim. To scrape onto the lowest rung of the 12 princes would already be akin to ancestral graves exhaling green smoke. Elder 2 delivered the final blow without restraint. He was no diplomat like Yun Qing, that old sly fox. Elder 12. What devilry is he truly scheming? Suddenly something occurred to him. His voice trailed off, then resumed with grave, guarded weight. Wait. Now I recall that wily elder has spent decades poring over lost ancient texts, particularly those detailing forbidden arts of base stealing and vessel swapping. Yun Qing's gaze sharpened, suddenly razor-edged. All fragments coalesced in that instant. No wonder the first move was to sever his bond with Yun Huang. If he were accidentally cast aside by the young patriarch, or worse, punished until his Dao embryo sustained irreversible damage, Elder 12 could then seize the moment, invoking the banner of preserving the clan's chaos prodigy and mitigating loss, and proceed, without authorization, to perform a taboo heretical art, forcibly extracting and transferring his Dao embryo's core essence into Yun Qi. Even if the result were only a fragile, unstable pseudo-chaos Dao embryo, it would still catapult Yun Qi's power skyward, enough to dominate the Cloud Peak martial contest and safeguard his lineage's standing. By then the deed would be done. With Yun Huang's prior rejection of him established, and a newly forged pseudo-constitution in place, the clan prioritizing stability would likely acquiesce, shifting its focus entirely to cultivating Yun Qi. A masterstroke of using another's blade to kill, of substituting one peach for another, eliminating his greatest obstacle while seizing his very Dao foundation, paving his grandson's path to celestial glory. Yun Qing stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back. His aura, once restrained, now erupted outward, incisive, unyielding, and terrifyingly sharp. His black battle robes accentuated his silhouette, tall and solitary as a lone mountain peak, like a long spear long buried in dust suddenly drawn from its sheath, its chill gleams slicing through the air so keenly that even Yun Huang, concealed in shadow, turned his gaze for a fleeting instant. Spirit-devouring physique. Chaos Dao embryo. Yun Huang's voice returned, crystalline, detached, tinged with quiet amusement, as if savoring the resonance of both terms. Both make exquisite nourishment and perfect vessels. Those words struck Yun Qing's spiritual sea like thunder from the ninth heaven, deafening shattering. Though startled by Elder Twelve's machinations, he had remained confident he could navigate them. Yet when spoken by a transcendent emperor reborn, such words dared not be taken lightly. A sudden visceral dread crawled up his spine. If the Chaos Dao embryo holds value even for a transcendent emperor, did Elder Twelve's original scheme involve dividing me with Yun Huang? Elder Two's expression also shifted, his eyes narrowing with sober gravity. The word vessel carried implications chilling enough to freeze the blood of any who understood its full meaning. Yun Qing forcibly suppressed his tremor, lowered his eyes, and spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, barely perceptible. I tremble. I know only loyalty to young master, devotion to the Yun clan. This body, this life, I offer wholly to young master and our family. I dare not betray that trust. His words were both oath and veiled plea. My survival serves you far better than my transformation into a vessel. Please, do not covet me. Humph. Remember these words today. Yun Huang's voice betrayed no emotion, yet the overwhelming pressure that had pinned the serene mind courtyard dissolved as silently as it had descended. Clearly he provisionally accepted the assertion. Only after confirming Yun Huang's divine sense had fully withdrawn did Elder Two, heart still pounding, pat his chest in relief and give Yun Qing a discreet, admiring thumbs up. For now he dared not risk telepathic communication. A wry, weary smile flickered across Yun Qing's face, sweat beaded his back, and beneath his black robes his muscles remained taut with residual tension. Dealing with Yun Huang was akin to walking a tightrope suspended over an infinite abyss. Every exchange layered with hidden blades where a single misstep meant utter, irrevocable ruin. After seeing Elder Two off, Yun Qing remained alone in the serene mind courtyard, settling into seated meditation. As he focused inward, sensing his own meridians and dantian, he suddenly detected a faint trace of spiritual energy, distinctive, radiant, bearing the unmistakable seal of Huangyang, like gossamer threads barely perceptible, coiling near his sea of qi. It was no injury, rather a mark, a silent proclamation. I am watching you. Yun Qing's spine stiffened instantly as though gripped by an invisible hand. Only after a long pause did it gradually relax. He lifted his gaze toward the main hall of the Qiwu Palace. Moonlight traced the sharp silhouette of his upright figure, while his dual pupils gleamed with unfathomable depth in the night. Yun Qing closed his eyes. All factions converged like intersecting lines on a go board, and he himself was both the player who held the stones and the most perilous piece upon that very board. He murmured softly to himself, a faint smile curling at his lips, like moonlight refracted across snow. Gentlemen, you seek to use me as pawn, as sacrificial vessel, as stepping stone. Then let us see who among us shall grasp the stone and ascend the throne. Inside the Qiwu Palace, Yun Huang reclined lazily beside a dark jade writing desk, idly stroking a jade slip. His expression was languid, yet beneath his calm gaze lingered a cold, detached amusement. Stripping away the primordial essence to forge a false body, the 12 elders' crude arts dare covet the Chaos Dao embryo. He scoffed, and a spectral image flickered across the jade slip. Yun Qing standing tall, hands clasped behind his back, his countenance icy and resolute. A wanton waste of treasure, Yun Huang assessed coldly. Merely mimicking its form, utterly failing to embody its spirit, they had no true understanding of the Chaos Dao embryo's transcendent worth. Such a constitution was rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, even in the primordial chaos, a peerless Dao foundation perfected by heaven and earth themselves. The chaos essence, which embraces all realms and gives birth to myriad phenomena, is the supreme treasure for cultivators seeking to rebuild their foundations, harmonize 10,000 arts, or undergo higher metamorphoses. It would even confer incalculable benefits upon Yun Huang himself, an immortal emperor reborn. With a light tap of his fingertip, Yun Qing's spectral image dissolved into a spiraling thread of chaotic spiritual energy, coiling gently in his palm. Were this sovereign to enact the ultimate act of foundation theft and vessel replacement? The thought flickered briefly, then vanished, eclipsed by a far more intricate emotion. Like orchids and jade trees, one plants them deliberately upon the courtyard steps. His voice, clear and crisp, resonated through the vast hall. Since this rare immortal sapling had already taken root within his own courtyard, and flourished so exquisitely, why rush? Why commit the cruelest folly, burning the zither to boil the crane? To nurture it with care, letting its branches spread luxuriantly and blossom into a singular, breathtaking vista that indeed was sublime. Yun Huang's gaze pierced through layer upon layer of palatial halls, settling upon the tall, graceful figure in the tranquility courtyard, and a dangerous smile curved his lips. Very well. Only thus does the game hold true delight. No wonder he found himself unconsciously granting Yun Qing greater leniency. Such world-shaking talent paired with a demeanor both reverent and cunning, inwardly sharp, yet outwardly restrained. Truly fascinating. He had intended to unveil the full secret of the Chaos Dao embryo today, to frighten his elder brother who habitually danced upon the edge of every boundary. Yet the second elder's presence rendered the matter too grave. You outsiders must remain ignorant. A subtle smile played upon Yun Huang's lips in the moonlit hush, so enigmatic it rendered his peerless beauty almost uncanny. Another day will suffice to elaborate upon it, in exquisite detail. Far more captivating was watching Yun Qing navigate the treacherous currents between warring factions with effortless grace. His divine sense swept silently across the entire Yun clan like an invisible tide, cold, detached, and deeply analytical. The board was set. The pieces were in motion. As the sovereign player, he needed only observe, occasionally striking a move that shook heaven and earth. This celestial game of cosmic scale has only just begun. Night deepened. In Yun Hao's residence, silence pressed down like lead heavy with sorrow. Yun Hao's cultivation base had been shattered, robbing his branch of its very heart and pillar. His parents knelt beside his unconscious form, wailing uncontrollably, channeling their fury onto Elder 5 and Yun Rui. "Father, why are you so heartless? Yun Hao is your own flesh and blood," cried his mother, her eyes venomous. "Will you truly stand by and watch Yun Huang deliver such cruelty? My Hao, he is still but a child. What sin has he committed?" His father joined her lament. "Indeed, father. Where is the logic in favoring outsiders over one's own kin? If you had not shown such blatant bias, bestowing supreme resources upon that nameless bastard Yun Rui while neglecting us, how could Hao have grown resentful? How could he have gambled recklessly and fallen so low? How could I still be stuck at the mere integration realm?" Clearly, this final complaint betrayed his true grievance. Elder 5 Yun Jun wore exhaustion like a shroud, utterly unwilling to indulge these unworthy descendants. He recalled the chilling glint in Yun Huang's eyes during the Chiwu Palace meeting and Yun Qi's ostensibly pleading words that were in truth masterfully crafted barbs, storm clouds gathering on the horizon. He might be moderate, but he was no fool. This pool ran too deep. His lineage must withdraw entirely. Above all, Yun Rui must remain untouched, for he was the true source of fortune for their entire bloodline. A flash of clarity and resolve lit the elder's clouded eyes. With a thunderous slam of his palm upon the table, the overwhelming pressure of a top-tier cultivator instantly silenced the wailing couple. "Silence! Do you truly believe I am senile, blind to your sordid collusion with the 12th elder? Were it not for my fading authority, the young lord would have punished you all, not merely Yun Hao. Do you imagine our branch would still stand unscathed?" His voice trembled with sorrow and severity. "Long ago, I lay dying in the wilderness, broken and bleeding. Had Yun Rui not saved me and sacrificed his own auspicious fate to extend my life, I would have turned to dust eons ago. Would you then still enjoy this wealth and prestige?" "Father." Before they could protest, Elder 5's piercing gaze swept over his deluded son and embittered daughter-in-law. His verdict absolute: in the Yun clan, merit determines rank. Yun Hao's twisted heart and inferior skill have earned him this fate. I have preserved his life, even at the cost of my own dignity, as the last duty owed to kinship. Tomorrow your entire household, and every servant and steward involved in this affair, shall pack your belongings and depart for the desolate city to reflect upon your sins. You shall not return until I grant explicit permission." Yun Hao's parents stood frozen, stunned. In their memory, their father had always been gentle, benevolent, even indecisive. Never before had he revealed such ruthless, unyielding resolve. As for Jia Zhisher, the steward who had barely escaped Yun Qing's lethal scrutiny moments earlier, his utter collapse upon receiving the exile order may wait for another telling. Within the 12th elder's secluded abode behind layered barriers, Yun Qi reported grimly. Grandfather Yun Qing visited the disciplinary hall and met with the second elder. The young lord shows no sign of pursuing the ancestral shrine incident further. Damnable! How could he dismiss Yun Qing so lightly? The 12th elder's face was gaunt and sinister, his fingers caressing a jet-black bone talisman as he rasped, "Humph. We underestimated the boy's skill in winning hearts. Then what do we do next?" Yun Qi's eagerness and greed blazed openly in his eyes. "My soul-devouring body has reached its limit. Without pure chaos primordial essence, impatience is fatal. The elder snapped coldly. Yun Qing's fortune burns bright now, and the young lord clearly favors him. Direct confrontation is folly. The ancestral shrine maneuver failed. It startled the serpent before we struck. Yun Qi asked nervously, "Grandfather, did the young lord suspect something?" Today's warning was unmistakable. The elder's eyes gleamed with ancient cunning. Yun Huang's mind is inscrutable, but his restraint proves room remains for negotiation. Rulers govern like breeders of poisonous insects. They delight in seeing subordinates vie for favor, survival of the fittest. We must seize the Chaos Dao embryo before Yun Huang fully entrusts him. Yun Qi's eyes flickered with ambition and unease. "But grandfather, why must we serve Yun Huang? If we acquire the complete Chaos Dao embryo and refine it using the method inscribed on this talisman." Silence. This matter is never to be spoken of again. The 12th elder's voice cracked with raw terror, his face pale with dread. The next day the daylight pierced through the clouds. Yun Qing slowly withdrew his energy, the chaotic aura surrounding him converging like rivers flowing into the sea, all settling into his energy sea. After a night of recuperation, not only had his injuries fully healed, but the insights gained from the spar with Yun Huang were completely digested, enhancing his control over the chaotic power. Only the divine power mark belonging to Yun Huang still quietly lingered deep within his energy, see a reminder of the delicate nature of his current situation. Dressed in a dark robe with a jade crown holding back his ink-black hair, Yun Qing's aura was restrained and serene as he appeared punctually outside the Chuwu Hall. The morning light fell on his profile, adding a touch of ethereal grace. The hall door opened silently, and Yun Huang stepped out. Today he surprisingly wore a long robe of deep black with golden embroidery, further accentuating his formidable presence. He cast a glance at the bowing Yun Qing, his golden eyes lingering on him for a moment before he said lightly, "Walk with me." "Yes," Yun Qing replied, bowing slightly, his step steady as he quietly followed half a step behind Yun Huang. The two figures in dark attire, one in front and one behind, walked amidst the cascading palace corridors. As they passed the patrolling Yun Shao guards knelt on one knee in unison, the sound of their armor clinking resonating solemnly. In the distance, the family disciples who caught a glimpse also held their breath, bowing respectfully to the edge of the path. Only after the two figures had moved far away did they dare to quietly raise their heads, their eyes filled with awe and uncontainable curiosity. This pair of brothers with a delicate relationship walking side by side was a rare sight within the Yun clan. Yun Huang's footsteps eventually halted in front of the ancestral hall before the damaged, soul-stabilizing monument. Following the urgent handling by the discipline hall, the shattered spirit jade remnants had been cleaned up, yet the gaping scar on the monument's main body remained shocking, and within the depths of the crack the unresolved malevolent aura intertwined with the power of corrosion, rendering what should have been a resplendent ancient monument dull and fragile. Yun Huang stood silently before the monument, his gaze fixated on the cracked, dissatisfaction from the previous day seemingly resurfacing on his exquisite brow. His aura grew slightly heavy. Though he did not speak, the invisible low pressure made several kneeling attendants in the distance shiver, their sweat soaking their heavy garments. Yun Qing understood in his heart that while this ancestor spoke of not pursuing the matter, seeing this unsightly crack right before his eyes could hardly put him in a good mood. Yun Hao had been severely punished, which was well-deserved, but as Yun Shua's elder brother, he could not show no sign of concern both emotionally and rationally. Some of his past workplace experiences told him that when a leader says it's nothing, it is never truly nothing. What if it is a test of your insight? He still had to placate him. He took a step forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Young lord, this monument has been damaged. Although the surface is clear, the crack remains, and the malevolent energy has yet to dissipate, which is indeed unsightly. I am willing to attempt to repair it, to comfort the spirits within the monument, and to fulfill the young lord's intentions." Yun Huang glanced at him sideways, somewhat surprised. "You can repair it?" The material of the soul-stabilizing monument is unique, derived from ancient chaotic stones with inscriptions that are ancient and complex. Ordinary methods cannot reach the essence. I had intended to summon the few artifact masters from the clan to come immediately. I will do my best to try. Yun Qing did not boast, but his steady demeanor clearly showed he had great confidence. "Agreed. If it cannot be repaired, then go and receive your punishment." Yun Huang waved his sleeve, speaking unreasonably. Even with Yun Qing's confidence, he could not help but pause slightly at those words. He nearly forgot he still owed 10 lashes. This ancestor truly remembered every little detail. He turned his back to Yun Huang, secretly twitching his lips. Upon reaching the monument, He opened his heavy eyes, then stretched out his right hand palm, facing up, as a strand of pure chaotic energy emerged from his palm. This strand of chaotic energy seemed to contain the initial mysteries of all things, springing to life, utterly different from the annihilating dominance he exhibited during battles. He controlled this strand of chaotic energy, precisely infusing it into the crack of the monument. Wherever the chaotic energy passed, the malevolent aura melted away like remnant snow meeting the sun, while the corrosive power was directly devoured and dissipated. Even more astonishing was that the chaotic energy began to simulate and evolve a spirit that originated from the monument itself, the grayish mist flowing, as if it had life, intricately repairing every minute damage with the ancient inscriptions being redrawn. This was by no means a simple adhesion or filling, it was a rebirth and evolution from the level of energy to matter. The attendants kneeling around stared in astonishment, their respect for this young master deepening. Before long, the crack completely disappeared, the soul-stabilizing monument restored to its original state, radiating a warm and subtle glow, its aura even more majestic and profound than before the damage. Yun Huang gazed at the monument, now perfectly intact, and the hint of displeasure between his brows finally dissipated completely. He looked at Yun Qing, surprise and admiration evident in his golden eyes. Chaos, evolution, mending, and restoring. Your application of the chaotic Tao embryo has indeed become increasingly exquisite. It is all thanks to the young lord's guidance yesterday that I was able to gain some understanding. To alleviate the young lord's concerns is enough for me to repay your teachings, Yun Qing replied, sincerely, slightly bowing. Yet within he could not help but feel a hint of pride. See, didn't this just smooth things over? With the soul-stabilizing monument repaired, as before its radiance brilliant, Yun Huang shifted his gaze from the monument to the depths of the ancestral hall, his expression becoming somewhat distant. Beneath this monument lies a unique spiritual vein connecting to the core of the ancestral hall's forbidden ground. Suddenly Yun Huang spoke, his voice holding a few more indescribable ethereal tones than usual. There is where I descended into this realm, a place where my primordial spirit and physical body fused into one. His tone was plain, yet in Yun Qing's mind the celestial phenomena described in the narrative instantly emerged. At that time the celestial essence entered the realm, provoking the 9 heavens blazing sun to descend. The molten fires of the earth surged, illuminating thousands of miles for 3 days, resonating with the laws. Yun Qing's body stiffened slightly, his breath momentarily fluctuating. He immediately lowered his gaze, and when he raised it again his expression changed to one of astonishment and realization, as if hearing such earth-shattering secrets for the first time. He slightly widened his eyes, his gaze flickering between the soul-stabilizing monument and Yun Huang, cautiously choosing his words. So, this monument is actually connected to the energy veins of the place where the young lord was born. No wonder it contains such extraordinary essence. Yet he did not know that he and the young lord shared such a fate. Could it be that the young lord also descended into this world by relying on the soul-retrieving secret ceremony? He wondered what kind of magnificent scene existed in the realm the young lord came from. The reincarnation of celestial essence and the manifestation of the forbidden ground are the Yun clan's most profound secrets, which he should not be privy to. Thus he deliberately steered the conversation towards the relatively safe-known concept of the soul-retrieving secret ceremony, avoiding the core taboo of celestial essence reincarnation, while also attempting to draw closer. Yun Huang turned his gaze, the pale golden pupils resting on Yun Qing's face, which was filled with just the right amount of surprise, calm and unruffled, yet seemingly able to see through all facades. That gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, causing the air to become stagnant. Yun Qing's fingertips in his sleeve subconsciously curled slightly. In the end, Yun Huang merely withdrew his gaze, looking once again towards the depths of the ancestral hall, noncommittal. This silence was more unsettling to Yun Qing than direct questioning. Yun Huang's insight was too keen. This act of his might deceive for a moment, but it would not forever obscure the truth. The sword hanging over his head could fall at any moment. Yun Qing understood that the profound secrets he had glimpsed regarding the reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor would unleash a devastating storm if perceived by Yun Huang. What was the world like in your past life? Yun Huang did not answer Yun Qing's question, but casually tossed it back at him. It seemed like casual conversation, yet Yun Huang could afford to ignore his question, while he could not afford not to answer. Yun Qing sighed helplessly inwardly. The words of the second elder were indeed true. He was like an ancestral ghost. After pondering for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of relief and nostalgia, he slowly said, "In my past life, life between heaven and earth was as fleeting as a galloping horse, just like that. In my previous life, I was but an ordinary mortal among the masses, living no more than 100 years, toiling daily for a meager existence. What I witnessed of the world was merely a small fragment, and my experiences were nothing but the trivialities of daily life. Compared to this world where the great Tao is boundless and cultivators can soar and traverse the skies, it is truly a stark contrast, utterly incomparable. Yun Huang listened quietly, his face betraying no emotion, yet his golden eyes seemed to penetrate Yun Qing's soul. After a moment, he casually remarked, "Such opportunities should be seized well." "I will remember, master." Yun Qing bowed his head, his posture respectful. The soul stabilization tablet had been restored, its radiance more splendid than before. Yun Huang gazed for a moment, but said no more. Turning to leave, returned to the hall. Yes. Two figures in dark robes entered the Qi Wu main hall, the luminous pearls reflecting a serene glow, making the spacious hall appear even more solemn and majestic. As soon as he entered, Yun Qing sensed an additional presence in the hall. He saw a young man clad in the dark armor of the Yun Shao Guard who bore a 6 or 7 parts resemblance to him, yet had a more delicate and handsome face, standing respectfully in the shadow of a pillar like a lurking viper. This was none other than the direct grandson of the 12th elder Yun Qi. A trace of barely perceptible surprise flickered in Yun Qing's eyes. How could this person enter the Yun Shao Guard and be assigned to the Qi Wu Hall? The 12th elder's reach extended farther than he had anticipated. Upon seeing Yun Huang return, Yun Qi immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his movements standard and swift. Yun Qi pays respects to the young lord. Under the family's orders, I have joined the Yun Shao Guard starting today, here to report to the young lord and await your commands. His words were clear, his demeanor respectful, bearing a hint of the demeanor Yun Qing usually exhibited. Yun Huang did not halt his pace, seemingly ignoring him entirely, and walked straight to the main seat, merely offering a faint in acknowledgement. Yun Qing walked past calmly, subtly stepping aside to avoid Yun Kai's kneeling range, merely nodding slightly to him as a gesture of kinship, then stopping in front of the familiar position beside Yun Huang's throne, bowing his head slightly, his posture respectful yet natural. Yun Kai's eye twitched imperceptibly, quickly suppressing the surging jealousy within his heart and adjusting his expression. He respectfully presented a radiant jade slip with both hands, his voice becoming increasingly humble. "Young lord, under the command of the commander, I present the quarterly patrol summary of the Yun family's various domains for your review." Yun Huang did not raise his eyes, merely casually lifted his hand, signaling him to present it. Yun Kai's heart sank, and he stepped forward, bowing to carefully place the jade slip next to Yun Huang. Once Yun Huang accepted it, he did not retreat to the lower hall like ordinary attendants, but instead moved slightly, naturally positioning himself on the lower side of Yun Huang's throne, just like Yun Qing. In that moment before the dark jade throne, Yun Qing and Yun Qi stood opposed to each other, creating a left-right confrontation. Yun Huang's gaze lingered on him for a moment before lowering to look at the jade slip in his hand, remaining noncommittal. He neither expressed satisfaction nor dismissed him, seemingly approving of this subtle dynamic. Yun Qi lowered his gaze, yet his heart was filled with ecstasy. Indeed, his grandfather was astute. What those in power needed was never uniqueness, but tools that could be chosen and balanced. As long as he could demonstrate enough value to replace Yun Qing, he would be the next pride of the Yun family. The Qi Wu Hall fell into silence, only the subtle sound of Yun Huang flipping through the jade slip and the flowing brilliance of the pearls could be heard. No one spoke. Yun Qi also lowered his head, trying to blend himself into the background of attendants within the hall. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yun Qing, who stood silently across from him. The young master appeared focused on his nose on his heart, his long eyelashes drooping, obscuring the depths of his heavy pupils. He exuded a calm and reserved aura, a demeanor strikingly gentle and obedient compared to his sharp image from the day before outside the ancestral hall. This Yun Qing is actually putting on such a mild and humble facade in front of the young lord. Even such a prodigy must stoop so low. No wonder grandfather was so wary. It seems the young lord's identity and power are far more terrifying than the rumors outside suggest. His thoughts whirled rapidly, leading to deeper speculation and apprehension regarding Yun Huang. After enduring the suffocating silence for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yun Qi felt increasingly uneasy, as if the invisible pressure was about to crush him. He took a deep breath, just as he was about to find an opportunity to speak up, to assert his presence and break this oppressive silence that was unfavorable to him. At the very moment his lips parted, Yun Qing moved. He did not look at Yun Qi, merely stepping forward half a pace, naturally and effortlessly picking up the spiritual jade teacup on Yun Huang's table. With a slight release of spiritual energy from his fingertips, white mist instantly rose from the teacup, its temperature precisely controlled to the most suitable moment for drinking. He gently placed the teacup back beside Yun Huang, the entire process smooth and flowing, imbued with an indescribable intimacy and understanding. Young lord, the morning dew is heavy and cold. Drink some hot tea to warm yourself. His gentle words carried just the right amount of concern. Yun Huang's hand, which had been reviewing the document, paused slightly as he glanced at Yun Qing with his deep golden eyes, which were inscrutable, revealing neither approval nor anything else. However, he did not stop him, and instead casually picked up the perfectly warm teacup, taking a small sip. Only then did Yun Qing appear to notice Yun Kai's presence, turning his head slightly, a smile that seemed gentle but was actually distant curving at the corner of his lips. Cousin Yun Qi, you have worked hard on duty. Would you like a cup too? One would think the young lord is kind-hearted enough not to be stingy with a cup of spiritual tea in the hall. What did he mean by this? Was he merely a humble servant, truly considering himself the master of the Qi Wu Hall? Yun Kai's anger surged within him, but he forced a stiff smile onto his face, attempting to maintain his composure while subtly stepping on Yun Qing's toes. Thank you for your kind offer, young master. However, this tea is exclusive to the young lord, imbued with exceptional spiritual energy. How could a lowly person like me dare to drink it? Yun Huang continued to lower his gaze at the jade slip in his hand, seemingly oblivious to the clash between the two. Yet upon closer inspection, one could catch a fleeting smile at the corner of his lips, gone in an instant. Enough. Yun Huang set down the teacup, his voice flat, as he interrupted, returning his gaze to the scroll. If there is nothing more, you may leave. This was directed at Yun Qi. All the words Yun Qi had prepared were blocked, and he dared not show a hint of dissatisfaction, only deeply bowing to conceal the gloom in his eyes, reluctantly saying, "Yes." Qi takes his leave. Just as he turned to leave, at the very moment he was about to step out of the hall, cough. A light cough, suppressed, yet still revealing a trace of weakness, came from behind. Yun Kai's steps halted abruptly, and with immense willpower he restrained his instinct to turn back. He keenly sensed that the aura behind him, which had been as deep and quiet as a serene abyss, was now disturbed like a lake disturbed by thrown stones, rippling with unmistakable chaotic waves. This was clearly a sign of unstable inner breath, forcefully suppressing injuries. He is actually holding on. Yun Kai's heart trembled violently, a mix of ecstasy and cold calculation rising within him. Of course, with Yun Hao crippled Yun Shuo as the source of conflict, how could the young master not vent his anger on this brother? His earlier eagerness to target me, deliberately provoking me to incite the young master to dismiss me, was undoubtedly to prevent me from lingering and discovering his flaws. He must be seriously injured. This discovery nearly caused him to lose his respectful demeanor. The hall door silently closed behind Yun Qi. Inside the hall, only Yun Huang and Yun Qing remained. Looking at the vanishing figure of Yun Qi, Yun Qing's expression was normal. Where was the hint of weakness that Yun Qi had imagined? His breathing steady, his deep golden pupils showed no emotion. That timely cough seemed merely an illusion. The lineage of the 12 elders lurked like a venomous snake in the shadows. Without conclusive evidence, the family would never dare to take drastic measures against a powerful elder and his direct descendant for a failed conspiracy. Since this is the case, rather than passively waiting for the other party to strike, it is better to take the initiative and draw them out. The first step is to feign weakness. He must make Yun Qi believe that he is gravely injured and his strength diminished, allowing that greed and urgency to swell. Yun Qing slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the Immortal Emperor, who sat high on the jade throne, seemingly eternally immersed in the vast affairs of the clan. Suddenly, Yun Huang raised his eyes. Yun Qing unexpectedly met those golden pupils that seemed to see through everything, his body stiffening slightly, with a guilty conscience overwhelmed by that invisible pressure. Cough. Cough, cough. He immediately covered it up with a few light coughs, quickly plastering an exaggeratedly flattering smile on his face, stepping forward naturally to pick up the jade pot and refill the steaming spirit tea in Yun Huang's already empty cup. The spring wind is troublesome. Look, I am coughing. Young master, please drink more hot tea to warm your spiritual veins and dispel the chill. His double pupils eagerly gazed at Yun Huang, filled with concern and guilt. Seeing that Yun Huang still showed little expression, his golden pupils deep and inscrutable, Yun Qing quickly modified his words, his tone becoming more sincere. Young master, you must be very weary reviewing clan affairs. May I give you a shoulder massage? He paused, then tentatively added, or a leg massage. Yun Huang finally lifted his gaze, casting a silent glance at him, as if to say today, I realize how theatrical you truly are, a fleeting wave of helplessness flashing in the depths of his golden pupils. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely lowering his eyes again, focusing on the jade slip in his hand, tacitly allowing this noisy concern. Yun Qing felt a slight relief in his heart knowing he had passed this hurdle. Tacit approval was itself a form of unspoken indulgence, allowing him to act freely from then on. When Yun Huang finally finished processing the last jade slip at hand and rose to walk towards the inner chamber, Yun Qing seemed to suddenly remember something, respectfully addressing that dark-clad figure with a gentle and melodious voice. "Young master, I have something to report." Yun Huang did not stop his steps, only lightly replied with a single word, "Speak." According to clan rules, those who are among the 12 young masters must periodically take turns teaching at the clan academy to demonstrate the passing of knowledge and to inspire the younger generation. As a member of the family, I have also taken part in this, though I was assigned by the second elder, and today at noon, I am required to go to the Sunshine Academy to teach. Yun Qing spoke steadily, providing sufficient reasoning. Yun Huang finally stopped, turning around. His faint golden pupils fell on Yun Qing, slightly furrowing his brow, the surrounding air suddenly thickening. "Oh, you want to take leave again?" His tone was flat, yet it felt like a storm was brewing. "Just yesterday, I allowed you to rest, and today, you have official business again." Did he really think this attendant was a reward rather than a punishment? Yun Qing immediately bowed, his demeanor increasingly sincere, even his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. "I would never dare to neglect my duty as an attendant." However, he subtly shifted his tone, lifting his gaze, a flash of cunning mischief crossing his double pupils, and his voice softened slightly, speaking of it, "Those little ones in the clan academy, on ordinary days here of young master's magnificent presence, all admire and look up to you, as if you were the sun and moon longing to see you. If young master happens to have some free time today and is willing to step down and personally visit the clan academy to admire the scenery, even if it is just for a moment, it would be the utmost honor and inspiration for them, far surpassing any idle talk I could give for 100 days. I wonder, would young master be willing to lower himself and accompany me to take a look?" He smiled widely, as if it were merely an ordinary invitation to journey together. Yun Huang stared at him for a moment, weighing the sincerity and calculation within. For a long while, just when Yun Qing thought he would refuse in silence, Yun Huang nodded slightly, speaking in a tone still devoid of emotion. "Lead the way." "Yes." A glimmer of triumph flashed in Yun Qing's eyes as he stepped aside in a gesture of invitation. "Young master, please." As he lowered his gaze, his thick eyelashes perfectly concealed the fleeting cold glimmer deep within his pupils. "You wish to use me as a stepping stone to replace me? Then let us see on this chessboard what kind of splendid play can unfold in front of this immortal emperor who has thoughts as deep as the sea and controls everything." Inside the hall, the luminous pearls flowed with brilliance, illuminating the youth in dark robes, with ink-black hair, standing still like a deep abyss. Outside the hall, a figure clad in dark armor stood like a statue by the door, Yun Qi. Seeing Yun Huang and Yun Qing walking out together, seemingly heading elsewhere, a flash of sharpness appeared in Yun Kai's eyes, and he immediately stepped forward. He knelt on one knee, his posture exceedingly respectful. "May I ask where young master wishes to go?" "I will prepare the immortal carriage right away and am willing to lead a small team to escort you to avoid disturbing the sacred travel." His reasoning was resplendent, making it difficult to refuse. Yun Qing's heart stirred, the bait taken. He looked at Yun Huang, awaiting his decision. Yun Huang's gaze lingered on Yun Qi for a brief moment, not giving a clear answer. Granted. Thus the trip to the clan academy became a journey for three. Yun Huang walked with composure, leading the way, Yun Qing half a step behind, his expression calm, while Yun Qi followed with a team of elite Yun Shao guards, quietly locking onto Yun Qing with his divine sense, missing not a single flaw. The Yun Clan Academy was located in a secluded valley within the clan's mountainous area, where spiritual veins converged, divided into 4 halls: sun, moon, stars, and constellations. As the group reached the valley entrance, they could hear the sounds of reading and the clear ringing of swords below, a scene of vibrant vitality. The group landed on the white jade celestial platform in the valley, and at the moment Yun Huang's figure appeared, the entire Sunshine Academy seemed shrouded in an invisible force of law, instantly falling silent. All the young disciples, whether practicing moves, sparring, or reciting ancient texts, stood frozen in place, their gazes all focused on that dark-clad figure with golden embroidery. Shock, awe, fervor, disbelief, a myriad of emotions intertwined and flickered. The young master of the Shao family, Yun Huang. He actually came to the clan academy. The elder in charge of the clan's teachings hurriedly rushed out of the lecture hall, nearly stumbling as he bowed and greeted, his voice trembling slightly. I was unaware of the young lord's arrival and failed to welcome you from afar. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Yun Huang simply waved his hand dismissively and walked directly to the front of the celestial platform, taking his seat in the best vantage point that had just been cleared. He then closed his eyes, exuding an air of noble detachment, seemingly uninterested in the upcoming lecture. Yun Qing stepped to the front of the stage dressed in dark robes with black hair, his posture reminiscent of a solitary pine, standing tall. Facing countless curious, admiring, scrutinizing, and even secretly jealous gazes from the audience, his expression remained calm as he confidently began today's lecture on basic spiritual energy operation and practical techniques. His voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring breaking down the obscure and complex principles of spiritual energy into easily understandable concepts. Occasionally, he personally demonstrated techniques, his movements smooth and graceful, capturing the attention of the young disciples below, stirring their aspirations, even making them unconsciously breathe more lightly. What I just explained is that the core of spiritual energy operation lies in intent guiding the qi generating power. It emphasizes guidance and control rather than relying on brute force. He scanned the audience, ultimately landing his gaze on a bashful and uneasy young boy of mixed lineage who felt particularly uncomfortable due to Yun Huang's presence. A gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze curled at the corners of his lips. For example, "You step forward. Use the basic qi manipulation technique and attack me with your strongest move." The boy, startled, gathered his internal spiritual energy and shakily threw a punch. His posture was crooked and the spiritual energy dispersed like sand. Yun Qing did not dodge or avoid, nor did he even use his spiritual energy. At the moment the boy's fist was about to reach him, he extended two long fingers, seemingly casually brushing, guiding, and sending the boy's wrist. His movements were as ethereal and agile as a butterfly resting on a flower. The boy felt a gentle, yet powerful surge of spiritual energy flow into his meridians. His originally scattered and chaotic spiritual energy was suddenly organized by an invisible, mysterious hand, instinctively condensing and compressing along a trajectory that resonated with the rhythm of the heavens, finally converging violently at his fist. Whoosh! A pure white energy blast, several times more refined and powerful than before, shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, producing a clear, tearing sound. "Did you understand?" Yun Qing retracted his hand and gently smiled at the stunned disciples, his tone embodying an admirable composure and confidence. "Spiritual energy is like the water of a river. It's better to let it flow than to block it, and better to guide than to disperse it. The key lies in finding the right flow and rhythm, directing it according to the circumstances. With a light push, one can achieve great results. This is the essence of practical techniques. It is not about pursuing extreme power, but teaching you how to use every bit of spiritual energy within you more efficiently and accurately." With such an immediate and miraculous demonstration, the disciples below eagerly rubbed their fists, itching to try. "You may spar with each other," Yun Qing said, and the atmosphere instantly grew lively. He smiled as he watched these vibrant figures full of infinite possibility. Just as he was about to speak further, a loud thud from the northwestern corner of the sunlit courtyard interrupted, accompanied by several stifled gasps and disdainful chuckles. Everyone turned to see a proud scion clad in luxurious robes using a fierce palm wind to force back a dark-clad youth opposite him. The boy with unsteady steps and a pale face was none other than Yun Li, who had been severely punished by Yun Huang and had yet to recover from his damaged dantian. He gritted his teeth, a trace of glaring red seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with a grim determination as he held his back straight. "Yun Li, your wave's crushing force is weak and full of flaws. It seems that after your last punishment, your dantian has been completely ruined. You truly bring shame upon our Sunlight Academy." The scion's face was openly disdainful, his voice rising. "You might as well roll off to Moonlight. No, the Moonlight Academy probably thinks you're a burden too. You should go to Yunya Cottage and keep those little kids company. However, they at least have complete dantians and future prospects which are likely far beyond your capabilities as a waste." His words were vicious, each strike aimed directly at Yun Li's old wounds, clearly intending to humiliate. Out of the corner of his eye, he occasionally glanced at Yun Huang, sitting silently on the high platform with an undisguised intent to curry favor. Many disciples around watched with cold eyes, some showing mockery, while others dared not express their anger. Due to his background and temperament, Yun Li did not have many friends, and given that everyone knew he had angered the young lord and was punished, ordinary people were even less willing to associate with him. The mixed-blood boy who had been called up to demonstrate by Yun Qing hid not far behind Yun Li, his lips moving slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent after struggling for a moment. Yun Li bit his lip tightly, fists clenched, his eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Yet due to the stagnation of his internal spiritual energy and the dull pain in his dantian, he could not retort. Previously injured by Yun Huang's divine strength, his dantian was damaged. Though not incurable, it required an extremely rare consolidation pill for a complete recovery. This pill was difficult to refine, and the herbs were hard to find. Moreover, his mixed blood status and the fact that he had clearly offended the clan leader made it so that the elders and stewards in charge of resource distribution were naturally unwilling to take risks for a discarded child, causing his injuries to linger until now. Just as the scion was grinning even wider with spiritual energy surging around him, preparing to utterly defeat Yun Li and publicly humiliate him, a dark figure like a gentle breeze suddenly intervened between the two. Yun Qing did not strike, but casually flicked his fingers. A tremendous surge of chaotic spiritual energy swept out effortlessly, dissolving the scion's fierce and ruthless palm wind. At the same time, a gentle force steadied the staggering Yun Li. When sparring with kin, one should know when to stop. Bullying the weak and attacking someone's injuries is not the behavior of a gentleman, and it goes against the teachings of the clan. Yun Qing's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority, his dual-colored eyes sweeping over the scion, causing him to feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, all his arrogance freezing on his face. The scion's face shifted from red to green, wanting to argue, but finding all his words stuck in his throat upon meeting Yun Qing's piercing gaze, finally coming out as a stammered, "Yes, the eldest young master is right." He had originally wanted to please the young lord, but did not expect to offend this eldest young master, who was clearly favored by him instead. Did Yun Li, this sullen and unlikable boy, actually have a connection with the eldest young master? Seeing him like this, Yun Qing could not help but sigh inwardly. What those above favor, those below will surely follow suit. He then turned to Yun Li, his gaze falling on his pale face and the hand tightly gripping his dantian. Yun Li instinctively averted his gaze when he met his eyes, feeling a mix of embarrassment, vigilance, and a trace of barely perceptible self-deprecation. Yun Qing did not say much more. He took out a simple jade vial and casually tossed it to Yun Li, speaking gently and plainly. "This is the foundation restoration pill, sufficient to fully heal your old dantian injury. Take it and focus on your cultivation. Do not let a moment of impulse lead you astray and ruin your own ambition and integrity." Of course, this was not the 9 turns returning jade pill infused with spiritual energy given by Yun Huang. What a joke. If he were to give away a pill personally refined by that ancestor, which also contained its original aura, who knows how Yun Huang would react given his seemingly aloof yet extremely petty nature. Yun Qing could almost imagine the scene of those pale golden eyes narrowing while the surrounding temperature dropped by 10 degrees. Yun Li instinctively caught the jade bottle, feeling its warmth and the lingering scent of the refreshing medicinal aroma. He looked at Yun Qing in disbelief. This elixir was exactly what he had longed for. He had wandered outside the Deacon Hall several times, leaving in despair, yet did not expect that the one who would finally lend him a hand would be this brother of his whom he had secretly envied, and who was also a product of the secondary branch. That person was clearly already on cloud 9, respected by the young lord, and possessed unfathomable strength. Why would he bother with someone like him who was mired in mud and harbored malicious thoughts? Just as Yun Li was in a daze, a lazy and teasing voice resonated in Yun Qing's consciousness. "Oh, the brother is quite generous towards those who disrespect this lord. Do you know that this young man harbors deep grievances against you, and his jealousy is hard to quell?" On the day of the spirit measurement ceremony, although he looked down on the various expressions of people below the stage with his vast divine sense, he could easily perceive everything like a mirror reflecting myriad phenomena, clearly seeing Yun Li's twisted jealousy and expectation. Yun Qing's expression remained unchanged as he responded through sound transmission, his words carrying a clarity born from worldly experience. Youthful arrogance often leads one astray, blinded by momentary inner demons. Who among the young has not had their share of competitiveness and even jealousy? Although I observe that his actions are somewhat dark and obsessive, he has not lost his bottom line and still possesses a protective heart towards the weak. The earlier conflict was likely mostly to protect that young man from the secondary branch who just took the stage right. He paused, slightly pleading. "It is also my oversight. I did not expect that letting that young man take the stage would make him a target of the direct line. With the young lord's esteemed status, why should he bicker with a struggling young man? Yun Qing had entered the Chaos Ancient Cave for secluded cultivation since childhood, and after returning most of his focus had been on how to survive under the hand of this reincarnated Immortal Emperor brother. It is somewhat embarrassing to say that he has shown limited concern for his younger brother Yun Huang, who shares the same mother. Furthermore, having just returned to the clan with a shallow foundation, Yun Huang and other children from the secondary branch had often relied on Yun Li's secret protection in the sunlit courtyard. His gratitude on that day at the Decree Palace was not mere flattery. On the other side of the consciousness, Yun Huang remained silent, whether out of indifference or tacit approval of this seemingly favoring request was unknown. In the courtyard, Yun Li tightly gripped the jade bottle, looking at the poised and elegant Yun Qing before him. His pair of dual pupils was deep and tranquil, devoid of disdain or pity. An indescribable sense of shame and self-loathing surged within him. His previous dark thoughts seemed so despicable and ridiculous in the face of the other's open-mindedness. He trembled as he held the jade bottle, lowering his head, his voice hoarse and dry. "Thank you, young lord." Yun Qing helped Yun Li up, turning his gaze to all the disciples in the courtyard. His clear voice suddenly turned solemn, accompanied by an invisible pressure that resonated clearly in the ears of every disciple. The clan's academy is a place for self-cultivation, not for competition and conflict. Talent and character are the foundations of the Tao. The Yun family's disciples, regardless of their lineage, should prioritize improving their cultivation and maintaining harmony within the clan. If anyone dares to bully their kin for no reason or disregards the rules, no matter their background, severe punishment awaits. Each word carried immense weight. The combination of Yun Qing's unfathomable strength and the presence of the young lord, who sat with his eyes closed but was not to be ignored, instantly silenced the entire sunlit courtyard. All disciples bowed in unison, their voices merging like a tide. "We will heed the young lord's teachings." The faces of the provocative, direct-line disciples turned pale, cold sweat dripping down. They stole glances at Yun Huang, who showed no signs of expression, no longer daring to take any chances, and followed the crowd in, deeply bowing, not daring to lift their heads. While everyone's attention was drawn to this conflict, Yun Qi, who had been fixated on Yun Qing, finally got what he wanted. At the moment Yun Qing waved his sleeve to dissipate the gust of wind, an imperceptible stagnation in his aura appeared once again. Although it was quickly concealed perfectly for Yun Qi, who bore the spirit-devouring body and was exceptionally sensitive to energy fluctuations, this was undoubtedly a clear signal. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Yun Kai's heart surged with joy like a tidal wave, and he could hardly suppress the impulse to act immediately. His spirit-devouring body could not be mistaken. Regardless of how Yun Kai's thoughts churned restlessly, Yun Qing continued his lecture today with composure. His words were witty, and his metaphors were vivid and apt. The tense atmosphere created by the earlier incident gradually transformed into a fervent desire for knowledge. The eyes of the young disciples grew brighter, and some began to muster their courage to raise their hands to ask questions. "Young lord, if one encounters an opponent whose spiritual power attributes counter one's own, how can one resolve that during close combat? Young lord, how can one maintain smooth and unhindered core spiritual energy circulation while moving at high speed?" Yun Qing patiently answered each question, his words precise and to the point. Occasionally, he would introduce some unique metaphors from his past life, leading the young men to exclaim in sudden realization, and the cheerful laughter enveloped the sunlit courtyard. At this moment, notions of lineage, status, and faction differences seemed to temporarily dissipate in this harmonious atmosphere. Yun Qing stood before everyone dressed in dark robes, with ink-black hair, tall and elegant. His expression was focused and gentle, radiating a warmth akin to the spring sun, patiently nurturing these seedlings of the family. The figure on the training ground, exuding sharp brilliance and battle intent, seemed to overlap with the obedient and sly demeanor before Yun Huang, presenting yet another side that was truly admirable. On the high platform, Yun Huang remained seated with closed eyes, resembling a statue of a deity, as if all the disputes and fluctuations of the hearts below were merely insignificant dramas of dust. At this moment, as the lecture neared its end, he slightly lifted his eyelids, his light golden pupils sweeping over Yun Qing, before glancing at the excited discussions of the disciples below. It seemed, indeed, more pleasing to the eye than merely being a sharp blade or an interesting vessel. When Yun Qing announced the class was over, many disciples were left wanting more, but could only rise, tidy their robes, and respectfully bow towards his direction, their voices crisp and uniform. "Thank you, young lord, for your guidance." Yun Qing cupped his hands and calmly returned the gesture in all directions. Then he quickly walked to the foot of the platform and bowed to the now open-eyed Yun Huang, reporting, "Young lord, the lesson is complete." Yun Huang lightly acknowledged with an his dark robe sleeves swaying as he stood up and left. Yun Qing followed closely behind, his stride composed. As Yun Huang stepped out of the Clan Academy Valley, he did not look back at Yun Qing, who was following him closely. Instead, a clear sound transmission, like a cold stream, resonated directly in Yun Qing's consciousness. "Your performance was quite good." His tone paused slightly, carrying a rare hint of interest. "Do you require my lord's slight cooperation?" Yun Qing's steps imperceptibly hesitated for a moment, then returned to normal. He lowered his gaze, confusion and submissiveness appearing on his handsome face. "Qing is dull and does not understand what the young lord means. Was there anything improper in the lesson I just taught?" Yun Huang snorted with a hint of mockery, as if seeing through everything, and then said no more. Until the two figures disappeared beyond the courtyard gate, the academy erupted into suppressed excitement and discussion. Heavens! The young lord and the eldest son really came. The eldest son taught so well. I really learned something. Did the young lord just glance at me? On the edge of the crowd, Yun Li watched Yun Qing's tall figure gradually walk away, and even he himself had not fully realized the admiration blooming within him. Crack, crack. On the unseen trajectory of fate, it seemed that someone's destiny was quietly shifting towards an unknown, yet inevitably different direction. The two no longer rode in the royal carriage, but strolled leisurely like ordinary cultivators. In the valley, the streams babbled, and the spiritual plants exhaled their essence, providing a rare respite from clan affairs. It was rare for this young lord to have such leisurely interests, and Yun Qing naturally delighted in accompanying him, his spirit relaxing momentarily with the tranquil scenery around. Just as Yun Qing's mind began to ease, Yun Huang suddenly moved ahead. Without turning, he raised his hand casually and gently grasped at the void without any warning. A resonant hum echoed through the space. In an instant, the light in the valley dimmed, as if all brilliance had been forcibly seized by that hand. The pure and vast Huangyang divine power surged like 100 rivers converging into the sea, wildly gathering into the palm of Yun Huang. A perfectly condensed sphere of light rotated and appeared above his palm. That sphere of light resembled a miniature sun, its core white-hot, with molten crimson flames flowing along its edges, emanating a terrifying energy that made one's soul tremble. The air around the sphere distorted violently, producing a mournful sound as if glass were shattering. It was an energy core formed purely from the highly compressed Huangyang divine power. A sense of extreme foreboding surged through Yun Qing's body. Before he could react, Yun Huang slowly turned around, his pale golden eyes reflecting the miniature sun in his palm, shining with a heart-stopping brilliance as he curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Since my brother wishes to feign weakness, how could I bear not to assist?" Without giving Yun Qing a chance to refuse, he flicked his finger lightly. The energy core, exuding a sense of destruction, did not attack Yun Qing, but transformed into a beam of golden light, silently merging into the ground beneath Yun Qing's feet. Boom! In the next moment, the ground within a radius of 3 zhang around Yun Qing suddenly lit up with countless intertwining golden patterns of flames and flowing light. The array was instantly activated, and a magnificent divine light shot up to the skies, completely engulfing Yun Qing. He felt the space around him turn white, as if he were forcibly separated from his original world, plummeting into the core of the sun. Endless Huangyang divine power surged into his body from all directions. It was not an attack, but rather a refinement. No, to put it more accurately, it was like a forced injection. Scorching, burning pain, tearing. The power was far more violent and primal than what he had felt during the previous sparring session, like millions of red-hot steel needles viciously piercing into his meridians, bones, and organs, even reaching deep into his soul. The chaotic Tao fetus operated autonomously, the gray chaotic energy surging forth, attempting to devour these intruders. However, this Huangyang divine power was too overwhelming, too pure, carrying Yun Huang's will that surpassed all things, forcibly colliding, merging, and obliterating with his chaotic energy. Ugh! Yun Qing groaned softly, veins bulging on his forehead, the muscles beneath his dark attire spasming violently from the extreme pain. He bit down hard on his teeth, blood seeping from between them as the chaotic energy within his dual pupils circulated at an unprecedented speed, attempting to analyze and adapt to this destructive power. In an instant, he understood Yun Huang's intention. Yun Huang was using the most domineering method to forcibly help him feign injury. Embrace the source, guard the one, draw Huangyang into the chaos, using annihilation to nurture vitality. Yun Huang's cold voice penetrated the searing flames, clearly reaching Yun Qing's consciousness, which was nearly submerged in pain. Yun Qing's spirit jolted, and he exerted all his energy. The chaotic Tao fetus encompasses all evolving into myriad laws. He guided the violent Huangyang divine power into the chaotic cyclone, forcibly suppressing and stripping away its intense life with the intent of annihilation, and then shattered and decomposed it through the chaotic path, transforming it into the most primordial particles of Yang attribute energy, cautiously integrating them into his own spiritual energy circulation. Time lost all meaning at that moment. It was unclear how long had passed before the Huangyang divine light that filled the valley gradually receded and the patterns on the ground dimmed. Yun Qing still stood in place, but his face was as pale as paper with dried blood at the corners of his lips, and his breath was chaotic and weak, making him appear exceptionally real. At present he did indeed look as if he had not yet recovered from serious injuries, even his primordial aura becoming mixed and unstable. As for how much pure Huangyang essence he had absorbed and refined under this torment, and how much deeper his understanding of the chaos had become, well, that was something he could not disclose to Yun Qi. Yun Huang quietly approached Yun Qing, extending his slender finger, the tip wrapped in a strand of chaotic spiritual energy, gently pointing at Yun Qing's brow. Yun Qing's body instinctively stiffened, forcibly suppressing the urge to dodge. When the fingertip touched his skin, a cool sensation spread. A stream of cool and gentle chaotic energy flowed into his nearly parched consciousness, rapidly nourishing and soothing the minute cracks caused by refining the Huangyang divine power, while also stabilizing the deliberately created state of weakness and confusion within him. Now it looks right. Yun Huang withdrew his hand, his tone flat. There is no need to thank me too much. However, if only he could better conceal the sly smile in his eyes, Yun Qing might indeed have bowed slightly to say, "Thank you, young lord, for your assistance." Now, Yun Qing could only suppress that absurd helplessness in his heart, shaking his head inwardly. He endured, considering it as giving in to his brother's ill-tempered nature. Just as the two engaged in this silent banter, the corner of Yun Qing's eye keenly caught sight of several figures hurrying from the distant forest. At the forefront was Yun Qi. Previously, Yun Qi and the others had been obstructed by that terrifying energy field. Now, with the formation dissipated, they hurriedly approached. Yun Qi immediately saw Yun Qing's pale face, and the unstable aura surrounding him, his heart filled with wild joy, as if wild grass were growing madly. Just as he was about to ask with concern, suddenly, Yun Huang, who had been quietly watching, suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with cold light, the golden pupil sharp as lightning piercing towards the azure sky. His gaze crossed endless voids, firmly locking onto some invisible existence. Yun Qi was captivated by this aura, unable to speak. Yun Qing also sensed this unusual atmosphere and took a step forward to softly inquire, "Young lord." He similarly activated his dual pupils, straining to follow Yun Huang's gaze, attempting to look towards that boundless high sky. Dimly it seemed there was indeed some vast and vague outline of a law flickering in the gaps at the end of the world. Suddenly a pair of slender jade-like hands unexpectedly covered Yun Qing's eyes, carrying an irresistible force that blocked all his sight. Yun Huang shook his head slightly, seeming suddenly disinterested, and spoke lightly, "Let's return. You will know in due time." Then, without saying more, his dark figure merged into the light, slightly distorting, and in the next moment, he vanished from the spot and directly returned to the Kawute. Yun Qing stood in place as if the cool touch of that fingertip still lingered before him. He gazed in the direction where Yun Huang had disappeared, feeling a chill in his heart, certain that something significant was about to happen. Meanwhile, Yun Qi, unable to contain himself any longer, saw Yun Huang leave and immediately stepped forward to intercept Yun Qing, who was also about to turn. He hasn't forgotten the important matters. Seeing Yun Qing turn back, Yun Qi immediately wore a concerned smile, clasping his hands and saying, "Eldest young master." As he saluted, his divine sense quickly scanned Yun Qing's pale face and the chaotic, unstable aura surrounding him. Indeed, this Yun Qing had actually stood up for that little brat Yun Li, and the young lord was indeed displeased, imposing a punishment. Yun Kai's heart swelled with joy, but his face wore a look of genuine concern. "I wonder if the young lord..." It must be that the eldest young master was exhausted from teaching today and toiling over clan affairs, causing old injuries to flare up. Recently, my little brother obtained a 3,000-year-old blood jade spirit mushroom, which is remarkably effective for solidifying the foundation and nurturing wounds. It would truly be a waste in my hands, a precious gem dulled by dust. If the eldest young master does not despise it, I am willing to offer this medicine, and I hope the eldest young master can forgive my previous offenses. Yun Qing halted his steps, deliberately forcing himself to appear strong. Thank you for your concern, Yun Qi. It was merely that I overexerted myself yesterday, triggering some old injuries. A few days of rest will suffice. He seemed intent on concealing it, unwilling to discuss his injuries further. I see. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yun Kai's eyes, feigning realization, then taking half a step closer, lowering his voice with a hint of righteous indignation. Speaking of which, it's all that reckless and ignorant Yun Hao's fault. If it weren't for his deliberate provocation, how could the eldest young master have been implicated? There's no need to mention the past. Yun Qing abruptly interrupted him, his tone slightly cold, a flicker of anger flashing through his dual pupils. This display reinforced Yun Kai's suspicion that Yun Qing was being punished by the young lord and was forcing himself to hold on. The eldest young master has a broad mind. I was wrong to speak. Yun Qi readily complied, no longer dwelling on the matter. Yun Qing knew that going too far would be counterproductive, and seeing him cease questioning, he directly formed seals and returned to the Kawutang. As for what Yun Qi speculated and imagined after he left, it was no longer within Yun Qing's considerations. Outside, the Kawutian clouds billowed and the sunset glow painted the sky, while the branches of the crimson flame divine tree swirled with a red sheen in the twilight. As Yun Qing stepped onto the square paved with 9 heaven snow jade, he saw a figure embroidered in dark gold standing alone beneath the divine tree, with wide sleeves billowing in the wind. This was Yun Huang. He looked up at the sky, the sharp lines of his profile appearing cold and distant in the darkening light, while an aura of pressure surrounded him, slightly distorting the space, as if he were waiting for something or merely gazing at the realm that once lay under his control. They have arrived, Yun Huang said without turning back, his pale golden eyes still fixed on the heavens, his voice as clear and cold as jade striking against jade. Yun Qing paused his steps, recalling Yun Huang's previous words, "You will know soon enough." He refrained from interrupting, slowly moving to stand beside Yun Huang, also looking up. The two brothers, one like a blazing sun hanging in the sky, radiating brilliance, the other like an ancient abyss, quiet and profound. In this gathering twilight, they formed a strikingly tense picture. Without the need for words, an invisible tacit understanding flowed in the silence. The surrounding Yun Shao guards had retreated to a distance, holding their breath and bowing their heads, not daring to disturb the tranquility of this small world. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. In that instant, clang! A distant and grand bell tolled, seemingly echoing from the primordial chaos. The bell sounded without warning from the heavens above. It forcefully crashed into the souls of every living being, carrying an unparalleled rhythm that shook the very foundations of the Tao, as if the great Tao itself had descended, resonating with the laws. Clang, clang, clang. 9 successive tolls rang out, each more majestic than the last, each more shocking. The mountains and rivers trembled, and the seas of clouds surged. The sound of the bell echoed throughout every corner of the Tianyuan Continent. Whether it was an ancient monster in closed-door cultivation for 1,000 years, or a young child just stepping onto the path of the Tao, whether in the bustling heart of prosperous sects or in desolate, uninhabited wastelands, all beings trembled in spirit, uncontrollably gazing up at the heavens. In the next moment, under the gaze of countless astonished, excited, and fervent eyes above the 9 heavens, purple chi surged for 30,000 miles, and golden light spanned 3,000 domains. A vast scroll that could not be described in words, like the Tao opening its eyes, spanned across the myriad worlds above. Golden light shimmered, laws intertwined, the aura of chaos permeated, and under the supreme majesty, even true immortals had to bow their heads. On the scroll, 2 lines of ancient celestial script containing supreme Tao rhythms slowly emerged, like the imprint of the great Tao, their meaning self-evident, their sound resonating, proclaiming to the universe. The 9 heavens suspension list responds to the celestial period. The great talents of all domains pay homage to the Qingyun. As the poem took form, the heavens and earth resonated. The rosy glow was magnificent, and the sound of the Tao was grand. The 9 heavens Qingyun list. It is the 9 heavens Qingyun list that has opened. An ancient monster with a dwindling lifespan was so excited that it tore through the void, tears streaming down its face. A prosperous age. This is the true era of great contention. I will definitely make the list. Countless young talents shone with brilliance in their eyes, their blood boiling, fighting spirit soaring into the skies. The entire Tianyuan continent was plunged into madness. In the market of Nanjian Continent, merchants abandoned their stalls to cheer. In the secret realms of Baijilu Continent, reclusive cultivators who had ignored worldly affairs broke through their barriers. Before the sects of Tianyuan Continent, disciples surrounded their elders, gazing at the sky, all trembling with excitement. In the restaurant of a prosperous celestial city in the eastern region, an old man with white hair stroked his beard and loudly explained to the surrounding cultivators, "Do you all know the origin of the 9 heavens Tianyuan list? This is a list determined by the Tao with no fixed time for its opening. It only emerges when a prosperous age arrives and great talents rise. If one can make the list, their path in this life will be smooth. As the saying goes, the great Tao reveals victory and defeat on the path to Qingyun. One proves their immortal form. What benefits are there to making the list?" A young cultivator eagerly asked. The old loose cultivator at the adjacent table replied, "Little one, the benefits of making the list can be said to be against the heavens. Not to mention rewards like ancient legacies and keys to secret realms. Those deep-rooted sects and families wouldn't lack for this. What those great figures value is the personal favor of the Tao after making the list, and the sect enjoying good fortune in return. It is the word fortune. The more talents that make the list, the greater the clan's fortune and sect's chi, and they can also summon the spiritual veins of heaven and earth to protect the territory." Upon hearing this, the previous white-haired old man took over the conversation, vaguely pointing to the heavens, speaking mysteriously, "Do you know that Yun high up in the sky is the result of generations of talents killing their way up the 9 heavens Qingyun list, allowing them to firmly sit atop the 4 ancient families?" The crowd was in an uproar, their eyes burning even hotter. This was not just a personal opportunity, but also a stepping stone for their family's sect to rise. In this continent, various forces are intertwined with the 4 ancient families inherited from the primordial era, the 3 Tao sects who hold the rightful path, the 2 great divine dynasties that dominate a region, and numerous forces not to be underestimated such as the Demon Realm, Buddhist Kingdom, and Devil Domain. The 9 heavens Qingyun list stands above all these forces, governed by the laws of the Tao, a supreme event that selects the children of fortune. At this moment, the core regions of these powerful forces that hold dominion over this realm erupted with overwhelming fluctuations of aura. In the central continent, within the depths of the Daxiao imperial city, a middle-aged man wearing a robe adorned with 9 dragons opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating through layers of palaces towards the sky. The Qingyun list. Decree that all my Daxiao citizens under the age of 300 can compete for the list. Summon the crown prince and the 3rd prince to emerge immediately. In the eastern region, besides the Yun family, there is also the Qinglian sword sect, one of the 3 sects. Within the sword tomb, the sound of 10,000 swords resonated. An old man in a coarse robe stroked the ancient sword, humming beside him, sighing lightly, "The sword path must rise. Let me see how far this generation of young people can go." In the western region, at the holy land of 10,000 Buddhas, amidst the melodious sounds, a solemn monk joined his palms together. Amitabha, the mortal world is vast, also a place to refine the heart. Buddha's child, go down the mountain. In the southern wilderness, the ancestral ground of the demon clan, the sound of dragons and phoenixes echoed, and a massive figure stood atop the mountain peak, shaking the 4 directions. "Boys, let those humans see the might of our demon clan's talents." In the northern border, beneath the glaciers, the mysterious ice god palace quietly opened its gates, the cold air spreading for miles. Inside the Eastern U restaurant, a young cultivator's spirit was stirred, urging, "Senior, please don't keep us in suspense. How can one qualify to participate?" "Hey, don't rush, kid. All beings of this realm aged under 300 can participate." The old man's voice boomed. "The Tao will first filter out over 10,000 of the most top-notch talents, bestowing upon them the Qingyun mark. This mark appears on the forehead and serves as the initial qualification for participation. When the 9 heavens Qingyun list truly opens, those without the mark can challenge those who possess it. If victorious, they can seize the mark. Heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow. For ancient celestial inscriptions like 4 blazing suns are imprinted at the top of the 4-colored light curtain, each character shining like stars illuminating the 3,000 realms. The magnificent Tao rhythm swept through the universe, heralding the commencement of an ancient grand event. Countless beings looked up, witnessing this formidable power of heaven and earth. Above the 4-colored light curtain, names flickered like stars, lighting up one after another. With each name that lit up, a pillar of light fell from the endless sky, disregarding the barriers of space, accurately enveloping the individuals listed. The yellow list moved first. The earthy yellow pillar bore a thick and rustic aura, showering down upon the mortal realm. In a small city market of the southern continent, a shabby-robed wanderer argued with a melon seller, exclaiming, "You dare ask for 3 low-grade spirit stones for this spirit melon? 2 stones. No more than 2. The wandering cultivator with a worn-out Dao robe was in a heated argument, his face flushed and spittle flying. Suddenly, the yellow pillar descended without warning, enveloping him. The cultivator who had been haggling with the seller froze, still clutching half a spirit melon that he hadn't paid for. Above in the sky within the yellow list area, a name gradually emerged: Yellow List Li Ergu. The cultivator, whose real name was Li Ergu, was momentarily stunned, then jumped 3 feet high, stuffing the spirit melon into his sleeve, thumping his chest, and shouting, "I made it onto the yellow list. I'll keep this melon on credit. When I get rich, I'll come back and build you a spirit stone melon shop. I made it onto the list." Huh. The seller was dumbfounded, holding the melon, watching the frenzied Li Ergu inside the light pillar, his mouth opening and closing. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and disbelief, nearly drowning Li Ergu. In the eastern region, at the Liquor City Tavern, a young cultivator who had been persistently inquiring an elder about how to get on the list stood frozen, watching the yellow spiritual light erupting from his body. The low-grade flying sword he treated as a treasure clattered to the ground, disbelief etched on his face. In a third-rate sect, an outer disciple of mediocre talent who had been diligently sweeping the scripture repository was suddenly enveloped by the yellow light while cleaning the dust. The broom fell from his hand as he gazed at the sky, tears blurring his vision. The myriad states of life were too many to enumerate. Though the yellow list nomination was the last, it was a leap akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate, destined to alter the fate of countless low-level cultivators. In an instant, throughout the continent, the leaders of numerous small and medium forces began to stir, each considering marrying off daughters, taking in sons, or accepting disciples, all wanting to place their bets early. The scene resembled the celestial dynasties catching a son-in-law beneath the list. At this time, courting the talents of the yellow list was undoubtedly a lucrative business. They did not seek for them to make their names on the Tianyuan list. As long as their names remained on the list, these forces could naturally stabilize their own fortunes. The yellow list's glow gradually steadied, and the deep dark light curtain erupted with a dim radiance. Pillars of dark light struck down like lightning in the midnight sky. In the northern region, at a sinister mass grave, 3 figures in black formed a triangle cornering a bloodied man with a weak breath. The man with his back against a broken monument had a fierce gaze, but he was already at the end of his strength. Just as the blade was about to descend upon him, boom, a dark pillar of light shot straight down. Not only did it block the fatal blow, but the surge of spiritual energy also instantly filled his withered meridians, healing his injuries at a visible pace. Above in the sky in the dark list area, the 5 characters dark list, Zhao Polu, shone brightly. Zhao Polu was initially stunned, feeling the long-lost sensation of power within himself, then threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha! Heaven does not abandon me. His gaze sharp as lightning swept towards the 3 pale-faced figures attempting to flee. Now it's my turn to hunt you down. On the martial arts stage of a certain medium-sized family, the young master who was sparring with his cousin was enveloped by the dark light, instantly drawing cheers from the whole clan. His father, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly bowed towards the ancestral hall. The ancestors have manifested. Our family has a successor. At the edge of a secret realm where a spiritual energy storm had just calmed, a lone traveler, having narrowly escaped death while picking a spirit herb, was enveloped by the dark light. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, clutching the spirit herb tighter, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. On the dark list, he was already a remarkable talent. If he could survive in this world of great contention, establishing a sect and becoming a revered ancestor in the future was no mere fantasy. Before the brilliance of the dark list had fully stabilized, the azure light curtain of the earth list suddenly illuminated, its radiance clear and translucent like jade. Back in the eastern region's Liquor City, whether due to the tavern's good fortune today, when the azure light descended, it unexpectedly enveloped a particular table. A young talent engaged in spirited discussions with friends was suddenly enveloped by the azure light. First stunned, he then raised his wine cup with enthusiasm, laughing heartily, which drew applause from everyone present. In the sky above earth list, Jiang Yuan boldly appeared. The inner disciples of major sects, under the admiring gaze of their elders, calmly accepted the earth list pillar, their aura growing increasingly profound. A side genius from an ancient family, having fought his way out through sheer effort, instantly elevated his status within the clan, drawing the attention of the direct lineage. In the depths of wild mountains and marshes, many outstanding wanderers were also found by the azure light of the Earth list. The Earth list prodigies were almost all viewed as future giants and exceptional talents. Their appearance on the list was seen by many insiders as well-deserved. However, the most sensational and attention-grabbing belonged to the Heavenly List. The blood-red Heavenly List light curtain surged with brilliance, carrying an air of domineering power. A red light fiercely descended into a certain secret realm in the western region where fierce beasts roamed. A boy munching on a beast's inner core was swept up into the air by the light pillar. The boy blinked in confusion, still holding half an inner core, mumbling, "What the heck? You were delaying my advancement." "Huh, Heavenly List." He looked at the 4 characters Heavenly List Shizheng floating above and scratched his head, seemingly finding the light pillar a bit obstructive. Meanwhile, another red light struck down in the most prosperous street of the central region. A young man dressed in a splendid robe surrounded by a halo of treasure light was being followed closely by numerous attendants, creating quite a lively scene. At the moment the crimson pillar descended, the young man's face erupted with uncontrollable joy. He waved his arms wildly, pointing at the Heavenly List Huang, who above shouting hoarsely at the bustling crowd, "Heavenly List, do you see this? I am the pride of this generation, the future true immortal. Who dares step forward to challenge me? I don't know why I can't help but refer to myself as I after getting on the list. It seems infectious, as several people around did the same." The attendants beside Huang, who became extremely sycophantic, loudly echoing, "Brother, who is mighty? Congratulations, Brother, who for ascending the Heavenly List. From now on the hidden dragon shall emerge, soaring to the sky." This display drew the attention of passers-by. Their expressions varied. However, this newly crowned heavenly prodigy was about to hit a brick wall. "Humph!" A clear sneer rudely interrupted his self-satisfied boasting. "Heavenly List, a frog at the bottom of a well, how dare you claim invincibility?" A cold voice came forth. Huang, who was furious, the crimson light pillar vibrating along with his anger. "Dare you underestimate me, a heavenly prodigy?" From the crowd emerged a youth clad in moon-white brocade, exuding a noble aura. The jade pendant at his waist glimmered, clearly indicating an extraordinary background. He stood with arms crossed, casting a disdainful gaze at Huang, who as if looking at a clown. "A little madman, how laughable." The brocade-clad youth's tone carried unabashed contempt. "Do not be so eager to boast." As the list was just being unveiled, many true prodigies were still cultivating in forbidden realms their auras, not yet fully captured by the heavenly path. Moreover, this is only a slight prelude to this grand event. These 4 lists of heaven and earth have not even arranged their rankings. Who knows where you stand on the heavenly list, whether at the forefront or merely trailing at the end? You should know there is still a list above these 4 named, the Immortal List. Only those with the ancient lineage of the 4 generations, 3 sects, and 2 dynasties, along with the divine sons and daughters, and those genuine monsters possessing heavenly physiques or great fortunes from the 8 wastelands and 4 regions are qualified to stand atop. The young man in the brocade robe slightly raised his chin, embodying a sense of aloofness that looked down upon the mortal realm. His gaze fell once more upon Huang, whose complexion was gradually turning pale, and as if pronouncing a verdict, he lightly delivered the final words. "The glory of the rankings may be an elusive dream for you all, but in the eyes of the talents of the immortal rankings." He paused, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Perhaps there is no essential difference between you and those struggling in the mud of the yellow rankings." Huang He's face instantly flushed crimson with shame and anger, yet he was subdued by the invisible bloodline pressure emanating from the young man. His throat felt constricted, making it hard to retort. "Buzz!" As his voice faded, the void above the suspended 9 heavens azure cloud rankings was violently torn apart by an indescribable supreme force. A purple-golden gap spanning across the starry river was revealed. Boundless purple-golden celestial light surged forth like a torrential river, instantly flooding the 3,000 realms, pressuring all beings of heaven and earth. Endless Tao principles intertwined, with chaotic energies wildly converging within the purple-golden celestial light, ultimately coalescing into a breathtaking, immortal Tao imprint. The true 9 heavens immortal rankings descended. Following that, strands of purple-golden celestial light fell like edicts from the emperors of the 9 heavens, precisely traversing endless space, enveloping all corners of this realm. With each strand of celestial light descending, it was accompanied by a peerless figure reflecting the heavens. The first light fell deep within the solemn and majestic palace of the ancient Daxia dynasty in the central continent, where a young man dressed in a golden dragon robe, with a handsome face and regal demeanor, slightly raised his gaze, as the Imperial Dragon aura merged with the celestial light. Crown Prince Xia Wushang. The second light shattered the eternal silence of the sword tomb of the Qinglian sword sect in the eastern region, where a barefoot girl in a linen outfit carrying an ancient sword opened her eyes amidst the chorus of 1,000 swords, her gaze clear and transparent, reflecting only the sword in her hand and the Tao in her heart. Daozi, Qinglian Li Qingming. The third light penetrated into the holy land of 10,000 Buddhas in the western region, where a young monk seated beneath the Bodhi tree displayed a compassionate and benevolent expression, surrounded by flowing Buddhist light, with sounds of chanting echoing. Son of Buddha, Xinchan. The fourth and fifth lights crashed into the ancestral ground of the demon clan in the southern wilderness. A young man with dragon horns on his forehead, towering stature, and a fierce aura roared towards the sky, his voice rolling like thunder, shaking the mountains. Son of the dragon, Ao Zhan. Another was a girl adorned in colorful feathers, her beauty stunning with proud and vibrant eyes. As she spread her wings, divine flames flickered, burning the sky and scorching the clouds. Phoenix Maiden Feng Jiuxiao. The sixth light fell into the core of the demon domain, the city of 10,000 demons, where amidst the swirling, dense demonic energy, only a pair of scarlet eyes emerged like a blood moon, emitting a deep and joyful laugh. Demon Lord Jiu Yuan So. The seventh light illuminated the ancient Ji clan, permeating the ancestral ground, filled with the fragrance of ancient books and imperial aura, where a refined young master, holding an ancient bronze scroll, smiled at the sky, exuding elegance and an otherworldly aura akin to an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Zongzi of the Ji clan and crown prince of the great Zhou immortal dynasty Ji Shuiwe. The eighth light graced the ancient Jiang clan, filling the divine mountain with the fragrance of 100 herbs and the Tao rhythm of Shinnong, where a young man surrounded by the ethereal shadow of the Shinnong cauldron scratched his head, his smile honest and unpretentious, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Zongzi of the Jiang clan and Daozi of the Taishang Dao sect Jiang Xinyan. The ninth light favored the ancient Feng clan within the ethereal city that merged with the sky, where a stunningly beautiful woman, seemingly able to turn into the wind at any moment, gazed at the celestial light, smiling enchantingly, captivating all. Zongnu of the Feng clan Fenglinger. The last purple-golden celestial light, amidst the anticipation of the multitudes, surged like the Milky Way, bursting forth violently, tearing through the eastern heavens, landing in the realm of the Yun clan, shrouding the solitary figure in dark robes and ink-black hair, standing proudly like a lone pine amidst the snow. The foremost of the ancient four clans, the eldest son of the Yun clan, Yun Qing. He stood within the celestial light, the depths of his heavy pupils shimmering with a ghostly glow, as if reflecting the rise and fall of the heavens, the chaotic essence naturally flowing, resonating with the purple-golden celestial light. The 9 heavens immortal rankings, 10 esteemed titles, thus settled, imprinting upon the heavens. The ancient 4 clans, 3 sects, and 2 dynasties, the most outstanding geniuses of the age, were all encompassed within. The entire Tianyuan Continent, first stirred by the simultaneous opening of the 4 rankings, now fell into shock once more as the ultimate 9 heavens immortal rankings emerged. Gazing at those strands of purple-golden celestial light that spanned across the heavens, watching each name capable of crushing a star river, Wang Hu's lips trembled, unable to utter a single complete sentence. He finally deeply understood the meaning of essential difference spoken by the young man in the brocade robe. Before those 10 godlike figures, his nomination on the heavenly rankings felt as insignificant as dust. The true era of great rise and contention belongs to the contest of these 9 heavenly geniuses. From the moment the immortal rankings were nominated and imprinted upon the heavens, this grand, brutal, yet exhilarating prologue has already begun. An intricate and profound purple-golden Tao imprint flowing with immortal Tao rhythms quietly appeared on Yun Qing's smooth forehead, a unique mark of the immortal rankings. Meanwhile, the cultivators previously selected by the 9 heavens azure cloud rankings also had marks of various colors and differing Tao rhythms appear on their foreheads in yellow, black, blue, and red, each radiating distinct brilliance. This is the proof of entry into the 9 heavens azure cloud rankings. This imprint not only symbolizes identity, but also gathers the fortune of heaven and earth, enhancing blessings, and cannot be concealed by any external force. Anyone who gazes upon it can immediately discern your ranking with a clear distinction. Yun Qing's deep-set eyes resembled an ocean, and the purple-golden celestial imprint on his forehead shone brightly, enhancing his already exceptional appearance with an aura of transcendent divinity and nobility. He clearly sensed a faint connection between the imprint on his forehead and a certain grand will in the void along with the intricate fortune that was gathering. So the strange movement of the world that the young master sensed earlier was actually the emergence of the 9 Heavens Azure Cloud rankings. The immortal rankings have begun, and the true contest of the Azure Clouds is imminent. Yun Qing's thoughts flickered, his gaze becoming sharp and profound. If internal strife is not resolved, how can we contend for the world? Plans have changed. We must swiftly and thoroughly eliminate the 12 elders, no more delays. The 9 Heavens Immortal rankings represent a true opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate, the starting point for establishing an unparalleled foundation and accessing the highest realms. No one can ignore it, and no one wishes to miss it. As the 10 purple golden pillars of light above the immortal rankings had yet to dissipate, the myriad rays of the 4 heavenly rankings also descended into the void. Just as countless cultivators across the 3 realms and 6 paths were still immersed in the shock of the emergence of great talents, ripples arose once more in the 9 heavens. A voice resounding through the myriad realms declared a heavenly sound. The vast immortal rankings had not returned to the void, but rather layers of boundless divine light unfolded beyond the purple-golden celestial light. Gold and red intertwined, primordial purple chi pervaded, carrying the breath of chaos and the lament of myriad paths as a shadow of a ranking older and more majestic than the immortal rankings slowly unfurled. Upon the rankings header there was only one grand character written, with primordial purple chi as ink and the supreme Tao as the brush. Its form was ancient and vast. Its meaning suppressed all paths. Its might surpassed the immortals and deities. That was a character that existed alongside Tao, symbolizing a certain supreme authority and status, God. Silence, absolute suffocating, engulfed the entire continent. Billions of living beings tilted their heads upward, their souls gripped, as if by an invisible titan's hand. Merely gazing upon the heavens drained every ounce of courage, leaving only the trembling insignificance of ants staring into the starry abyss. The divine list, the supreme edict transcending even the immortal list. No names appeared upon it. Only 3 terrifying omens, each potent enough to compel true immortals to bow. A 36-petaled pure world ice lotus slowly unfurled, its petals forged from primordial frost, radiating an eternal stillness that froze star rivers and arrested time itself. Even the mere manifestation of its Tao resonance sent temperatures across all 4 realms plummeting catastrophically. Countless rivers, lakes, and seas flash froze into solid ice. Low-tier cultivators found themselves plunged into glacial hells, their souls nearly shredded by the void-piercing cold. Only when a boundless starfield descended enveloping the ice lotus did cultivators finally thaw from their frozen stupor. Upon closer inspection they realized it was no true starfield, but a celestial fate array woven from countless stellar trajectories. The array continuously calculated and evolved suns rose, and waned moons waxed, and waned karmic threads of all sentient beings surged and dissolved within its depths, exuding an arcane aura of absolute dominion over fate itself. Gazing upon it, many cultivators screamed in agony, visions of their past and future unfolding before them like puppet plays, igniting a primal terror, the dread of being utterly enslaved by fate. Suddenly, a blazing solar sovereign tore through the starfield with imperial fury. Its radiant authority incinerated all malignants and suppressed the azure heavens across 10,000 eons. Even its mere phantom form compelled all things to kneel and caused cosmic laws to recoil. Its overwhelming majesty triggered an instinctive urge to prostrate and worship. Across the heavens, the 3 terrifying Tao resonances intertwined into a surreal, awe-inspiring spectacle. The scorching sun hung solitary and sovereign over the starfield. The celestial array revolved ceaselessly, calculating the fates of all life. The frigid lotus drifted serenely in icy currents. These 3 omens had already subtly established their hierarchical order. What list is this? Why are there no names? Only such world-shaking omens. The ice lotus, the star array, the blazing sun. Could these be manifestations of ancient divine beings? But the Tianyuan list records only young prodigies under 300 years of immortal age. Ordinary cultivators paled in horror, whispering anxiously among themselves. Even elders from major sects, seasoned and erudite, furrowed their brows deeply, utterly baffled by the sudden emergence of this divine list and the profound mysteries it concealed. Yet within the inner sanctums of lineages tracing back to antiquity, the scene was vastly different. The 4 ancient clans, 3 sects, and 2 dynasties, The collective sovereigns known as the Nine Heavens Divine Palaces all rose in shock, their hearts violently shaken. A 36-petaled pure world ice lotus. It is the ice sovereign slumbering deep within the northern pole divine palace. She truly intends to return, harnessing this generation's celestial fortune. An elder of the Jiang clan, long sealed in ultimate seclusion, cried out in disbelief. He was himself a living relic older than most clan histories. The celestial fate array. The heavenly mechanism pavilion. No wonder no disciple of the Tao has graced the immortal list this generation. Their hidden ambition lies here. They seek to steal this era's celestial fortune to elevate their stellar seer to a higher realm. Feng Linger, holy maiden of the Feng clan, widened her beautiful eyes and pressed a hand over her lips in astonishment. This blazing solar sovereign. Could it be her, the one recorded in our ancestral scriptures? Yuer, summon the elder immediately. The patriarch of the Ji clan commanded sharply, his face stricken with alarm. They understood. These three omens upon the list represented not any contemporary prodigy, but three ancient existences who had long stood at the apex of this world, perhaps even transcended it entirely. Through forbidden heaven-defying means they had anchored their primordial essences into this generation's celestial fortune, forcibly intervening in the Nine Heavens Tianyuan list competition, an act of usurping heavenly creation and interfering with the very course of an epic. Had the Tianyuan list not manifested divinely, countless would remain blissfully ignorant. The sheer scale of this conspiracy chilled every informed soul to the marrow. As shock rippled across the land and speculation swirled, in the eastern realm before the Chiwu Hall of the Yun clan, Yun Huang stood with hands clasped behind his back, his obsidian robes shimmering with cold, dark gold luster beneath the divine list's radiance. He gazed upward at the blazing sun suspended in the void, and in his pale gold eyes flickered a cold, bone-deep fury. In that instant, the sovereign sun above, the very embodiment of dominance before which all laws recoiled, flickered violently, then was ruthlessly erased from the list by an unseen hand. The starry firmament turned abruptly hollow, leaving only a searing, warped spatial scar where it had once blazed. This abrupt reversal silenced the continent's clamor instantly, plunging it into deeper, more profound silence. Yun Huang had just erased his own divine manifestation from the list. Meanwhile, beyond the 3,000 realms, within an ancient palace built from endless stars and fate itself, a man clad in a robe woven from galactic rivers sat motionless at the heart of 1 billion stellar orbits. His fingertips gently stirred a floating star chart, and countless stars obediently shifted position. As if sensing the disturbance, the white veil over his eyes, embroidered with the full celestial array, turned toward the direction of the divine list, his gaze piercing across infinite voids. A voice clear and ethereal as the flow of starlight sighed softly, after 10,000 tribulations, that one's temper remains as fiercely unyielding as ever. Very well. A resonant hum echoed. The celestial fate array on the divine list dissolved into shimmering silver stardust, cascading gently upon the mortal world. In the far northern wastes beneath the sands hang layers of black ice. The perfect maiden sealed in eternal frost trembled, her eyelashes fluttering like frozen butterflies. A silent thought emanated outward. The petals of the 36-petaled pure world ice lotus folded inward, its ultimate cold drawn deep within like a stone sinking into a still pond. Calm, deliberate, vanishing without trace. It had arrived without warning and departed even more swiftly. Within mere heartbeats, the three forbidden omens, each capable of striking dread into the hearts of ancient clans, vanished in sequence. First Yun Huang's wrathful erasure, then the silent retreat of the other two supreme beings in perfect unspoken accord. The list now lay bare. Only the lone character divine remained, as if the preceding world-shaking spectacle had been nothing more than a grand collective illusion. Yet the lingering peerless aura, transcending all laws, spoke unequivocally to every soul this had been real. The entire continent erupted into unprecedented chaos and conjecture. The riddles and awe wrought by this fleeting divine manifestation dwarfed even the prior immortal list. Before the Chiwu Hall, Yun Qing stared up at the empty divine list and drew a sharp, chilling breath. A profound sense of absurdity washed over him. His double pupils burned with unprecedented shock and solemn awe. The Yun clan's all-out effort to summon the reincarnation of an immortal emperor was already a heaven-defying feat. Yet, such madmen existed in two more incarnations. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Northern Pole Ice Divine Palace. They dare undertake such madness too. and the 9 heavens Tianyuan list admitted only those under 300 years of immortal age. That means these ancient monsters have all re-emerged into this world within the last 3 centuries. Yun Qing's shock deepened further. These top-tier powers had all acted recently in this same forbidden manner. What cataclysm was about to unfold upon this continent? What desperate stakes drove so many great forces to such extremes? This year's 9 heavens Tianyuan list may well be the most prestigious and most terrifying in all of history. A ludicrous notion even crossed his mind: could they truly intend to descend personally and compete for rankings on this list? At this thought, even Yun Qing, sovereign of the clouds unshaken by tempests, felt his heart violently lurch. Had this flourishing age truly descended into such madness? When you spot a single cockroach. As he gazed upon the faint divine radiance lingering from the celestial list, that vulgar analogy from his past life surfaced unbidden. Before the thought could fully crystallize, before he could even recall its second half, a piercing, oppressive gaze struck him from beside. Yun Huang's pale gold eyes swept backward like cold stars, his gaze sharp as invisible ice needles, pierced precisely into Yun Qing's spiritual sense, carrying both warning and scrutiny. Yun Qing's heart jolted fiercely, and every stray thought vanished in an instant. Instinct for survival triggered an automatic bow of his head. His long, dense lashes fell low, veiling the turbulent depths of his doubleness eyes. Upon his refined face settled an impeccable mask of deference and docility, as though he had merely drifted into celestial reverie, utterly free of any disrespectful inner murmuring. Yun Huang held his gaze on him for a moment, then withdrew it, turning once more toward the celestial list suspended high in the 9th heaven, his imperial aura blazing with sovereign majesty. Only after that unnerving gaze receded did Yun Qing slowly straighten his posture, and inwardly a tiny self sighed in quiet relief. Too close, nearly purged from the sect's gates. He stilled his mind, then cautiously cast a glance at the dark-robed silhouette ahead, confirming Yun Huang was no longer watching him, before rebelliously resuming his interrupted train of thought and completing the phrase, "It means there is surely an entire nest lurking in the shadows." To liken those ancient existences to cockroaches was profoundly disrespectful, but to Yun Qing now the metaphor felt devastatingly apt both in number and in stealth. He would wager his doubleness eyes, the very eyes that pierced illusion itself, that the ancient masters summoned through heaven-defying means by various powers were far more than the 3 just revealed upon the celestial list. Were clans such as the Ji clan, Jiang clan, Azure Lotus Sword Palace, and the Great Xia ancient dynasty truly innocent blossoms? Who knew whether they concealed a 4th, or even a 5th? Even if not, none could guarantee they would remain idle after today. Winds gathered, dragons and serpents rise from the earth. Gazing upon that storm-churned firmament, light flickered deep within Yun Qing's doubleness eyes. 3 known elders have emerged, yet countless more may still lurk unseen. This was no contest among rising prodigies. It was an orchestrated flood of ancient titans, each donning youthful avatars to shatter the surface of the world. At the thought of that blazing solar sovereign actually appearing on the Tianyuan list arena, competing or rather crushing alongside a host of juniors, Yun Qing found the image so grotesquely magnificent he dared not behold it. Even one as composed as Yun Qing rarely lost control of his thoughts, but the sheer volume of revelation had detonated within him, leaving him reeling. A fierce urgency clenched his heart. The murkier the waters, the greater the opportunity, but danger surged exponentially. He must eliminate Elder 12, the festering internal threat, before he could devote himself entirely to weathering the cataclysmic storm about to engulf the entire era. Yun Qing's gaze drifted once more toward that noble figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, the Xian Emperor reborn, whose mere flicker of displeasure could compel the celestial list itself to rewrite its decree. Within his heart he prayed earnestly, "Brother Huang, may I cling to your mighty arm just a little longer." Outside the Chiwu Hall, the celestial phenomenon spanning heaven and earth finally faded entirely, and the profound Tao resonance gradually subsided. Yun Huang remained gazing upward, his golden eyes unruffled, as if the awe-striking spectacle that had shaken all living beings was but a passing firework. He finally spoke, breaking the silence, earlier than anticipated, by several years. Then without lingering, he swept his dark sleeves and turned back into the hall. Yun Qing followed step for step. Within the hall, luminous pearls shimmered with soft radiance. Yun Qing halted at the foot of the jade steps, his mind racing, his fox-like cunning, or rather his keen doubleness eyes already alight with calculation. Facing the figure seated upon the jade throne, whose presence now emanated unmistakable keep away authority, Yun Qing's doubleness eyes artfully reflected just the right hues of concern and urgency. Young lord. Yun Qing stepped half a pace forward, his voice low and measured, carrying a subtle undercurrent of reliance. The sudden activation of the Tianyuan list has stirred unrest across all factions. Should our clan falter internally, we risk failing to exert full strength during the list contest, endangering the very prestige of the Yun clan. His words trailed off, his doubleness eyes fixed upon Yun Huang with expectant candor. Yun Huang's gaze rested upon him, not quite smiling yet not unamused, making no move to expose his hidden agenda. What is your proposal? Yun Qing knew his chance had arrived. He advanced another step, posture impeccably respectful, voice clear and precise. Respectfully, young lord. The Nine Heavens Tianyuan list bears immense consequence. Failure is unthinkable. Yet the title of 12th Young Master has remained unchanged for nearly 30 years. Though talent abounds, stagnation inevitably breeds complacency. In my humble view, we may seize the imminent Tianyuan list as opportunity to initiate, prematurely, the Cloud Peak Martial Trials. The moment the four words Cloud Peak Martial Trials left his lips, the air within the hall thickened perceptibly. To advance the Cloud Peak Martial Trials was to hurl thunder into placid waters, guaranteed to trigger violent tremors across every branch and lineage, reshuffling the power dynamics of the younger generation entirely. A spark of genuine interest finally flickered in Yun Huang's golden eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his silent aura tightening Yun Qing's breath. Oh, premature initiation of the Cloud Peak Martial Trials. Justify it. Yun Qing lowered his gaze, avoiding that razor-sharp stare, his voice steady. First, to cull the weak and elevate the strong. Only at peak readiness can we confront the Nine Heavens Tianyuan list and truly demonstrate the Yun clan's profound foundation. Second, to exploit this auspicious occasion to excise certain long-entrenched, chronic maladies. His phrasing was veiled, yet the identity of those chronic maladies required no clarification between them. Yun Huang fell silent. His fingertips traced unconscious sigils across the obsidian armrest, glyphs no one else could decipher. Only the faint crackle of burning incense and Yun Qing's deliberately slowed breath broke the hush. Long moments passed, until Yun Qing feared this inscrutable ancestor would dismiss the idea outright, when Yun Huang suddenly spoke, his tone unreadable. Come here. Yun Qing's pulse quickened. He obeyed, ascending the cold jade steps and halting precisely 3 paces from Yun Huang, a distance far exceeding that permitted for ordinary attendance, fraught with perilous intimacy and testing. Yun Huang seemed unsatisfied. His pale gold eyes flicked toward him. Closer. Yun Qing's nerves tightened, but his expression remained serene as he obediently stepped forward once more. Now only a single pace separated them, so near he could feel the searing, all-consuming aura radiating from Yun Huang. Suddenly Yun Huang raised a finger and pressed it directly against Yun Qing's forehead. Yun Qing's body instinctively recoiled, but ironclad willpower locked him in place. Yun Huang's fingertip glided lightly over the violet-tan gold immortal seal upon his brow. A surge of solar divinity swept across it, and the seal vanished instantly. Yun Huang studied his now unmarked forehead, and for the first time a subtle ease softened his long-troubled spirit. Yun Qing blinked in mild confusion, then comprehension dawned. Indeed, ancient clans possessed secret arts to conceal such heavenly marks. Parading a genius bearing such an overt celestial brand was simply too conspicuous. He had planned to seek Elder Tu's aid later, yet Yun Huang had acted of his own accord. That hard-earned favor from this young ancestor had not been in vain. Yun Qing nearly wept with relief. Turn around, Yun Huang commanded abruptly. Yun Qing complied, facing away from him. He felt that gaze, tangible, penetrating, settle upon his straight spine, as if it could pierce through cloth and trace every current of spiritual energy within his meridians. In the next instant, cool hands, firm, unyielding, settled upon his nape. Yun Qing's entire body locked rigid. The vital point on Yun Qing's neck was suddenly gripped by such a terrifying presence, causing his back to tense instantly, like a fully drawn bowstring, and cold sweat nearly soaked through his inner garments. Yet he could only allow the hands which contained the power to burn the heavens and extinguish the Tao to press upon the most crucial acupoint on his shoulder and neck. He was betting that Yun Huang had no malicious intent at this moment. Or rather, he was betting that his malicious intent hadn't reached the point where he needed to tear their relationship apart immediately. Of course, there was no choice but to bet. He couldn't fight back, nor could he escape. As expected, the anticipated attack did not come. The fingertips of Yun Huang contained pure and gentle Huangyang spiritual energy, slowly seeping into Yun Qing's meridians like the warm sun of winter. It seemed he was probing for any abnormal fluctuations in spiritual energy when Yun Qing had just made his suggestion. However, Yun Qing's intuition told him that this ancestor seemed more like someone in a bad mood, casually looking for something to do, or rather expressing his unique desire for control, as if a deity absent-mindedly fiddled with the creations in his grasp. The operation of the spiritual energy is acceptable, and your emotions are stable enough. Yun Huang's voice was near his ear, clear and cold, yet due to the proximity, it carried an indescribable magnetism akin to the sound of jade striking jade. It seems your suggestion is not entirely self-serving. Yun Qing's tense muscles relaxed slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. In front of this man, any small thought was as transparent as the patterns on one's palm. There was nowhere to hide. He simply chose to completely relax his body, no longer resisting, allowing the warm flow imbued with a unique Huangyang aura to circulate through his meridians, clearing the blockages that had formed from days of overexertion. This sensation was exceedingly strange, carrying an extreme danger of having one's life and fate manipulated by another, yet intertwined with the comfort brought by the spiritual energy. It was mixed with an indescribable comfort of being petted by a stronger individual. The juxtaposition of ice and fire couldn't be more evident. Yun Qing slightly narrowed his eyes, his body beneath the dark robe relaxed, truly resembling a large cat being petted, embodying both strength and beauty. If it weren't for the remnants of reason tightly pulling at his nerves, reminding him that this was in front of Yun Huang, he would have almost purred contentedly due to the perfectly timed spiritual energy guidance. Young master is quite perceptive. He spoke softly with an entirely submissive tone, resembling a large cat that had its scruff held firmly. I know young master does not favor mundane affairs, yet this matter concerns the future 10 millennia of the Yun clan's fortunes and cannot be overlooked. How about we follow Qing's previous request and open the Yun Summit martial arts in advance? With a thunderous momentum, we can settle the clan's affairs, allowing us to focus on tackling this upcoming grand era of the 9 heavens and azure clouds. He paused for a moment, his tone slightly hoarse, even carrying a hint of dependency, as if a junior was pleading with an elder. What Qing wishes to do is all for the glory of the Yun clan's continuation, to save young master some effort. What do you think? After speaking, Yun Qing frantically brainwashed himself internally. He is billions of years older than me, Yun Qing. It's not embarrassing, not embarrassing, not embarrassing, not embarrassing. Humph. Yun Huang snorted lightly, noncommittal. Yet the pressure of his fingertips suddenly increased, precisely pressing on an acupoint related to calming the spirit. Ugh. A strong, intense, and overwhelming sensation of soreness and numbness instantly erupted. Yun Qing was completely caught off guard, unable to suppress a muffled grunt as his body swayed slightly. He felt that this was even more uncomfortable than taking a direct hit from Yun Huang. It was as if his very soul had been tightly gripped and forcefully kneaded. Why do I feel that you have been unusually active internally recently? Yun Huang narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tightening around the scruff of Yun Qing's neck. Brother. He leaned down, his cold breath almost whispering in Yun Qing's ear, his tone laced with mockery. Such grand words you speak, using my hand to carry out your own agenda of cleaning house. The more you play this game, the more skilled you become. Yun Qing's internal alarms blared. Just as he was about to argue, he felt the pressure on his neck loosen, and those hands imbued with overwhelming power finally moved away. Approved. Yun Huang leaned back into the wide dark jade seat, his demeanor returning to its usual aloof nobility, the wide sleeves of his robe draping down, as if the person who had just held the large cat and needed it had nothing to do with him. He simply spoke lightly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated like the decree of the heavens, piercing through the layers of barriers in the Chiwu Hall, spreading throughout every corner of the Yun clan. By my decree, 3 months from now we shall open the Yun Summit martial arts in advance. We will determine the 12 champions, granting them the title of 12 young masters, enjoying core authority and inheriting the clan's fortunes. Representing the Yun clan, we will battle for the 9 heavens and azure clouds ranking. As soon as the decree was issued, the entire Yun clan shook. We will obey young master's decree. A resounding chorus like roaring waves responded, echoing from countless palaces, towers, and hidden realms soaring into the sky. It worked. The heavy stone that had been suspended in Yun Qing's heart finally fell with a crash. He suppressed the corners of his mouth that almost wanted to curl up, quickly taking a step back to create a safe distance, his voice returning to its usual calm and respectful tone. "Thank you, young master." Yun Huang watched as he retreated swiftly, as if afraid of being petted again, his golden pupils narrowing imperceptibly, feeling inexplicably displeased. Used and discarded, he runs away so quickly. As for the specific matters, coordinate with the Grand Elder to draft them. He glanced at Yun Qing, saying no more, the dark robe sleeves flowing like clouds descending from the heavens, slicing through the dusk. With a stern arc, his figure disappearing into the deeper shadows of the Chiwu Hall, leaving behind an endless chilling pressure throughout the hall. Outside the hall, the night was deep, the moonlight like water spilling onto the cold jade tiles. Yet within the territory of the Yun clan, this sudden decree had stirred up tremendous waves. Yun Qing stood outside the hall, all the previous submissiveness and reliance in front of Yun Huang completely vanished, replaced by a sharp glint of icy determination. 3 months. He murmured to himself, a cold, resolute curve forming at the corner of his lips. Enough time to lay the groundwork and invite you into the trap. Meanwhile, above the clouds and the crevices of the laws, the response to the plans concerning the Azure Cloud's ranking and the divine rankings was not solely from the Yun clan. The top powers of the entire Tianyuan Continent, those behemoths known as the 9 Heavens Divine Threshold, were almost simultaneously stirred, each convening the highest-level emergency meetings within their secret realms and ancestral lands, the atmosphere tense. However, there was one family style of action that was particularly unique. The head of the Jiang clan, known throughout the realm as a good-natured person, had a gentle and warm personality and excellent interpersonal relations. His greatest hobby was not cultivation or political power, but rather gossip. Note, this gossip is not the Taoist 8 trigrams, but the literal meaning of true gossip. After the initial shock, this clan leader stroked his smooth chin, feeling that it was better to enjoy together than alone, and rather than going bald from pondering alone, it was better to invite old friends for a chat and brainstorm. Thus, this action-oriented gossip enthusiast directly employed the Jiang clan's ancient artifact, the omnidirectional sky rail, ignoring spatial barriers, sending a mental invitation to his friends across various major powers. Dear old friends, with the changes in the world and the shocking emergence of the divine rankings, I believe everyone has their own speculations. How about coming together to discuss? Sharing insights is certainly better than each of us building our own cars behind closed doors. What do you say? Soon, countless terrifying mental fluctuations, each powerful and diverse, crossed the boundless void, responding to his summons. This Jiang clan leader truly had an incredible knack for socializing. Thus, high above the heavens, in this temporarily open space that obscured the heavenly secrets, indistinct figures surrounded by the power of laws gradually materialized, standing atop the chaotic currents. If outside cultivators were to see the characters gathered here, they would likely be scared out of their wits. Any one of them could shake the realm with just a stamp of their foot, be they formidable ancestors, sect leaders, or emperors of celestial dynasties. However, at this moment, this high-end online meeting of the entire continent had an oddly lively atmosphere comparable to a bustling market in the mortal world. Come, speak up. Whose hand is bold enough to undertake such a feat? To summon that one? Are they truly wagering their clan's billion-year fortune on this gamble? Jiang clan patriarch opened the discussion, visibly stirred. SSS, could it be Yun? A woman shrouded in hazy azure light drew a sharp breath, her voice trembling with disbelief. Likely Foam clan patriarch. I harbor the same suspicion. Otherwise, why would that octogenarian diviner omit Yun clan alone from his gathering this time? He and Yun clan's second elder have shared wine for 1,000 years. A voice rang out like clashing metal, firm, unshakable. This speaker was rumored to be a war king of some immortal dynasty. Alas, how muddled you all are. Why not consult the soothsayers of the heavenly mechanism pavilion? The truth would then lie bare. A restless voice interjected. You're the one who's gone senile. An immediate retort followed, laced with trepidation. That heaven-reading divination disc, and that one, Starseer. The speaker's voice surged with emotion, but at the crucial name, he choked off abruptly, as though fearing to breach some unspeakable taboo. Such a being, who calculates the heavens and grasps the threads of fate, remains terrifying even within this liminal rift between reality and illusion. To utter his sacred name or invoke his symbol carelessly risks his awareness and invites calamities beyond reckoning. Yet Yun clan already boasts Yun Qing upon the immortal list. Judging by the sheer magnitude of the celestial pillar that summoned him, his cultivation must rank among the very highest. Even with Yun clan's profound heritage, whence comes the colossal fortune required to nurture two peerless immortal prodigies simultaneously. And one of them is that one. G clan patriarch's voice carried deep bewilderment and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of envy. Hey, old ice block, stop playing the aloof sage over there. The war king, known for his fiery temper, turned his ire directly upon the representative of the Northern Pole Ice God Palace. Spill it. Was that 36-petal ice lotus you're doing? Nonsense. The Ice God Palace envoy snapped open his eyes, icy blue irises blazing with frost causing fine crystals to bloom across the surrounding void. Ancient cold chi swirled about him like mist, majestic, austere, and exquisitely refined, jarringly at odds with his coarse, unfiltered words. Our Northern Pole Xian Palace stands pure and immaculate. How could we ever commit such heaven-defying theft of fortune? I suspect instead it was your Xia clan's ancestral scheme. Who doesn't know your forefather once pined hopelessly for our ice sovereign? You slander without proof. Our great Xia upholds the human sovereign's Tao, upright, righteous, and unassailable. The Xia imperial prince bristled with fury, his beard and hair flaring outward, draconic phantoms roaring around his form. For a moment, these titans, ordinarily enthroned upon the ninth celestial tier, whose decrees shape laws and command the awe of countless sentient beings, descended into petty squabbling, hurling accusations, and dredging up old scandals like common street brawlers. The scene grew exceedingly lively, chaotic, chi churned violently, cosmic laws flickered erratically, and fragments of shattered edicts shimmered in and out of existence. Only Jiang clan patriarch, the convener, after casting the first stone, had retreated to a quiet corner of the void, watching the fray with quiet amusement, occasionally stoking the flames or offering polite hollow pleas for harmony and calm. Yet his eyes gleamed with unrestrained delight, the very essence of one who relishes chaos. Some ancient cultivators more mindful of decorum observed the spectacle coldly, the apex clash of this realm, and silently calculated, let them argue. Let them argue. The deeper the waters grow, the more colossal the leviathans hidden beneath the surface, far more than those now visible. Who will break first? Who will leap out of the shadows, unable to hold back any longer? Within the voidal rift the quarrel raged on, while a cataclysmic storm destined to engulf the entire Tianyuan Continent and reshape its destiny for 10,000 years had already begun to gather, fueled by suspicion, calculation, and clandestine machinations across all great powers. Within Yun clan's ancestral lands, the silent purge orchestrated by Yun Qing was but the first ripple upon that vast churning tide. Inside the Chiwu Hall, moonlight pearls cast a serene liquid radiance. Yun Qing stood beside Yun Huang discussing preparations for the Cloud Peak Martial Contest. Young Lord, by precedent, all candidates must first undergo the minor Cloud Peak trial to qualify for the main contest. In past years, the trial grounds were set within the 10,000 Beast ancient domain. Yet the senior elder just relayed word recent spiritual energy fluctuations in its core region have agitated the domain's beasts, posing potential danger. A capable force must be dispatched ahead to clear hazards and ensure safety. Yun Qing stood respectfully below the jade steps, reporting dutifully. Yun Huang rubbed his brow, golden pupils flickering with the faintest trace of weariness swiftly masked. The 10,000 Beast ancient domain lies along Yun clan's border adjacent to the Wild City, a primordial secret realm teeming with ferocious beasts. More terrifying still, their bloodlines retain traces of ancient monstrous beasts, making them exceptionally savage and formidable. To serve as the minor Cloud Peak trial ground, the core zone must be secured by a master of profound cultivation, guaranteeing absolute safety. Selecting suitable personnel proved difficult. To preserve fairness, branches fielding contestants must recuse themselves entirely. No representatives may be sent. And while the Cloud Peak Martial Contest is effectively a clan-wide grand event, those branches lacking contestants, frankly, lack the strength required to cleanse the 10,000 Beast ancient domain. In prior years, several guest elders were dispatched, yet this year coincides with the Qingyun list. To prevent unrest, numerous elders and administrators have been stationed across major immortal cities. Thus, the ideal candidate must meet 3 criteria: profound cultivation, a status as one of the 12 princes, hence exempt from the minor trial, and sufficient authority to command respect. Yun Qing's black robes stirred faintly. He stepped forward without hesitation. I, Yun Qing, volunteer. I shall complete the cleansing of the 10,000 Beast ancient domain before the trial begins, ensuring its flawless execution. It was perfect timing, like finding a pillow just as sleep beckoned. He had been searching for a plausible pretext to leave the clan, granting the 12th elder the opening he needed. Yun Huang lifted his gaze, a wry, knowing smile playing on his lips. So, you've come seeking permission, or bidding farewell? This youth grows ever bolder. Yun Qing's thoughts raced. He hurried forward, face alight with deferential warmth. I seek leave, young lord. Once affairs there are settled, I shall return immediately, to serve at your side day and night. Yun Huang gazed at him, his eyes seeming to pierce flesh and bone, laying bare every hidden stratagem within his soul. After a long silence, he spoke softly, granted. That single word fell like a bronze bell striking stone. As Yun Qing steadied his heart to offer thanks and withdraw, Yun Huang added, Give me your spear. Yun Qing froze, then instinctively summoned the Jiuan spear. His life-bound artifact fused with his spirit for decades. Yun Huang's sudden request stirred countless questions. Yet his expression betrayed no hesitation. Hands clasped reverently, he presented the dark, solemn weapon. Please inspect it, young lord. Yun Huang did not take it. Instead, he extended his right hand, palm upward, and gripped the air. An invisible force enveloped the Jiuan spear. With a low, resonant hum, the obsidian shaft detached itself from Yun Qing's grasp and floated obediently before Yun Huang. Then, before Yun Qing's stunned eyes, a flame ignited at Yun Huang's fingertip, blazing molten gold radiant beyond description, the Huangyang divine fire. Its mere presence radiated apocalyptic heat, threatening to incinerate all realms. The material is passable, infused with a thread of primordial chaos chi, Yun Huang remarked coolly, eyes fixed upon the weapon. But the forging technique is crude. It barely sustains your nascent chaos annihilation intent. Against supreme yang or overwhelming force, it risks shattering utterly. In the next instant, Yun Qing's astonishment deepening, Yun Huang slashed his finger through the air beside him, trailing that searing divine fire like a blade of living sun. A sharp tearing sound, like fabric rending, split the air as space itself tore open, revealing a yawning chasm of chaotic darkness beyond. A primordial savage aura, brimming with slaughterous intent, surged forth from the rift like a deluge of primordial cataclysm, overwhelming all in its path. That was the soul of an ancient beast, sealed for eons beneath the soul-subduing steel. Yun Huang had torn space barehanded, ignoring layer upon layer of sacred seals, and forcibly extracted this perilous fragment of soul directly from the ancestral shrine's most guarded sanctum. Since you repaired the soul-subduing stele, Yun Huang spoke calmly, as if retrieving nothing more than an ordinary item from a storeroom, this masterless soul fragment shall serve as your token of gratitude. The beast's soul shimmered in a murky crimson hue, its form vaguely echoing the ferocious silhouette it once wore in life. Trapped within the blazing confines of the Huangyang divine flame, it writhed and roared in futile fury, radiating a malevolent aura potent enough to obliterate even the true spirit of an immortal sovereign. Indeed, had such a beast not been utterly annihilated but instead chosen by the ancient Yun clan for eternal sealing, its former strength and celestial rank could only be imagined as truly apocalyptic. Yet it could not so much as tremble the slender golden flame binding it. Use this beast's innate savagery as catalyst to reforge the spear's soul, and only then shall it match your chaos Tao physique. Before Yun Qing could react or refuse, Yun Huang's fingertip blazed with intensified Huangyang divine flame, blazing like the core of a star, and plunged the beast's soul deep into the body of the Jiuan spear. A resonant hum. The Jiuan spear shuddered violently. Its obsidian surface flared incandescent red, as though thrust into the heart of a star, while countless hairline fissures spiderwebbed across its length, only to seal instantly under the relentless forging heat of the divine flame. Under the searing purification of the divine flame, the soul's violent impurities were scoured away, leaving only its primal essence of savagery and the faint ancient resonance of primordial Tao. Then upon the spear's surface, intricate dark gold beast patterns emerged, pulsing like living veins, spreading outward from within the metal itself, exuding an aura of primeval ferocity that made the very air recoil. Yun Qing stood transfixed, his spirit shaken to its core. He sensed it, the Jiuan spear undergoing a true rebirth. A primordial beast soul offered as sacrifice, the emperor-level Huangyang divine flame as crucible, reforging his own life-bound artifact. Such mastery demanded not merely immense power, but audacity bordering on divinity. The entire process lasted no longer than a single incense stick's burn. When the final trace of savage chi was purified, the radiant Huangyang divine flame flickered out. A new spear hovered midair, its shaft still defewed, yet upon closer inspection countless arcane dark gold filigrees pulsed subtly across its surface, emitting a subdued, yet deeply unsettling luster. Its tip gleamed with lethal coldness. Each time it sliced through void, a faint crimson phantom of the ancient beast coiled and snarled at its edge, perfectly merging the aura of silent annihilation with raw, untamed savagery. Its power and sentience had ascended beyond measure. This was no longer a cultivation world artifact. It was the nascent form of a primordial divine weapon. Yun Huang flicked his wrist casually. Clang! The newly reborn Jiuan spear sang a clear, vibrant note, darting joyfully through the air before settling eagerly into Yun Qing's palm. It felt weighty, solid, yet Yun Qing sensed instantly the terrifying might coiled within its core and the profound resonance between its essence and his own chaos Tao physique. Thank you, young lord. Yun Qing bowed, deeply suppressing the tempest of awe and emotion within him, his voice lower, richer, carrying genuine reverence. This time he did not offer the perfunctory, thank you for your grace, but sincere gratitude. Regardless of karmic ties from past lives in this existence, they were brothers. A strange, unfamiliar warmth stirred in his heart. Brother Huang. Did he bestow this spear now precisely because he fears for my safety on this journey? Yun Huang, however, had already closed his eyes once more, his expression returning to its usual detached aloofness, as if reshaping a divine weapon and rewriting destiny were no more significant than brushing dust from his sleeve. He waved dismissively. Go, Qing shall not fail this charge. Yun Qing said nothing more, gathering every emotion inward. Gripping the Jiuan spear tightly, he turned and strode forth. His black robes and ink-dark hair silhouetted against the sunlit threshold, tall and unyielding as an ancient pine, resolute as a mountain carved by gods. The moment Yun Qing crossed the threshold, Yun Huang, seated high upon the jade throne, slowly opened his eyes. Golden irises deep as the primordial cosmos gazed after the retreating figure, their depths flickering with an inscrutable shadowed light. His fingertips tapped idly upon the armrest, sensing the divine mark he'd left deep within Yun Qing's sea of qi. With my seal upon him, even calamity shall crumble beneath a single turn of my hand. He murmured the words inwardly, then closed his eyes again. Almost simultaneously as Yun Qing accepted the mission to cleanse the 10,000 beast ancient domain, Yun Qi, having received the news, could contain himself no longer within the 12th elder's cavernous abode. He lunged forward, nearly collapsing before the elder, voice trembling with feverish excitement. He is finally leaving the clan. Grandfather, this is our last chance. Silence. The 12th elder slammed his palm onto the table, its surface forged from top-tier spirit marrow instantly fracturing. His voice was hoarse, guttural, commanding, what do you know? Precisely now, when tension peaks, you must hold your breath. Yun Qing's maneuver to persuade Yun Huang to advance the Yundian martial contest was a masterstroke, a direct strike at the foundation of their schemes, shattering all prior calculations. Now only one path remained for the 12th elder and his faction, desperate high-risk gambit. This was Yun Qing's grand strategy, not hidden in shadows, but laid bare in broad daylight. To compel your enemy to leap, by sheer weight of inevitability. Thus speaks the highest art of war, victory through strategy. Though Yun Qing had always upheld integrity and straightforwardness, never dabbling in underhanded arts, must virtue preclude cunning. Yun Qing sought precisely this to force the 12th elder's faction into open confrontation. Grandfather, I swear upon my soul-devouring physique, I have not erred. Yun Qing's injuries remain unhealed. This is his weakest moment. If we delay further, once the Yundian contest concludes, all opportunity will vanish forever. A counterfeit chaos Tao physique remains inherently inferior, riddled with fatal flaws. This time the 12th elder did not immediately rebuke him. Instead, he muttered softly, his clouded eyes glinting with sudden feral madness. If risk is inevitable, why not seize ultimate victory in one stroke? He whirled about, skeletal fingers gripping Yun Qi's shoulders so fiercely his nails nearly pierced flesh. Yun Qing must die. But his chaos Tao physique must be extracted, intact, flawless. Only a complete chaos Tao physique can withstand the torrential baptism of the 10,000 spirit blood savage formation. You shall then consume its origin with your soul-devouring physique, usurping its destiny, and ascend into the unprecedented, soul-devouring chaos physique. Then, the 12th elder's voice rose shrill with triumph, not merely the title of 12th young lord, but dominance over your entire generation on the 9 heavens azure cloud list. Yun Qing recoiled, drawing a sharp, frozen breath, his blood first turning to ice, then igniting into wildfire. Boundless ambition consumed his last vestige of reason. His voice was dry, trembling, not only with fear, but with ravenous, all-consuming greed. Grandfather, can the 10,000 spirit blood savage formation truly succeed? What if Yun Qing breaks free? Fear not. The 12th elder's face split into a confident, predatory smile. The 10,000 beast ancient domain, teeming with monstrous beasts, is the perfect ground for our formation. He chose his own grave. Let us grant him a fitting burial. With 10,000 beast souls and vital essences as sacrifice, and the lingering primordial blood savage chi slumbering deep within the domain, we need not doubt the outcome. Even if Yun Qing possessed heaven-defying talent, grievously wounded and ensnared within this array, he cannot survive. Grandson, his chaos Tao physique is destined to become your stepping stone to transcendence. Within the cavernous abode, the venomous flame of conspiracy burned fierce and bright, casting a web of absolute annihilation toward the 10,000 beast ancient domain, where Yun Qing was already preparing to depart. The ancient beast domain is located on the edge of the Yun clan territory bordering the wasteland known as the Desolate City. Yun Qing led a team of elite Yun Shao guards, and after navigating through several long-distance teleportation arrays, they finally arrived at this desolate border city, standing amidst the raging winds and sands. On the other side, the market gathering in the void was finally dispersed after a chaotic argument filled with clamor. Various divine senses receded like a tide, and the void returned to its eerie silence. The earlier divine sense, which clashed like gold and iron and resembled that of a battle king from a celestial dynasty, slowly opened its eyes within a majestic tent of a military camp, revealing a hint of disdainful cold laughter on his bronze face. He was indeed the battle king of the great Xia ancient dynasty, commanding 1,000,000 border troops, Xia Zhan, a peerless duke. This mess created by that old dog Jiang Shouzhua. Xia Zhan's voice was deep and resonant, carrying the roughness typical of a military man, that old immortal shouting, as if his face were red and his neck thick, spitting across the void at me. Who is he performing for? He stood up, his dark, golden dragon-patterned battle armor clanging, and walked outside the tent, gazing at the vast and boundless sky of the central continent, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. Damn it, they all pretend to be crazy and foolish, each with 800 cunning thoughts. None of them are easy to deal with. Xia Zhan spat as if trying to expel the secondhand air he had inhaled from the void, but regarding the Yun clan's matter, it's nearly certain. He shook his head, recalling the wonderful performances in the void. That old ice block from the northern polar mystic palace jumped up when I provoked him, pretending to be quite the thing. That old fox G, when you incessantly complaining, yet cleverly probing for others' words, and Jiang Shouzhua himself. Just a pure troublemaker. Unlike my great Xia border troops, who are so simple, Xia Zhan snorted, feeling somewhat self-satisfied. Of course, he conveniently ignored his earlier irritable prince persona at the meeting. He focused his mind, his divine sense unfurling like a drawn battle blade, sharp and domineering, patrolling the great Xia border and nearby regions. This was his habit as well as his duty. His divine sense swept over mountains and rivers, over cities and villages. Just as he was about to fully retract it, Xia Zhan raised his thick brows. His divine sense paused slightly above the desolate city. Below, a team was gathering. At the forefront was a young man in dark robes with long black hair and a tall figure like a pine tree. Even from a distance, Xia Zhan sensed a trace of an ancient chaotic aura. The aura of the chaotic Tao embryo. Though well concealed as that Yun Qing. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Xia Zhan's eyes. Why is he not preparing for the Yun Summit martial arts in the Yun clan territory, but instead coming to this desolate city? What made this seasoned battle king's heart tremble slightly was, just as his divine sense swept past, Yun Qing, the young man, seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. His deep eyes, like ancient wells, penetrated through layers of spatial barriers, accurately gazing towards the unseen point where Xia Zhan's divine sense resided. In those eyes, a flicker of a double pupil-like phantom flashed by, carrying a tranquility that seemed to see through illusions. Then Yun Qing faced the direction of Xia Zhan's divine sense and calmly cupped his hands, performing an impeccable gesture of respect as a junior. Neither servile nor overbearing, embodying respect for the powerful predecessors while clearly drawing a line. This gesture was for respect and also for boundaries. Please do not probe further. Xia Zhan's usually domineering divine sense, accustomed to charging into battle, was momentarily stopped by this calm salute. He decisively retracted his divine sense, revealing genuine surprise and unabashed admiration on his bronze-faced visage. "Good kid," Xia Zhan praised in a low voice, his tone like a rumbling thunder. "What keen perception. His double pupils likely have reached the realm of the empty chamber, gives birth to white, clearly seeing all laws. Facing my kingly pressure to remain so calm and to refuse with courtesy. This generation of the Yun clan is truly enviable. Desolate city, ancient beast domain." Xia Zhan's tiger eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed towards the distant eastern region, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against the hilt of his battle sword at his waist. That kid from the Yun family appearing there at this moment. Interesting. In the desolate city, the massive stone walls had stood firm against the winds and sands for a millennium. Yun Qing retracted his gaze from the sky, his expression calm. That divine sense, though vast and domineering, should belong to a certain powerful being who had ties to the Yun clan, or was at least neutral and bore no malice. However, in terms of the dominance of divine senses, who can surpass his family's little golden crow? Yun Qing smiled faintly in his heart. Having spent every day in and out with Yun Huang, his threshold for pressure had been forcibly raised to an outrageous level. Now, feeling the divine sense pressure from these powerful beings, he surprisingly felt nothing extraordinary. This thought instinctively surged in his mind, and Yun Qing felt a bit inflated. "Eldest young master, you've had a hard journey." The guiding steward respectfully stepped aside. "This is the head of the branch in the desolate city Yunlai." The middle-aged man before him was as sturdy as a mountain, his bronze face etched with the passage of time, yet his tiger-like eyes were deep and restrained, emanating a heavy, rich aura carrying the fierce spirit of one who had seen many battles. He clasped his fists and bowed, his voice like a deep bell. "Yunlai of desolate city, along with my clan, welcomes the eldest young master." Those behind him also bowed, their eyes filled with respect for the main family's visitor, but more so with a solid and resilient demeanor forged through hardship. "There is no need for too much courtesy, head of Yunlai. You all have worked hard." Yun Qing nodded slightly, his tone gentle, his double pupils subtly scanning over everyone. The members of this branch in the desolate city had solid and steady auras, all possessing a fierce spirit honed by countless battles. Especially Yunlai, whose cultivation was immensely profound in the midstage of the immortal monarch realm, with spiritual power as solid as iron, hinting at signs of breaking into the late stage. Standing slightly behind Yunlai were two others. On the left was a clean and tidy middle-aged man, his visage much darker and rougher than when he was in the clan, evidently the steward Jia, who had been dispatched here. At this moment he appeared respectful, carrying a hint of complexity from seeing his former master, yet his eyes were devoid of the former slickness, instead showing a simplicity forged by life at the border. Steward Jia's hand gently rested on a young man's shoulder, his demeanor naturally close. "The sinner Jia Ren greets the eldest young master." Steward Jia bowed once more. Yun Qing nodded slightly, a bit surprised to see Steward Jia here. He looked at him, his tone bland, yet affirming. Steward Jia seems to have adapted well in the desolate city. His aura has stabilized quite a bit, and his interactions with Yunlai and the others seem rather natural, lacking much of the previous superficial scheming, making him much more pleasant to the eye than during his time in the clan. Yunlai, hearing this, quickly echoed, "Brother Jia has worked diligently since coming to the desolate city, looking after my stubborn grandson, helping the desolate city a lot." Yun Qing nodded, choosing not to say more. If he could shed unnecessary sharp edges and delusions in the desolate city, settling down might not be a bad opportunity. His gaze fell upon a bright-eyed young boy beside him who had been stealing glances at him. This boy must be Yunlai's grandson. Indeed interesting. The boy's internal spiritual power was average, yet his perception seemed exceptionally keen. Just now, when Yun Qing sensed Xia Zhan's divine sense, the child's gaze had unconsciously darted towards the sky, though it quickly moved away. At this moment the boy's eyes upon him were filled with undisguised confusion and inquiry, as if he were an extremely complex and difficult to understand object. "Do you have any questions?" Yun Qing looked at the boy before him, a slight smile gracing his lips, his tone softening a bit. Sure enough, the young boy's eyes brightened as if encouraged, and he replied in a crisp voice, "The feeling from the eldest young master is so mysterious. It's like a particularly dazzling sun wrapped in very deep and vast water." The boy's limited vocabulary momentarily left him at a loss for how to describe this feeling. Intuition-based. Yun Qing's heart jolted. Barely had he stepped beyond the Yun clan's ancestral lands when his chaotic Dao embryo was discerned twice in rapid succession. This time it was even more astonishing, the divine mark left upon him by Yun Huang. The very imprint infused with an Immortal Emperor's primordial aura and exalted status. had been exposed in a single utterance by this seemingly naive youth. Even Xiaozhan moments earlier could not possibly have sensed it. This youth, truly the grand thousand worlds teemed with hidden masters and concealed titans. Sure too, hold your tongue. Yun Lai's expression shifted faintly as he sharply rebuked him. Yun Qing, however, waved a hand dismissively and vigorously ruffled the boy's hair, flashing a carefree smile. You're called Yunshi, a solid name, fitting for a young one whose instincts are remarkably sharp. His tone remained light, yet inwardly he steeled himself beware of arrogance, for beyond every peak lies another. Yun Lai offered a wry explanation. Forgive the elder master's embarrassment. This boy, much like his father, possesses no extraordinary cultivation or rare talent. His sole gift is an uncanny instinct for danger and anomalous energies. A clumsy hereditary aptitude perhaps, but one that serves him well enough to survive in this desolate city. Yun Qing shook his head. No matter at all. Your grandson possesses exceptional innate talent. Nurture it well, and his future holds boundless promise. In this perilous world, such intuition could prove more vital to survival than raw cultivation. He spoke no further. After briefly learning from Yun Lai about recent anomalies within the myriad beast ancient domain, he turned and issued a crisp command: advance. Yes. A streak of obsidian light surged forward, followed closely by dozens of silver-armored warriors, like blades drawn from their sheaths, piercing straight into the blood-hued mist shrouding the myriad beast ancient domain. Half an incense stick later, beneath the shadowed ramparts of the desolate city, several figures draped in pitch-black robes, radiating obscure, terrifying energy, flitted past like phantoms, vanishing soundlessly into the crimson fog of the ancient domain. 3 days later at dusk, at the fringes of the myriad beast ancient domain's core zone, carcasses of monstrous beasts littered the ground. Yun Qing slowly withdrew the Jiuan spear, its dark golden etchings hummed softly as they absorbed the final trace of savage essence from the last crimson-eyed, ghost-faced spider. This demunking tier spider possessed impenetrable carapace and bone-corroding venom. Defeating it had demanded considerable effort. Thus the cleansing mission was essentially complete. He raised his gaze skyward. The blood-red mist churned violently, and a colossal blood moon emerged clearly within its depths. Beneath its scarlet radiance, the domain's malevolent chi roiled fiercely, and 10,000 beasts howled in frenzied unison. The blood moon devours heaven. The appointed hour has arrived. Turning toward his battle-scarred Yunshao guards, whose eyes had grown ever sharper over 3 days of slaughter, Yun Qing spoke gravely. Mission accomplished. Withdraw immediately and report to the young lord. Elder Master, the captain cried urgently. With the blood moon, ascendant beasts descend into madness. You cannot remain alone here. Yun Qing raised a hand, silencing him. His voice gentle yet unyielding. Depart swiftly. The ambush awaiting him next would undoubtedly be meticulously orchestrated by the 12 elders. At that level of conflict, these Yunshao guards could serve no purpose but to swell the death toll. They were elite science, cultivated at great cost to the clan. To sacrifice them needlessly in intrafamilial strife would be a profound tragedy. With deep bows, the Yunshao guards formed ranks and shot away as streaks of light. Watching them vanish into the distance, Yun Qing slowly turned. Leaning upon the Jiuan spear, his black robes billowed fiercely in the sulphurous wind, a cold, elegant composure forged in relentless slaughter. Dust and blood stained his sleeves, yet nothing could dim his transcendent bearing. Step forth. His voice, calm and unhurried, drifted across the blood-drenched mountain forest, empty save for rustling leaves. You've trailed me for 3 days. Now the blood moon rises. Do not squander this perfect night for murder. The moment his words fell silent, the air around him froze. Not metaphorically, but literally, as space itself congealed. A vast, sinister formation erupted, instantly sealing off a 1,000-zhang radius centered on Yun Qing. Black-robed figures materialized from the shadows, one after another, 24 in total. Each emanated overwhelming terror. The leader's energy fluctuation alone sent chills through the soul. Their robes were voluminous hoods pulled low, faces veiled by shifting glyphs of the formation. Their auras, deliberately masked, merged seamlessly with the domain's surging blood-slaughter chi, nearly impossible to distinguish. 24 immortal lords, 6 latest stage, 1 peak stage. Yun Qing's gaze swept across them. The 12 elders truly spared no expense. Have they emptied their entire cache of long-concealed assets? The black-robed figures stood mute as iron, offering no reply. Only pure glacial killing intent permeating the air. Professional, Yun Qing murmured with a faint wry smile. Who decreed that villains always die from talking too much? Look at them. How meticulous, how decisive. Before his sentence concluded, clank clatter. All 24 moved as one. Their motions were perfectly synchronized, like interlocking gears snapping into place. 24 chains inscribed with grotesque runes lashed from their sleeves and wove midair into a sky-obscuring black net. The clashing chains shrieked like 10,000 damned souls unleashing torrents of malevolent light, not only freezing and sealing the space utterly, but also voraciously siphoning the domain's blood slaughter chi, thickening the net until it pulsed with suffocating pressure. Faced with such an absolute opening strike, Yun Qing merely adjusted his sleeve cuffs and stood serenely at the formation's heart. His ink-black robes flowed like liquid night, his posture upright as a pine. Set against the apocalyptic killing array and the blood moon's glow, his unruffled composure was breathtaking. From a concealed vantage point at the formation's nexus, Elder 12 watched, his clouded, aged eyes flickering with complex emotion. This youth's temperament, talent, strength, and bearing, all peerless. He murmured inwardly, had he been born of my lineage, why resort to such perilous stratagems? What improbable fortune did that worthless clan head amass? Recalling Yun Qing's full-blood younger brother Yun Huang, who among the prodigious youth of the Yun clan was merely mediocre and utterly unremarkable. How could two siblings born of the same parents differ so vastly? A surge of fury rose in Elder 12's chest. Heaven's Tao is unjust. Then I shall defy it and seize what is denied. Within the formation, the slaughter had commenced in full force. Chains coiled like serpents to crush. Curses rained like monsoons. Blades and swords sealed every possible retreat. Demon song pierced the mind, corroding the soul. This encirclement bore no flourish, only brutal, unadorned lethality. To deploy such overwhelming force against a mere young disciple was sheer overkill. Yun Qing finally moved. His footwork unfolded in arcane, effortless patterns, as if strolling through a garden, gliding through the impenetrable storm of attacks. His double pupils blazed with utmost intensity, rendering visible every chain, trajectory, curse, vector, blade, angle, and current of blood slaughter chi, each detail laid bare with crystalline precision. The Jiuan spear charged with the spiritual might of slain beast lords carved lethal arcs through the air. Clang! Its tip struck the needle point of a poison blade aimed at his back with surgical accuracy. A subtle deflection sent the weapon skimming past his robe, momentarily staggering its wielder. Yun Qing pivoted smoothly, sweeping the spear like a whip to deflect 3 cleaving sword blades, then lightly tapped the ground, gliding sideways like a fish, evading both overhead chains and a venomous palm strike from the flank. He never paused, darting like a phantom. The Jiuan spear stabbed, prodded, and punctured, each motion striking precisely where the assault was weakest. Then, his double pupils pierced through the maelstrom of killing intent, locking unerringly onto a black-robed figure concealed behind the formation's rear, who had thus far masked his presence completely. The soul-devouring body's ravenous hunger for the chaotic Tao embryo blazed like a firefly in midnight, irresistibly conspicuous under Yun Qing's fully awakened vision. Found you, cousin Yun Qi. Yun Qing murmured softly to himself. In the next instant, his aura erupted with thunderous force. An overwhelming pressure surged skyward, carrying nascent traces of celestial law, so potent that even the space sealed by formation arrays trembled faintly, emitting mournful reverberations. Immortal King realm, and not merely a fledgling one, but an immortal king at the initial stage whose foundation was unshakably solid and whose spiritual energy was refined to absolute purity. He effortlessly shattered the spatial restraints, appearing before Yun Qi at the edge of the formation, as if through instantaneous teleportation. The Jiuan spear pierced forward, charged with pristine, domineering, chaotic spiritual energy and the primordial ferocity of ancient monstrous beasts, aimed straight at Yun Qi's heart. This thrust moved faster than thought itself, transcending perception entirely. Thud! A muffled sound of flesh tearing. The spear had burst through his chest and emerged from his back, trailing a line of dark crimson blood droplets. Yun Qi's body stiffened abruptly. Slowly he lowered his gaze to the obsidian black shaft protruding from his chest. His soul-devouring body activated frantically, attempting to absorb the invading chaotic spiritual energy, yet it dissolved instantly like snowflakes cast into boiling water, overwhelmed and shattered by a far superior force. He could feel his life force draining away at terrifying speed. He could feel the very essence of his soul-devouring body collapsing. Disbelief flooded Yun Qi's eyes, alongside boundless regret and bitter resentment for the peerless cultivation opportunity that had been within grasp only to vanish forever. Yun Qi's eyes beneath his hood bulged wide, uttering only a single syllable. Yun Qing gripped the spear shaft acutely, sensing the rapid ebb of life flowing out of the dying man. Warm blood slid down the grooves of the spear shaft, staining his knuckle-defined hands. This was the first true killing he had ever committed, across 2 lifetimes. And the one he slew was kin, distant in bloodline, yet still a cousin by clan hierarchy. His double pupils reflected Yun Qi's collapsing form, while inwardly he assessed himself with icy composure, calmer than anticipated. No strong emotional resonance. Yet it remained his first. He felt his heartbeat quicken, just slightly, while his grip on the spear remained steady. Still, the warmth and stickiness of blood on his fingertips sent a subtle tension rippling through his nerves. This was pure physiological response, untethered from will. The moral framework forged over 20 years of his past life now completed its final handover to the ruthless survival laws of this world, 19 years in the making. Yun Qing lowered his gaze and gave a slight tremor to his wrist. The annihilating power and primordial ferocity coiled within the Jiyuan spear detonated violently, shattering Yun Qi's consciousness and soul, instantly eliminating any possibility of soul seizing or reincarnation cultivation. Yet at the last moment, a subtle shift in his intent stirred. The chaotic Tao embryo's power quietly enveloped a single thread of pure, untainted true spirit. Walk the wheel of rebirth as an ordinary mortal. That was the final mercy he offered, not for Yun Qi, but for the integrity of his own Tao heart. First kill, consider it a complimentary, soul-cleansing voucher for the underworld's cycle of rebirth. Yun Qing mocked himself inwardly, trying to dispel the lingering unease. A grand opening promotion, perhaps. Suddenly, instincts honed across lifetimes blared an alarm in his mind. Finish the kill. Villains die from excessive speech. Killers must always deliver the finishing blow. Instantly, he drew Yun Qi's limp corpse before him, his double pupils radiating deep abyssal light, scanning every layer, from physical body to residual soul. Verification confirmed soul and spirit utterly extinguished. No chance of revival or mischief. Without hesitation, he drove the spear once more, straight into the opponent's dantian, shattering the core essence of the soul-devouring body beyond recovery. Only after completing all this did Yun Qing finally exhale in quiet relief. He casually flung Yun Qi's corpse aside and turned with unruffled poise toward the battlefield, now frozen in stunned silence by the sudden turn of events. The entire sequence lasted barely 3 breaths. From explosive assassination to meticulous verification and execution, each step executed with chilling, unwavering calm. Only Yun Qing knew how many visions flashed through his mind in those 3 breaths. The legal ethics of his past life, the brutal survival logic of this one Elder II's stern teaching from the chaotic ancient cavern. When facing an enemy, leave no trace. And Yun Huang's golden eyes, detached, serene, and omniscient. Having chosen this path, there is no turning back. He told himself, his gaze growing ever deeper, ever more tranquil, as fathomless as an abyss. Immortal King, you have truly ascended to the Immortal King realm. Elder 12's voice echoed from all directions of the formation, warped and shrill with disbelief. Impossible. You're not even 20. An Immortal King under 20. How could such a thing be possible? Yun Qing flicked blood from the spear tip, offering no reply. His black robes billowed beneath the blood-hued moonlight. A single drop of dark, crimson blood slid slowly from the spear's point. Across the vast Tianyuan Continent, the cultivation path unfolds in 2 great stages. Mortal realms, 7 stages: foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, spirit, severance, void, refinement, union of body and spirit, and great perfection. Most mortal cultivators spend their entire lives striving for great perfection, a rare feat indeed. In the lower realms, such masters are revered as sovereigns granted lifespans spanning 1,000 years. Yet the immortal path remains infinitely vaster and more profound. To transcend mortality and become an immortal requires undergoing tribulation transcendence. Success transforms one's spiritual energy into immortal energy and grants ascension to the 3,000 grand realms, infinitely more stable and expansive worlds. This leap succeeds for fewer than 1 in 100. It is a true metamorphosis of existential tier. Given the spatial stability of the grand realms, even a great perfection cultivator capable of rending voids with a wave of their hand would struggle to stir so much as a ripple in that realm. Thus, the 9 immortal realms of the Tianyuan continent remain profoundly esoteric and lofty. and the Immortal King realm stands as the sixth immortal stage. Freedom to traverse space itself is among its defining hallmarks. It ranks just below the seventh stage, Immortal Lord, and the eighth stage, Immortal Venerable. As for the Immortal Emperor, to this day the Tianyuan Continent knows noble clans, but no imperial lineage, because no being across all history has ever taken that final ultimate step. While lower realm cultivators are still laying foundations, and upper realm prodigies barely reach the mortal seven stages, Yun Qing has already ascended to the Immortal King realm. In the shadows, Elder 12 stared at Yun Qing's corpse, his aged face contorting violently. Grief flickered briefly in his eyes, then vanished beneath a tide of ravenous greed. Ha 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 ha. He threw back his head and laughed wildly, his demeanor unhinged. How unjust is the heavenly Tao! Some toil half a lifetime, yet never breach the threshold of immortal ascension. Others begin their journey with immortality itself as their starting point. When Elder 12 was Yun Qing's age, having just achieved immortal ascension, he had already been hailed as a genius unseen in a millennium. After nearly 1,000 years of arduous cultivation, exhausting countless resources, he stood now at the pinnacle of the Immortal Lord realm, barely brushing the threshold of the Immortal Venerable realm. Yet Yun Qing, Immortal King at 20. This meant Yun Qing likely never traversed the mortal realms at all. His cultivation began directly upon the immortal path. It meant his chaotic Tao embryo was so extraordinary, it could shatter conventional cultivation barriers without resistance. It meant that barring premature demise, he would inevitably ascend to Immortal Venerable, and possess even a sliver of possibility to ascend to the supreme Immortal Emperor realm. His laughter died mid-breath. His gaze locked onto Yun Qing, like a starving wolf spotting divine flesh. Yun Qing is dead, no matter. Elder 12 licked his cracked lips, blood suffusing his eyes. We share the same ancestral lineage. This chaotic Tao embryo, I shall consume it myself. With my millennium of cultivation, I may yet forcibly refine and integrate your chaotic Tao embryo. Then, his eyes blazed with horrifying bloodlight and insatiable avarice. His voice trembled with raw excitement. I shall inherit the unparalleled potential of the chaotic Tao embryo, while retaining a millennium of experience and depth. I shall borrow your Tao foundation to surge directly toward the Immortal Venerable realm, and even peer upon the supreme ineffable path of the Immortal Emperor. The 12 elders quickly formed a seal with their hands, conjuring a three-headed, six-armed blood fiend demon god phantom behind them. The phantom roared skyward, its six massive arms swinging simultaneously, wielding a terrifying might that could crush mountains and swallow the heavens, striking down fiercely at Yun Qing. Wherever it passed, the space shattered inch by inch. The other black-clad figures surged forward, and 24 pitch-black chains trembled violently, transforming into 24 majestic fiend dragons, completely sealing off Yun Qing's escape route. In the sky, the six-armed blood fiend demon god launched a combined attack, blocking out the sun. Below, the fiend dragons attacked from all directions, leaving no escape. Each strike was enough to tear apart an ordinary immortal monarch, let alone someone like Yun Qing, who had just stepped into the Immortal King realm. A sinister smile appeared on the 12 elders' face, for no matter how monstrous Yun Qing was, he was still only 19 years old. If given enough time to grow, even the 12 elders would find it hard to catch up to him, but sadly, today he was destined to perish here. Yun Qing, clad in dark robes, felt the chaotic light of his spear, the abyssal spear, suddenly surge forth. His figure transformed into countless phantoms weaving through the gaps of the deadly assault. The chaotic shadows intertwined, reality and illusion coexisting. Arrogant little brat, the 12 elders bellowed. He is stalling. Lock onto his true form. Too late. Yun Qing's voice came from the edge of the formation, his breath slightly hurried, but a strange smile appeared on his face. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out an object. It was a hideously ugly cloth doll, palm-sized, made from mismatched fabrics in a garish array of colors that was quite the eyesore. The stitching was crooked, the facial features stitched like a ghastly drawing. One eye was higher than the other, the nose was askew, and the mouth stretched to the roots of the ears, radiating an eerie absurdity and shabby appearance, with a tilted abyss character embroidered on its chest. This thing, if thrown in a beggar's den in the mortal realm, would probably not even be picked up. In the midst of the blood moon demon god and the deadly trap pulling out such an ugly doll, the scene was bizarre to the point of suffocation. Kid, are you trying to play tricks when death is at hand? A later stage immortal monarch in a black robe shouted, slashing with a bone knife that emitted a pale knife light. Whatever the trick was, it would be cut down first. However, Yun Qing did not even glance at the knife light. He merely threw the tragically ugly doll to the ground and shouted upward, "Second elder. Help! They are bullying me alone." His voice was pitiful and wronged, completely contrasting with his usual composed image, as if he were truly a child being harshly bullied, calling out for a parent. The 12 Elders. The group of black-robed figures. Even the roaring blood fiend demon god Phantom seemed to freeze for a moment, playing ghost tricks. The 12 Elders felt an increasing sense of unease, urging the blood fiend demon god to unleash all 6 arms to crush the doll along with Yun Qing. However, at the moment it hit the ground, buzz, a vast and chilling aura suddenly erupted from the doll. The doll's comical body swelled in the wind, twisting and reshaping the fabric, transforming into a robe of cloud patterns, its crooked features rearranging into the image of a slightly grizzled, free-spirited old man. It was none other than Yun's second elder, Yun Huang. Aha! The newly appeared Yun Huang had not even fully opened his eyes and let out a long, exaggerated yawn, stretching with an exaggerated motion, mumbling. This sleep was truly comfortable. Who was the blind one making all the noise? Little Qing, did I not tell you that this doll of mine is extremely expensive? Don't use it unless it's a life-or-death situation, huh? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the 6 mountain-like arms of the demon god crashing down overhead. The 24 fiend dragons with their gaping maws were mere inches away, and a toxic mist of curse light loomed overhead. Yun Yuan's expression instantaneously shifted from the groggy state of waking up to extreme impatience. Tisk. He clicked his tongue, furrowing his brows, as if not facing world-destroying attacks, but rather being disturbed by a swarm of buzzing flies. Casually lifting his right foot, he lightly stomped the ground. Scatter! A single word was uttered, light as a feather. Centered around him, a vast and formidable force erupted with a thunderous sound. The 3-headed, 6-armed demon god crashed into an invisible wall, shattering inch by inch, turning into countless crimson light spots. The 24 fiend dragons let out mournful cries, their massive bodies disintegrating back into dull chains that clattered to the ground. The sky was filled with toxic mist, curse light, and knife light. All attacks disappeared in an instant as the word scatter was spoken. The entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Only the swirling blood-red mist remained, along with 28 black-robed figures staring blankly, and the 12 elders at the core of the formation, whose face had turned pale as paper. Immortal Sovereign Realm. Only an immortal sovereign could command the law with mere words, shaping the universe with a single phrase. Second Elder. The 12 elders stammered, their lips trembling, their voice dry. How could you be here? I clearly sent someone. Yun Huang dug at his ears, a blatant disdain and mockery evident on his face, his usually smiling eyes now sharp and clear like cold stars. Do you think that little trick of yours to lure the tiger away from the mountain could trap me, eh? He turned around, flicking Yun Qing on the forehead with annoyance. Stinky brat. Didn't we agree to use this shumi doll only in critical moments? This is hardly the situation. This is meant for saving your life, not for you to show off and take it easy, causing me to ruin a batch of precious pills. Look around. Just this is enough to force you to use a doll. Where's your strength in the Immortal King realm? Where's your Chaos Tao fetus's power? Is your heavy pupil just for show? And all those protective treasures? You really made me shake my head. I tell you, when I was your age. When you were my age, you were still being chased around the mountains by the third elder for roasting the drunken immortal carp she raised for 800 years. Yun Qing muttered softly, delivering a precise counterattack. Yun Yuan's old face flushed, angered and embarrassed. Shut up. That was me helping her digest. No. Stinky brat, don't change the subject. Honestly, had I known you were this wasteful, I might as well have fed the materials for refining the doll to dogs. Though I say this, I cannot hide the concern in my eyes for you, nor the relief upon seeing you safe. After lecturing the wasteful child, Yun Huang finally turned around, hands tucked into his sleeves, gazing leisurely at the ashen-faced 12 elders across from him. Yun Qing rubbed his forehead, peeking out from behind Yun Huang, looking at the 12 elders, and revealing a smile that could only be described as malicious. Everyone, you really don't think I, Yun Qing, am so impulsive as to come to this den of dragons and tigers for a unknown, do you? The 12th elder's eyes bulged with fury. He had dispatched envoys to detain Yun Huang, and even deployed the immortal artifact, heaven-sealing domain banner, to seal off the ancient beast realm. Any immortal sovereign attempting to force entry would require at least 1 incense stick's time. That brief span was more than sufficient to slay Yun Qing 10 times over. Yet he could never have imagined. Yun Qing had simply tucked the second elder into his sleeve, and walked right through. That grotesquely hideous cloth doll was a substitution puppet forged by the second elder using a sliver of his own life-bound soul, an object that appeared absurd and ugly yet was in truth a supreme treasure capable of housing an immortal sovereign's full power and divine sense. This was no mere protective talisman. It was a sovereign guardian ready to be summoned at will. He had never dreamed Yun Huang would invest so extravagantly in Yun Qing. It failed. The 12th elder's chest heaved violently, his lips trembled. Yun Qing was dead, and the plot exposed. Even if he somehow escaped today, he would face severe punishment upon returning to his clan. The legacy his lineage had painstakingly amassed over 1,000 years would be utterly obliterated under his hand. Either way, the path led only to ruin. Then, the 12th elder jerked his head up, eyes blazing with terrifying madness. Let us all perish together. His emaciated frame swelled abruptly, dense black runes erupted across his body. A destructive aura detonated at the valley's depths as crimson killing energy surged wildly into him. He's self-destructing. The second elder's face paled. His hands flashed through seals, and sovereign power coalesced into an invisible barrier, shielding Yun Qing firmly behind him. Yet, a ghastly, cruel grin split the 12th elder's lips. Power drawn from burning his soul did not ignite an explosion, but instead condensed into a blood-colored thorn finer than a silken thread. The thorn defied spatial distance, piercing straight through the barrier the second elder had erected, and shot unerringly toward Yun Qing's brow. No. Yun Huang's pupils contracted sharply. The 12th elder's target had been Yun Qing from the very beginning. By burning his soul to cast this forbidden art, he sought not merely death, but grievous spiritual injury to the young genius. What vengeance could be sweeter than crippling the soul of a peerless prodigy, halting his Tao cultivation forever? Yun Qing. Yun Huang roared sovereign power, surging wildly as he attempted interception. But the thorn was too swift, too uncanny. Yun Qing's twin eyes contracted sharply, time itself slowed to a crawl. He perceived with crystalline clarity the venomous black aura wreathing the thorn, and felt its maddened resolve, its seething hatred. Ji Yuan's spear hummed low in his grip, dark golden patterns shimmered along its shaft poised to strike. Yet, at that very instant, a golden spark flared deep within his forehead. Radiating imperial majesty, it blazed like a miniature sun upon Yun Qing's brow. Within the golden light hovered a faint, intricate sigil, the primordial mark of Yun Huang embedded long ago in his sea of qi. The blood-soul thorn struck the golden radiance, and shattered like a gnat striking the sun, vanishing without sound. Backlash recoiled violently. F. The 12th elder screamed a shriek so horrific it seemed inhuman. Blood spurted from his 7 orifices, and his vital aura collapsed instantly. Staggering backward, his skeletal frame trembled violently as he stared dumbfounded at the fading golden light upon Yun Qing's brow. The radiant sun mark, the primordial mark of that sovereign. He truly places such profound trust in you. The 12th elder's voice rasped like a broken bellows. A dreadful thought surged through his crumbling consciousness. Why? How exactly had Yun Qing won Yun Huang's favor? How else could he explain the sovereign bestowing his very essence mark for protection? Could it be? The 12th elder snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes blazing with horrifying intensity. You knew all along, didn't you? Yun Huang, it's you. You violated the blood oath. You betrayed the celestial emperor's secret to him. He clutched at this final straw, voice shrill and grating. Otherwise, how could this youth, barely 20, already ascending to immortal king, be so humble, so deferential, so adept at flattering the young lord into absolute trust? The second elder's expression hardened. Elder 12, you slander without proof. I have never violated the blood oath. It must be you. The 12th elder raved, claw-like fingers stabbing toward Yun Qing. You subtly hinted it to him, through hidden means. How else to explain it? I shall bring this before the elder council. Yun Huang, you have defied the ancestral oath. Your crime warrants execution. Before his words faded, his remaining strength erupted, not heeding the backlash of his injuries, as he burned the last vestiges of his lifespan, invoking a secret art to forcibly trace fragments of causality. He sought to illuminate whether Yun Huang had ever revealed the secret to Yun Qing. The ritual's luminous aura enveloped the entire realm, not as attack, but pure divination. The second elder bellowed in fury, sovereign power surging forth to shatter the rite. When suddenly, Yun Qing's radiant sun mark, still agitated from repelling the blood-soul thorn, flickered faintly beneath the ritual's strange resonance. At that moment, the hidden truth, glimpsed earlier by Yun Qing's twin eyes and the soul-tracking rite, That Yun Huang was the Celestial Emperor reborn was wrenched open just a sliver by this accidental resonance. Fragments of hazy yet staggering visions flooded the 12th Elder's divine sense via the ritual's feedback. A shattered celestial court, stars plummeting, cosmic laws collapsing. A solitary transcendent imperial figure stood atop the ruins, beneath him the corpses of 10,000 gods and demons. The Emperor turned. His pale gold eyes held eons of desolation, bone-deep weariness, and a cold, detached scrutiny of all existence. And at the edge of that hazy vision, the 12th Elder saw further shards of truth that made his soul quake. Yun Qing had known all along. Yun Huang was the Celestial Emperor reborn. He knew far more than they'd ever imagined. He understood Yun Huang's past life, his temperament, even his deepest inner wounds. So that is it. So that is it. The 12th Elder threw back his head and laughed, a laugh laced with irony and madness. You saw it yourself. Those eyes of yours. What a chaos Tao embryo. What ancient twin eyes, able to pierce such celestial mysteries. He whirled, fixing Yun Qing with a gaze like icy winds from the 9th netherworld. No wonder you earned his absolute trust. You knew his true origin. You knew his vulnerabilities. Every gesture of reverence, every act of tenderness, every brotherly demeanor was calculation. It was performance. Yun Qing, Yun Qing, you were the one who hid deepest of all. If the young lord ever learned that the brother he trusted so completely had ulterior motives from the very start, what then? Yun Qing's expression finally shifted. A rare glint of gravity and sharpness flickered deep within his twin eyes. Things had slipped beyond control. He had never anticipated that the 12th Elder's desperate last resort art would resonate unexpectedly with the radiant sun mark, exposing the most guarded secret buried in his soul. Second Elder. He must be killed immediately. Yet, virulent. Without warning, the entire ancient beast realm convulsed violently. The 100-Zhang Black Banner, planted at the array's core, famed for its ability to seal heaven and lock domains, let out a mournful wail as fissures raced across its surface. An invisible colossal hand, wielding raw, overwhelming force from beyond, tore the forbidden artifact apart. An omnipotent will steeped in boundless wrath descended like the Milky Way, cascading from the 9th heaven. Crimson mist dissolved, scarlet moonlight dimmed. 10,000 demonic beasts prostrated themselves, trembling uncontrollably. Time and space froze. A figure materialized silently in midair, robes as black as night, golden eyes as cold as ice. Yun Huang. The ancient domain of 10,000 beasts lay shrouded in deathly stillness. Yun Huang stood suspended in midair, his body emitting not a single ripple of spiritual energy, yet the entire heavens and earth knelt beneath his feet. His pale golden eyes held no warmth whatsoever, sweeping with detached indifference over the ravaged valley below, and finally settling upon Yun Qing. That gaze was terrifyingly serene, yet Yun Qing's double pupils flared with searing agony. He clearly saw, deep within that frigid golden void, the crimson tide slowly bleeding forth, potent enough to incinerate entire star rivers. This was something far more dreadful than rage. It was pure, unbridled annihilation, a soul torn asunder. Young Lord. Elder 12 seized upon it like a drowning man grasping at salvation, shrieking with raw desperation. This Yun Qing, his heart is unforgivable. He has already pierced through your supreme, unutterable name. Every act he has ever committed is calculated flattery, devoid of sincerity. Such a traitor, who defies heaven and deceives his sovereign, who dares pry into celestial decrees, must have his soul extracted and refined, his spirit shattered as an eternal warning. Each word struck the frozen air like a poisoned ice spike. Silence. A silence so absolute it felt like death itself. Yun Qing parted his lips, desperate to speak, but every word died before it could take shape, hollow and powerless in that suffocating void. Yun Huang's pale golden irises hardened into glacial frost, while beneath them a churning sea of blood-red surged, fleeting, almost imperceptible, a stab of pain even he failed to recognize. Countless fragmented memories surged forward, merging seamlessly with the face before him. Youthful, handsome, yet now grotesquely false. Humph. Yun Huang let out a soft, fleeting laugh. Faint as breath, yet every soul present, including Elder 2, a celestial sovereign, felt their very divine souls shudder with glacial dread. Slowly he raised his right hand and pressed downward gently toward the valley below. No light, no sound, and yet, in the next instant, all 23 black-robed celestial lords along with the 10-Zhang radius surrounding them vanished as if erased by an invisible titan's hand. Not a speck of dust, Not a drop of blood, not a wisp of lingering soul remained. Few indeed dared mock the spectacle of a celestial emperor reborn. The wrath of a celestial emperor, erasure by divine law, dissolution into absolute nothingness. Yun Yuan's face paled violently. He lunged forward, voice urgent. Young lord, please calm your fury. This matter. Yun Huang did not glance at him. His utterly frozen golden eyes remained locked, solely, upon Yun Qing. That gaze stripped Yun Qing bare. Every illusion, every mask peeled away, leaving him exposed naked before the abyssal cold of eternity. Suoxian Tower. 3 words, like a decree from the heavenly Tao, crashed down with thunderous finality. Space around Yun Qing solidified instantly. A towering ancient pagoda manifested above him, its surface radiating the blazing primordial solar power that had once quelled eons of chaos. Countless golden chains, forged from divine law itself, lashed forth from the void. In an instant they coiled tight around his limbs, torso, and throat, binding him utterly. As the chains clamped shut, Yun Qing choked on a muffled groan. His vast celestial, king-level spiritual energy froze mid-flow like a mighty river sealed beneath eternal ice. His chaos, Tao embryo wailed in anguish, forcibly suppressed into silence. His double-pupil vision dimmed, drowned beneath an endless flood of golden script light. Suoxian Tower. A supreme celestial artifact forged by Yun Huang himself, once reserved for imprisoning archcriminals and sealing away primordial evils. Yun Qing had neither time nor strength to resist. Even his chaos Tao embryo trembled instinctively, warning him, do not oppose the celestial emperor in this state. That power was immense, furious, cold with disillusionment, leaving Yun Qing utterly devoid of will to fight back. The golden chains retracted with brutal force, dragging him headlong toward the bottomless yawning rift at the tower's base. In the final sliver before darkness consumed him, Yun Qing strained his gaze upward to the figure suspended in the sky, godlike and indifferent. He saw the blood-drenched depths of Yun Huang's eyes. Then a voice, icy absolute, blasted directly into his soul. Yun Qing, you have disappointed this lord profoundly. Darkness swallowed him whole. The rift sealed shut. The Suoxian Tower's phantom dissolved, leaving behind only Elder 12 collapsed like rotten mud, yet grinning with manic triumph, and Yun Yuan grim-faced and deeply troubled. Yun Huang's form gradually faded, dissolving into the void. Just before vanishing he spoke, calm, detached. Return him to the clan. Await judgment. Ha ha, cough, cough, cough. Only after confirming Yun Huang's departure did Elder 12 finally unleash his pent-up hysteria, laughing wildly even as blood spattered from his lips. His face was ashen corpse pale, yet his eyes burned with twisted ravenous glee. Yun Qing, what does it matter if your talent is peerless, if your schemes run deep? Before absolute power and the awe of a celestial emperor, you are but an ant. He struggled, upright, venomous calculation gleaming in his gaze. Yun Qi was dead, the elite decimated. But if Yun Qing fell from grace, was disgraced, or even refined into essence, opportunity would bloom. With the young lord enraged, the assassination attempt might well go unpunished, and Elder 12 might yet seize victory from the jaws of ruin. Elder 2 flicked his sleeve, knocking the cackling elder unconscious before hauling him away for confinement within the clan. All that remained was the shattered valley, thick, unrelenting blood smell, and a trust between brothers newly forged, then instantly frozen into brittle, irreparable ice. Chiwu Hall. The gates were sealed. Luminous pearls dimmed. Yun Huang sat alone upon the dark jade throne. Silence pressed in, absolute, suffocating, broken only by the steady, measured tap of his knuckles against the armrest. Those accusations, defying heaven and deceiving his sovereign, all calculation, pierced his divine soul like poisoned ice spikes. Suddenly he found it absurdly laughable. Absurd that he knew Elder 2 stood nearby, fully capable of shielding Yun Qing, yet still couldn't resist sending a thread of divine sense to watch over the ancient domain of 10,000 beasts. Absurd that he'd even placed a protective Tao mark upon Yun Qing, fearing the younger might suffer harm beyond his sight. And what had it earned him? What had it earned him? Discovery, right from the beginning, of his most deeply buried secret. His one inviolable weakness, the very core he refused to expose, had been laid bare, scrutinized with chilling precision. Those moments of quiet comfort, that perfectly calibrated deference, those rare subtle gestures of clumsy brotherly forbearance that had once stirred something faint within him, all of it built entirely upon the foundation of knowing he was a celestial emperor reborn, a flawless, meticulously rehearsed performance. He had been deceived, completely from start to finish, by the elder brother he'd found intriguing, pleasing, and without realizing it granted excessive leniency and expectations he never should have allowed. Excellent, truly excellent, Yun Qing. Yun Huang's voice was low, hoarse, carrying the glacial chill of 10,000 years deep frozen void. With each word the hall's temperature plummeted further, frost crystals bloomed in the air. The serene, blazing solar energy surrounding him began to churn uncontrollably, boiling, erupting. Thin tendrils of golden flames spiraled from his robes and hair. Where they passed, space groaned under unbearable strain, warping, cracking open into fine obsidian-black fissures. The entire Chi Wu hall trembled violently beneath his terrifying aura. VRR. A faint resonant hum emanated from the void itself, like the heavenly Tao itself issuing a quiet, admonishing plea. Yun Huang's gaze snapped upward, his golden irises drenched in blood. Yun Huang abruptly raised his hand and seized the void. A jagged rift tore open in space, and through it he yanked a mangled corpse, hurling it violently onto the polished mirror-like floor of the hall. Had Yun Qing been present, he would have recoiled in shock. The corpse was none other than Yun Qi, pierced clean through the chest by his own spear, his spiritual body utterly shredded. Waste repurposed, call it your fortune. Yun Huang's voice was glacial, devoid of mercy. With 2 fingers poised like a blade, he slashed thinly through the air above Yun Qi's corpse. A grotesque reversal unfolded, the primordial essence of the soul-devouring body, which should have dissolved irrevocably, coalesced anew, defying cosmic law as if time itself had recoiled. You walk the path of soul-devouring, then devour until you are sated. His tone was frigid, utterly devoid of warmth. With a flick of his fingertip, the ashen spectral essence shrieked soundlessly as it was wrenched free, then erupted into blazing Huangyang divine flame, engulfing and refining it. Ah! The spectral essence wailed silently, its impurities, grudges, and even fragments of Yun Qi's lingering soul searing and hissing under the purifying blaze of the supreme Yang fire, vanishing in rapid dissolution. Within mere heartbeats, only a single thread of immaculate primordial chaos energy remained. On the floor, Yun Qi's corpse withered instantly, desiccated, crumbled to dust, and vanished without trace. To consume a lower-tier kin-sourced spiritual body, replenishing one's own essence. Brutal, direct, unvarnished in its fury and contempt. He bore no such superfluous, pointless sentiment toward kin that Yun Qing possessed. Yun Huang impassively pressed the chaotic essence into his forehead. A ripple of gray-gold light submerged within, and the turbulent Huangyang divine power swirling about him stilled, just slightly, as his expression softened marginally. Yet deep within his golden pupils the crimson glow did not fade, instead it deepened, tinted now with an even more fathomless malevolent darkness. He lifted his gaze toward the void as though addressing some unseen presence beyond the veil. Serenity, compassion, a cruel, icy smirk curled his lips, exquisitely handsome, yet chilling enough to freeze the marrow. Next, his eyes slowly settled upon the Suashian Pagoda, a towering spire sealed against all perception, imprisoning a certain deceiver. Shall be the chaos, Tao embryo. His voice fell like a sigh, soft, yet each word dripped with glacial menace. The faint hum in the void ceased instantly, daring not utter another sound. Inside the Suashian Pagoda, darkness, absolute, total darkness. Not merely the absence of light, but the erasure of light itself. The void where even the concept of illumination had been stripped away. The moment Yun Qing was hurled into this abyss, countless freezing Reniche chains erupted from the void, binding his limbs, neck, and waist with unrelenting force. Each chain bore ancient glyphs of suppression and sealing. With every coil tightened, his immortal, sovereign-level spiritual energy grew sluggish, the circulation of his chaos, Tao embryo, forcibly arrested. Even his twin eyes' perception shrank, constricted to the narrowest radius around his own body. This pagoda housed myriad prohibitions, designed to suppress, seal spiritual energy, and grind down souls. Yet only the suppression array had been activated. Cough. The chains tightening around his throat forced a stifled groan from Yun Qing, but they halted before crushing, leaving the pain bearable. Silence reigned, utter suffocating silence, broken only by the grating whisper of chains sliding against one another and a single suppressed breath barely audible. Yun Huang did not appear. He offered no hearing, no chance for explanation. Only palpable wrath and disillusionment saturating every inch of the Suashian Pagoda, dragging Yun Qing deeper into despair. Xiao Jinwu ruffled its feathers in fury, bursting with sparks. How then could one possibly soothe such a tempest? Beneath the surface of the Yun clan, currents churned with quiet violence. After delivering the 12 elders to the Elder Council for detention, Elder 2, Yun Yuan, rushed immediately to the Chiwu Hall seeking audience, only to be coldly rebuffed by Yun Huang's impenetrable barrier array. Elder 2 paced in agitation. Yun Qing was far more than a mere family-appointed guardian. For over a decade they had dwelled together in the Chaos Ancient Cavern. He had watched that child grow from babbling infant to a youth standing tall as a pine, truly both master and father bound by blood-deep affection. Otherwise, how could such a rare treasure as the Shumi transformation doll have been tossed to Yun Qing so casually, as if it were common cabbage? Even the direct heirs of Elder Two's own lineage had never received such favor. Young lord, though Yun Qing may have concealed truths, his nature is neither treacherous nor vile. He bears unwavering loyalty to you and to the Yun clan. Elder Two pleaded aloud outside the hall, his voice trembling with unprecedented urgency. No reply came from within. Only the oppressive, suffocating aura of sovereign wrath enveloping the entire Chiwu Hall, revealing the master's unyielding mood. Failing in his plea, Elder 2 turned desperately to Elder 1, Yun Che. Elder brother, speak up, say something. Yun Qing has been imprisoned in the Suashian Pagoda. Is that any place for a living soul? In Yun Che's still chamber, Elder 2 whirled in panic, his goat beard bristling upright in agitation. Yun Che sat cross-legged upon a meditation cushion, eyes half-lidded, face serene as still water. Slowly turning the beads of his rosary, he murmured low and steady, Xiao Yuan, calm yourself. How can I calm myself? That is the Suashian Pagoda, the ultimate prison forged to subdue celestial tyrants and annihilate eons-old demons. How long did that immortal sovereign who angered the Immortal Emperor last inside? Just 3 days, before his cultivation foundation shattered and his soul perished utterly. And Yun Qing, merely an immortal sovereign, how long can he endure? Elder Two's eyes burned red, his frustration flared at the elder's ageless, expressionless composure. Yun Che lifted his gaze, faint luminescence flickering deep within his pupils as if tracing fate's threads. After a long pause, he spoke softly. Though the young lord burns with fury, he chose not to execute or refine Yun Qing on the spot, merely to confine him. There remains room for resolution. Resolution? How? I've spun in circles, and still no one answers me. Elder 2 cried. Yun Che paused, then whispered, do not forget this soul-tracing secret rite. That soul, carefully selected by the heavenly Tao's will drawn across realms, should resonate profoundly with the young lord. Their bond transcends the ordinary. The worst need not come to pass. At the very least, Yun Qing's life remains secure. His words were cryptic. Did some fated resonance truly bind the soul chosen by the heavenly Tao and this reincarnated Immortal Emperor? Yun Yuan lunged forward, seized Elder One's beard, and yanked, sending the venerable immortal staggering off balance, his celestial dignity utterly shattered. You sanctimonious fraud, yet again you speak in riddles. But this was no time for recrimination. Though skeptical, Elder 2 found his frantic pulse steadying, just slightly, under the elder's unshakable calm. May it be so? No, I must try again. At the very least, I must make the young lord hear Yun Qing's words. Before the final syllable faded, he was already gone, rushing out once more. Only Elder 1 remained, staring at a few drifting strands of his elegant beard, tears streaming down his face. Yun Yuan. Meanwhile, the 12 elders' faction sank into a secret euphoric relief. If Yun Qing died, and the 12 elders survived, leveraging their senior status and decades of cultivated influence within the clan, they might yet endure until the next Cloud Peak martial contest, restoring their branch's glory. They had already begun covertly contacting high-ranking clan elders who coveted the Chaos Tao embryo, plotting to condemn Yun Qing irrevocably. Deep within the Kawudian, a chilling aura still lingered. Yun Huang sat high upon the jade throne, the brilliant light of the pearls in the hall cascading down upon him, only to be entirely devoured by his dark robe adorned with golden embroidery. His golden eyes were devoid of any wave or ripple as the sinister and terrifying secret art of soul refining was executed with the same naturalness as breathing in the hands of this reincarnated celestial emperor. Too many impurities, utterly useless. Yun Huang casually remarked, as if he had merely dealt with a slightly flawed celestial material, his movements elegant and indifferent. He seemed to have regained his former calm and nobility Yet the continuously fracturing and reassembling space around him revealed that his current mood was far from good. If he was unhappy, then the culprit should not expect to be at ease. Achoo! At the top of the locking immortal tower, suspended in midair, Yun Qing, firmly bound by several ropes as thick as a child's arm, involuntarily sneezed. He looked around the surrounding void, and in his line of sight, only the soul-binding symbols painted on the chains flowed with a ghostly blue light. This light not only failed to warm him, but rather added to the ominous chill, gradually eroding the protective spiritual energy around him. He truly did not know what materials this locking immortal tower was forged from as the chill penetrated to the bone. Even his celestial king body, tempered through the chaotic ancient cave, felt as if it could barely withstand it. Absolute darkness, absolute silence, absolute coldness, and absolute power suppression. This is the locking immortal tower, a place that destroys will and extinguishes hope. However, the light in Yun Qing's eyes still maintained a slight glow amidst the darkness. He was waiting, and he was thinking of how to cope with his current predicament, waiting for the one who had imprisoned him here. Creak, creak. The heavy sound of metal grinding, as if rusted for 10,000 years, suddenly shattered the eternal silence at the top of the tower. The tightly shut iron doors slowly slid open to the sides. Outside, the dim yellow glow of the everlasting palace lanterns mingled with the ghostly blue light of the runes within, pouring into this dark prison, casting interwoven and shifting shadows in the void. Yun Qing suddenly looked up. His heavy pupils rapidly adjusted their focus amidst the shifting light and shadow, instantly locking onto the silhouette standing against the light at the door. Their gazes met. It was Yun Huang. He stood at the entrance, his backlit face somewhat blurred, but his golden eyes shone like 2 points of divine fire opened in the depths of a cold pool, swirling with unabashed residual anger and a hint of frigid murderous intent triggered by a touched nerve. After a moment, Yun Huang finally stepped forward, entering the prison cell. The sound of his brocade boots striking the cold jade tiles was clear and resonant, echoing in people's hearts. He stopped 3 steps away from Yun Qing, close enough for Yun Qing to faintly sense the mixed and unique aura surrounding him, as if standing at the juncture of ice and fire. Yun Huang's gaze slowly swept over the marks left on Yun Qing's dark robe by the chains, passed over his pale profile, and finally fixed upon those heavy pupils that always remained clear and calm. It seems, Yun Huang began, his voice echoing in the cold and empty tower top, that the tranquility of the locking immortal tower is quite to your liking, brother. He slightly tilted his head, each word like an ice pick. How does it feel to be a prisoner at the foot of the stairs? Yun Qing attempted to speak, but found his throat dry and tight. The suppression of the chains made it difficult for him to even mobilize a shred of spiritual energy to soothe his throat. He could only barely raise his eyes to meet Yun Huang's gaze, which held neither plea nor resentment, only a sincere apology. Yun Huang seemed not to require his answer. He slowly raised his hand, a wisp of radiant divine power flicking out from his fingertips, precisely embedding itself into a hidden groove at the top of the tower. Click! A soft sound was heard. A gray stone bead embedded at the top of the tower was suddenly activated, emitting a gentle glow with a strangely sweet mist quickly spreading out, enveloping the entire space at the top of the tower. Yun Qing's heart sank. Though he was unaware of the purpose of this stone bead, the fact that Yun Huang resorted to such means indicated his firm intention to thoroughly interrogate him. Within the Yun clan's territory, preparations for the Little Cloud Summit trial were being conducted in full swing. The incident in the ancient beast domain that had shaken the higher-ups was being firmly suppressed beneath the surface by an unseen force. Aside from a few individuals in the know, the rest regarded the eldest son, Yun Qing, as having entered seclusion for the upcoming Yun Summit martial arts event, ignoring external affairs. After all, who would dare to spread the joke of the Celestial Emperor? 3 days later, the Little Cloud Summit trial would be held as scheduled in the cleaned-up ancient beast domain. At the edge of the blood mist-shrouded ancient domain, the crowd was in an uproar, and a massive circular observation platform floated in midair, with runes swirling, exuding an imposing aura. Below, on the trial grounds, Yun Shua was specially arranged to take a break, tightly clenching his small fists, his face flushed with excitement as he cheered fervently for his familiar sister Yun Yao and brother Yun Li. Sister Yao? Brother Li. Hit him. Use the move that big brother taught. He was completely unaware that the big brother he mentioned as in seclusion for hard training was currently enduring unimaginable torment. The comfort of the second elder and the considerate care of Yun Yao and others had constructed a temporary safe haven for him. However, Yun Yao at this moment seemed somewhat distracted as she dealt with the onslaught of the demon beasts She anxiously glanced at the sullen-faced Yunli beside her. Ever since the day the divine ranking appeared, the latter had been acting strangely, often isolating himself, and the aura of gloom surrounding him made even her feel a bit uneasy. "Brotherly, are you okay?" Seizing a moment between engagements, Yun Yao couldn't help but send a voice transmission to ask. Yunli, moving like lightning, evaded a sharp sword chi, and with a swift motion countered with his long sword, forcing back the assailant. "I'm fine. Focus on the competition." After a pause, he changed the subject. "I heard the third elder has sent you to the library to help again." "That's good. Out with her protection, those direct-line descendants won't dare to trouble you anymore. Stay away from me." This phrase rolled around on his tongue, but looking at the genuine concern in Yun Yao's clear eyes, he ultimately swallowed it back. Above the high platform, the 12 seats, symbolizing the highest status of the younger generation of the Yun clan, were currently occupied by only 5 or 6 individuals. The rest were either in seclusion, trying to break through their bottlenecks, or disdainful of watching the selection competition below, and thus did not attend. After all, at their level, the Little Cloud Summit trial was not worth watching. Yun Qing's absence blended in, not drawing much attention. Only a very few individuals aware of the situation felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts as their gaze swept over the empty seat at the head. The second elder, Yun Yuan, sat at the front of the elders' seats, seemingly focused on the fierce clashes of spiritual power on the arena below, yet absent-mindedly twirling a few strands of goat beard, almost pulling them out. From time to time, he cast a glance at the first elder, Yun Che, beside him, who was meditating with his eyes closed, wishing he could bore a hole through the old man with his gaze. While Qing was still suffering in that lightless locking immortal tower, how could this old fellow remain so calm? In stark contrast to the second elder was the 12th elder, sitting at the end of the elders' row. His complexion bore the pallor of unhealed injuries, and his breath was noticeably weaker, yet he had temporarily been released from confinement, even allowed to attend today's event. He looked at the empty seat on the high platform, then glanced at the second elder, who appeared restless not far away, and a smile that was hard to suppress quietly curved his lips. Inside the locking immortal tower, Yun Huang suddenly approached, the distance between them shrinking to less than 3 feet in an instant. Yun Qing's body stiffened slightly. At this distance, the aura emanating from Yun Huang, a blend of the majestic power of the sun and cold rage, enveloped him without reservation. Yun Huang slightly leaned forward, his fingertip pointing towards Yun Qing's lower abdomen, where the core of a cultivator resides. "Do you know, brother, why the Chaos Dao embryo is called Dao embryo rather than directly referred to as a type of immortal body or divine body?" This question was abrupt and inexplicable. Under the radiance of the stone pearl, Yun Qing's mind jolted, becoming secretly vigilant. His intuition told him that this topic was very dangerous. Before Yun Qing could respond, Yun Huang continued speaking, lowering his voice to a near whisper of intimate cruelty. "The so-called Dao embryo is a perfect embryo, a naturally nurtured vessel." His gaze fell upon the location of Yun Qing's lower abdomen, directly staring at the heavily sealed source of chaos. "It possesses infinite possibilities for the transformation of myriad laws, and because it is undetermined, it is the easiest to plunder and utilize. If I were not a reincarnation, but needed a perfect physical body to bear the power of an immortal emperor, this Chaos Dao embryo would be an excellent body." He fixed his gaze on Yun Qing, as if examining an intriguing object. A chill surged from his spine to the top of his head. Yun Qing trembled, and the chains rattled. Yun Huang seemed pleased with his reaction and continued. "In ancient times, there was a secret method that could use the Chaos Dao embryo as a mother body to give birth to more powerful divine or immortal bodies. Of course, the day the birth is successful is the moment your mother body loses all vitality and perishes." He observed Yun Qing's suddenly pale face, a glimmer of inscrutable meaning flashing in his golden eyes. "Moreover, this method is also beneficial for the reincarnated body of an immortal emperor. Originally, I thought that if you displeased me, I would simply devour you, which would save me trouble." Yun Huang straightened up, creating some distance once more, yet the sense of oppression only intensified. "Unfortunately, you have been pretending so well that I had no means to act. Now, this is a good thing, isn't it?" Yun Qing suddenly raised his gaze, a hint of horror flashing uncontrollably within his heavy pupils. "It seems you understand, brother. The crude methods of Elder 12 are simply a waste of resources." Yun Huang's tone was laced with undisguised disdain, then he changed his tone. "But I am different." A single sentence froze the air inside the tower. Yun Qing and Yun Huang exchanged glances. The golden pupils held no warmth, only the cruel indifference of an immortal emperor looking down on ants. He slowly raised his right hand towards Yun Qing. His long fingers were like jade, yet a thread of dangerously brilliant divine power coiled around his fingertips. The golden light was not blazing, instead it was terrifyingly subdued, containing the dread Tao rhythm of extracting the source, causing Yun Qing's soul to tremble. The source of Yun Kai's soul-devouring body has already been extracted by me. Yun Huang's voice was like that from the depths of the abyss, speaking lightly. Though of inferior quality, it is still better than nothing. He raised his hand, the terrifying golden light flickering ominously mere inches away from Yun Qing's Dantian Qi Si. As for your Chaos Tao embryo, I am very curious whether it can completely heal the fissures of reincarnation and stabilize the supreme Tao foundation. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended like a torrent from the celestial river, crashing down. The space surrounding Yun Qing completely solidified, transforming into an impenetrable cage even stronger than the locking immortal tower. He could only watch as that fingertip containing the power of destruction and resonating with the rhythm of death slowly approached his Qi Si. In his heavy pupils, the cold, emotionless face of Yun Huang reflected devoid of any human feelings. Could it be that he truly miscalculated? All that had transpired before the tacit approval and indulgence, the subtle displays of warmth, had completely failed to move the supreme Tao heart of this immortal emperor. The brilliance of the stone pearl fell. The truth was painfully sharp and intensely real, violently twisting into the deepest part of his heart. Yun Huang ceased to speak, the divine power at his fingertips solidifying just as that fingertip was about to touch his chest robe. Young master, Yun Qing suddenly forced himself to speak, his voice slightly hoarse under the tremendous pressure of the chains, yet exceptionally clear. He did not struggle, nor did he plead for mercy, but merely gazed into Yun Huang's eyes, a flicker of a desperate flame buried deep within his heavy pupils. If young master requires. He paused for a moment, seemingly expending all his strength to suppress the instinctive fear of the end of his Tao path. Then he spoke clearly. Qing is willing to offer up the Tao embryo. The moment the words fell, the fingertip of Yun Huang, which was about to strike his dantian, imperceptibly halted. The golden light flickered, reflecting the sudden depth of his gaze. Inside the tower room, there was a deathly silence. Only the stagnant pressure and the flickering golden light at Yun Huang's fingertips spoke of a precarious balance on the brink of collapse. Heh! A cold, mocking chuckle escaped Yun Huang's throat. He suddenly waved his sleeve, facing Yun Qing again. Those golden pupils, which had just retracted their sharpness, were now filled with an even deeper cold rage, even more terrifying. Willing to offer. He savored these 4 words, his tone icy. Yun Qing, are you playing this trick again? Previously I was willing to cooperate, but now what gives you the confidence to think you can still deceive me? No matter whether it is voluntary or coerced, the Chaos Tao embryo has been claimed by me. A chilling intent was evident in Yun Huang's golden eyes as he clearly issued the final judgment. Hand over all memories related to the soul-returning secret ritual, release your spiritual defenses, and allow me to inspect personally. His voice was cold, commanding. Then your Tao embryo. I will extract 30% of its source as punishment. Extracting 30% of the source. This would be a severe blow to any cultivator, implying that their foundation would be damaged, potential greatly diminished, and the ceiling of their future would be forcibly lowered. For a Chaos Tao embryo, such an extraordinary constitution, the loss of 30% of the source would be irreplaceable. Is Yun Huang attempting to completely cripple half of his future? Yun Qing's face turned pale. He looked into the unyielding golden eyes of Yun Huang and realized that this time there was no room for negotiation. Either completely open his spiritual soul, surrender his memories, and bear the cost of half-destroyed foundation, or die. A heavy despair suffocating as if cold, viscous, deep-sea water surged from all directions, slowly enveloping Yun Qing's mouth and nose, drowning him. In his vision, the brilliance of the stone pearl at the tower's peak flowed, so glaring and cruel. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, only a silent grayness remained in his heavy pupils. Yes, he heard his own voice, dry and raspy. Qing obeys. He slowly relaxed all defenses over his spiritual soul and opened the gates of his consciousness. At the same time, the operation of the Chaos Tao embryo was forcibly halted, awaiting the impending pain of source extraction. On his handsome face, there was only a calm demeanor along with a hint of subtle tremors that he desperately tried to conceal. It was not the fear of death, but rather a kind of fragility before a belief was about to collapse. The Cloud Peak martial arts of the Yun clan will be held on Yunsu Peak. This peak was formed by the ancestors of the Yun clan, using divine abilities to capture a piece of floating mysterious land from the nine heavens, which has been refined through generations, resulting in today's majestic appearance. The peak is suspended high above the clan's territory, appearing a deep azure hue more solid than the star's cores. It is adorned with swirling silver-white patterns resembling clouds, and mist, a manifestation of the concentrated spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Under the sunlight, the ground glitters like glass with purple light and aura swirling around the clouds, presenting an ethereal scene. Today, as dawn breaks, the purple chi rises from the east. The Yunsu mountain range is already bustling with figures, and the atmosphere is electric with excitement. Members from various branches of the Yun clan, both near and far, have taken their seats at the four peaks according to strict seating arrangements, filling the air with a tense yet exhilarating anticipation of the impending contest. Most eye-catching of all is the front row of the observation platform on the eastern side, where the fifth elder Yun Jun is seated. Contrary to the usual image of elders, the fifth elder is dressed in a celebratory dark red robe with auspicious patterns. Today, his face glowing with joy as he sits smiling in his seat. Surrounding him are over 20 disciples holding spirit jade flower baskets filled with celestial flower petals. At the center of this starry entourage is a young girl dressed in a light yellow ethereal gown, appearing no older than 15 or 16. The girl's beauty is striking, her skin as white as snow with large lively eyes that radiate clarity. With a natural air of innocence, she is the pride of the fifth elder's lineage, bearing the innate fortunate body, Yun Rui. At this moment, she knits her brows, fiddling with two hair ribbons, one yellow and one pink, and asks in distress, "Grandpa, which color do you like?" "I can't decide." Yun Rui's voice is soft and sweet, full of charm. "Oh, my little Rui, your grandpa likes whichever you choose." The fifth elder immediately leaps from his chair, moving toward his granddaughter, his previously stern face now filled with a loving smile. "Not matching? How could that be? Rui looks good in anything. This pink suits you beautifully, like a little fairy." He suddenly shifts his tone without principles. "If you don't like it, we can change it right away. Quick, bring out the spare hair ribbons." Immediately, a disciple behind him presents a large tray. "Rui, look red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, all the vibrant colors, calming and enhancing your spiritual power recovery. I've prepared everything for you. Do you like any of them?" The fifth elder rubs his hands together, eagerly watching his granddaughter, embodying a perfect model of a doting grandfather. Yun Rui can't help but laugh at her grandfather's antics, like spring flowers blooming. In the end, she selects a bright yellow ribbon that complements her gown, adorned with delicate golden stars along the edges. "I want this one, thank you, Grandpa. Bright yellow is great. It's noble and grand. Come, Grandpa will tie it for you, ensuring it looks both beautiful and secure." The fifth elder beams with joy, carefully taking the hair ribbon, his gentle and meticulous movements resembling those of someone handling the most precious of fragile items. Nearby disciples from other branches watch in astonishment, with some young people unable to hold back their whispers, both envious and amused. However, the fifth elder's lineage is already accustomed to such displays, and after he finishes tying the ribbon, the 20 disciples holding flower baskets immediately begin to sprinkle petals evenly. In an instant, a rain of flowers descends, fragrant and rich, making Yun Rui appear like a goddess amidst a sea of blossoms. This scene hardly resembles a serious celestial competition. It feels more like a noble young lattice outing in the mortal realm. On the highest elder's seat on the northern side, several core elders have already taken their seats. The seventh elder, just returned from the northern borders, still brimming with vitality, glares at the scene of fluttering petals in the distance and nudges the cold-faced sixth elder beside him. "Hey, old six, take a look at old five." The seventh elder's voice is loud and straightforward, shaped by his battlefield experiences. "What has he been up to these years? What has possessed him? I remember when you two fought in the secret realm. It was a fierce battle that shook the heavens. This is not his style." He points at the fifth elder, carefully tying a ribbon for his granddaughter. "I can hardly recognize him." The sixth elder's expression is stern, not even glancing that way, and he coldly scoffs. "Deviant ways, excessive pampering, it undermines the dignity of an elder. I refuse to associate with him." His words seem to carry a personal grudge, clearly indicating some unresolved issues regarding their past conflict. Not far away, the Grand Elder Yun Qing, seated at the main position on the left, observes the entire scene. He slightly tilts his head and speaks softly to the second Elder Yun Yuan, who appears somewhat distracted. Old Five has indeed changed significantly over the years, cultivating his heart and character. The second elder is gazing towards the entrance of the square, his brow furrowed in persistent worry, and does not respond. His mind is preoccupied only with Yun Qing, who remains imprisoned in the locking immortal tower. With the martial arts event about to begin, Yun Qing has yet to appear, and there has been no clear instruction from Xiaojun what are the proceedings. He hopes desperately that the Grand Elder, aware of his concerns, continues in a gentle tone. The innate fortunate body is a rare gift, yet it is most susceptible to entanglements of karma. Old Five has not competed or fought over the years, actively yielding and even creating such a nurturing environment likely to avoid any karma conflicts that could affect Rui. To nourish her heavenly fortune with pure spiritual energy to protect her with a loving heart is no easy task. The second elder snaps back, irritated. I see him clearly enjoying himself. His words unfinished, he can't help but glance towards the entrance, wishing that Qing could return so he could lovingly tie a ribbon for him too. Sigh. The Grand Elder, seeing that he remains distracted, shakes his head slightly, realizing he is not a talkative person and struggling to find a topic. Sighs, alas. Perhaps let third sister comfort him later. She knows how to handle Xiaoyuan best. At this moment, a young man behind the Grand Elder also sighs inwardly and steps forward to interject. What grandfather said is very true. The fifth elder's deep affection for his granddaughter, striving to protect the Dao lineage, is admirable. Sister Rui possesses profound fortune and a pure nature. She will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Yun clan in the future. The second elder, finding it hard to ignore the young man, knows he must give his grandfather some face and cannot let the conversation fall flat. This young man in his early 20s bears a resemblance to the Grand Elder, but has a more refined and gentle demeanor. He is none other than the Grand Elder's grandson, renowned among the younger generation alongside Yun Qing and Yun Rui, known as Qing Tian Falling Moon Rui Bone, Yun Tian Luo. The second elder gazes at Yun Tian Luo, noting his impressive stature and refined aura, clearly indicating his further cultivation progress. Thinking of his own Yun Qing, who remains imprisoned with an uncertain future, he feels mixed emotions, simply nodding slightly at Yun Tian Luo before falling back into silence. At the third watch of the morning, the bell tolls 9 times, echoing through the skies. Ding! Above, the clouds part automatically, and a purple-gold path extends from the direction of the Kawutang Palace, leading directly to the highest position on the northern side of the square. On it, a figure in a brocade robe approaches with hands behind his back. Yun Huang. He descends upon the high platform of the main seat. No words are needed when his figure appears. All hail the young lord. A thunderous chorus of greetings erupts in unison, like thunder rolling across the sky. All disciples of the Yun clan and the elder attendants bow deeply, lowering their heads in utmost respect. In the vast square, only the grand sound of respect reverberates. Yun Huang wore a solemn and resplendent white dragon ceremonial robe, its surface embroidered with suns, moons, and stars in dark gold thread. As he moved, light rippled across it like a cascading galaxy, while the mountain sand rivers, stabilizing Gui, symbol of the Yun clan's supreme authority, hung at his waist. He seated himself calmly upon the throne, his golden eyes sweeping over the multitude below. Wherever his gaze fell, all held their breath. Rise. A single word, uttered as if decreeing heaven's will. Only then did the assembly dare straighten their spines, their eyes brimming with awe. Next, a venerable elder steward, his beard and eyebrows snow-white, yet spirit radiant, stepped forward from the ranks. The Cloud Peak martial assembly begins. The 12 princes shall now enter the arena and assume their ceremonial positions. His voice soared clear and commanding, piercing the heavens. At the call, figures stirred in unison, converging toward the center of the arena. First to arrive was a streak of azure sword light, sharp, unyielding, coalescing into a young man wielding a long blade, elegant and poised. Yun Baojin, the Yun clan's peerless sword prodigy and 4th prince. One by one, others followed. Some materializing with ghostly swiftness, others gliding in on the quiet rustle of grass and trees. One even strode in, clutching a wine jar, tilting his head back for a bold draught, 3 parts drunk and 7 parts untamed, yet landing with uncanny precision upon his appointed spot. One after another, the Yun clan's legendary prodigies appeared, each radiating a distinct brilliance, drawing gasps and exclamations from the grand viewing terrace. Look, it's Miss Rui. A sudden surge of fervent commotion erupted through the crowd. A figure in soft yellow fluttered down like a butterfly amidst drifting flower petals, her smile radiant and enchanting, drawing countless gazes, especially from the younger disciples whose eyes burned with admiration. Yet those burning glances were swiftly quelled, one by one, by a stern glare from the fifth elder, who promptly added each offender to his blacklist. Yun Qing, standing behind the senior elder, offered a respectful bow to his grandfather before vanishing in a blur, reappearing midair with several effortless strides to land steadily before the assembled princes. He nodded courteously to his younger brothers and sisters, a gesture both refined and dignified, yet beneath it lay an aura of unassailable authority. In the blink of an eye, 11 of the 12 princes stood assembled. Handsome men and graceful women alike, some emanating sharp, condensed chi, others exuding ethereal, unhurried elegance, each a peerless genius famed across the celestial rankings. A junior branch disciple attending the ceremony for the first time murmured in astonishment to his companion the magnificence of our Yun clan's 12 princes, their talent, their bearing. Any one of them placed among the great sects beyond our borders would stand as a saint heir capable of dominating an entire generation. Indeed, and more. Another replied, voice layered with complexity. I heard from the elders that were it not for the 9 heavens Azure Cloud list's ancient covenant with top-tier powers, limiting early rankings to only the single strongest candidate per faction, many here would never have graced the celestial rankings at all. Their whispers faded into hushed reverence and profound contemplation. Yet despite the brilliance of the 11 assembled, one figure remained conspicuously absent, the first prince. Where then was Yun Qing, the eldest prince? Every gaze in the arena, overt or concealed, converged upon that empty seat. High upon the dais, Yun Huang sat motionless, his countenance cold, imperious, his brocaded robe shimmering with faint divine radiance. None could fathom his thoughts. The second elder's brows knotted tightly within his sleeve, his fist clenched so hard his knuckles turned bone white. Yun Qing had been imprisoned within the immortal pagoda for 3 months. By contrast, the 12th elder vibrated with frenzied exhilaration. His sunken eyes gleamed with barely contained triumph, his lips curling upward in irrepressible satisfaction. Yun Qing's absence today meant, if not death, then certain and utter disgrace. For days he had maneuvered tirelessly throughout the clan, scheming for the moment Yun Qing would perish, so his own lineage might finally rise to supremacy. After several more breaths passed, murmurs about the first prince's absence grew louder, until the 12th elder could no longer contain himself. Feigning concern, he spoke aloud. The first prince still hasn't arrived. Has he forfeited? If so, this vacant seat of honor, 12 princes reduced to 11, ought rightly be filled by my branch. A sharp tearing sound, sudden and absolute. Above Yun Chu Peak, the sky split open, a deep abyssal rift yawning wide, spewing turbulent spatial currents. Then came a clear ringing spear chime, shattering the chaotic eddies with a single resonant note. A figure clad in profound black descended, not by flight, but by stepping upon invisible stairs, descending slowly from the 9th heaven itself. He wore ink-black hair and somber robes, his posture upright as the Kunlun jade tree, his bearing calm and deep-rooted, his double pupils opening and closing like swirling nebulae, birthing and devouring stars. In his hand rested a long spear, its shaft the color of primordial chaos, heavy with the weight and vastness of creation before heaven and earth parted. The eldest prince of the Yun clan, Yun Qing. Most astonishing of all was his aura. No trace of injury, no sign of exhaustion. His Tao resonance flowed flawlessly, his chi ran deep as an ocean, and he had clearly broken through once more, reaching the mid-stage of Immortal King cultivation. That same serene composure now carried a newfound breadth and ease, that same sovereign dignity now held a liberating grace. Compared to the man he'd been 3 months prior, he seemed utterly reborn. Behind him, the fractured void sealed itself seamlessly, restored in the blink of an eye. In that instant, silence swallowed the world. Yun Qing advanced with unruffled poise, step by measured step, toward the arena's heart and onward toward the exalted figure upon the northern dais. His fingers traced the 2 characters Zai Wu, to bear all things, etched upon the spear's shaft with innate Daoic artistry. Bowing deeply before Yun Huang, he smiled, and spoke, his voice as clear and bright as ever. Forgive my tardiness, Brother Huang. Brother Huang. Those 2 words struck like thunder from the 9th heaven, detonating in every ear. Eyes widened, mouths gaped. None dared believe what they had just heard. The implications reverberated through every mind, sending shockwaves of speculation cascading outward. The 12th elder's triumphant smirk froze, then shattered into pallid horror, as his teacup slipped from nerveless fingers and shattered upon the floor. Not only was he unharmed, he had ascended to mid-stage Immortal King, and his bond with the young lord was this intimate. On the viewing terrace, the second elder's taut nerves finally relaxed. For weeks his heart had been clenched in relentless anxiety. With a subtle, satisfied glance at the 12th elder's flustered state, he inwardly sneered the real spectacle had only just begun. Seated high upon his jade throne, Yun Huang's pale gold eyes rested upon Yun Qing. Deep within them the faintest warmth flickered, and the icy pressure surrounding him softened almost imperceptibly. He gave a slight nod, his voice carrying clearly to all enter the arena. Yes. Yun Qing smiled faintly, standing calm and composed beneath 1,000 complex, searching gazes. Thus began the true Cloud Peak martial assembly, and for some their grandest ambitions crumbled into dust at that very moment. At that instant the second elder could contain himself no longer. Disregarding Yun Huang's presence, he sent a private transmission directly to Yun Qing. Young Qing. How fare you? What exactly transpired between you and the young lord? Yun Qing, who moments before had stood with perfect Immortal King composure, hands clasped behind his back, stiffened abruptly. Disaster. He'd forgotten to reassure the second elder. That nagging sense of omission, it had been this. Yet recounting how he'd charmed that little golden crow, how their brotherhood had blossomed overnight, he simply couldn't bring himself to speak of it. Lately he'd been wholly occupied erasing that particular episode from existence. So he replied, forcing sincerity into his tone, "Rest assured, elder, I am perfectly well. This matter is intricate, too lengthy to recount now. With the martial assembly, imminent discretion demands brevity. Afterward I shall narrate the full account for you." Having dispatched the transmission, Yun Qing exhaled silently in relief, and immediately assumed the air of one wholly absorbed in awaiting the assembly's commencement, too preoccupied for further communication. As for the second elder's inevitable reaction, eyebrows bristling, face flushed with indignation, Yun Qing chose for now to remain blissfully unconcerned. Let that day remain a secret shared only between him and Brother Huang, a silent understanding sealed in mutual complicity. 3 months ago, at the pinnacle of the locking immortal tower, Yun Huang's fingertips hovered just above Yun Qing's dantian, merely an inch away. With just a little more advance, he could touch the extremely rare chaotic Tao embryo. Yun Qing had completely relaxed his sea of consciousness defenses, as instructed, ceasing the operation of the Tao embryo, and all the spiritual power around him fell silent. Life and death, honor and disgrace, all rested on the whim of the person before him. At the moment he released his mental defenses, buzz. The inconspicuous gray stone orb at the top of the tower finally erupted completely under Yun Huang's secret manipulation. Unbeknownst to Yun Qing, the rich and fragrant aroma emitted by it had been subtly influencing his mind. Yun Qing felt a slight stir in his soul as emotions that had been tightly locked away by his will, fear and resentment of an unknown fate, confusion and loneliness in a cruel otherworld, and a complex dependence on his kin before him, began to surge. The torrent of emotions was magnified by the treasure known as the soul-capturing pearl, almost threatening to swallow his consciousness entirely. Not good. It's that pearl. The remnants of clarity made Yun Qing realize the danger, but having lowered his guard too thoroughly, it was already too late to reinforce his spiritual platform. Yun Huang, who had been observing, coldly curled the corner of his lips into a smirk. The soul-capturing pearl had taken full effect, stripping away all the artificial defenses and disguises of the heart. The reactions flowing from Yun Qing's soul at this moment would be the most primal and genuine reflection of emotion. He wanted to see what this deeply thoughtful brother would reveal when the obedient facade was peeled away, whether it was meticulously woven lies and schemes, or... Yun Huang's thoughts abruptly halted the next moment. The anticipated curses of resentment, desperate howls, or even more intricate designs of justification did not manifest. Yun Qing, bound by heavy chains, lowered his head, his black hair cascading down to obscure most of his face, his body trembling, imperceptibly quiet to the point of being abnormal. The subtle sense of pride within Yun Huang was quickly replaced by a deeper coldness and disappointment. At this stage, could he still maintain his defenses? Yun Qing's heart seemed to be incredibly resilient, almost to the point of being annoying. Just as his patience was wearing thin, and he was unwilling to give Yun Qing another chance in that moment. Tap. A sound so faint it was nearly inaudible. A warm, transparent tear suddenly slipped down Yun Qing's face and landed squarely on Yun Huang's hand, which radiated a dangerous golden light. The temperature of the tear seeped through his skin, causing Yun Huang to feel an inexplicable burning sensation. His entire being froze, and he slowly raised his gaze to the person bound by chains. That usually calm and composed face, which always bore a gentle smile, was now as pale as paper. But what struck Yun Huang the most were those double pupils. Gone was the usual tranquility and depth, now filled with shattered and quivering reflections of light. With alarming speed, the corners of his eyes and eyelids blushing a shocking crimson as tears fell like a broken dam. There were no wails, not even obvious sobs. He simply shed tears quietly and forcefully. Biting down hard on his lower lip, he tried to suppress any embarrassing sounds from escaping, yet there were still uncontrollable broken sobs leaking out in intermittent gasps from his tightly pressed lips. Those hands, which were usually as steady as a rock and could tear through the sky, were now trembling uncontrollably. The dangerous golden light at Yun Huang's fingertips flickered due to this sudden change. The anger that had been shattered by the completely uncontrollable scene before him vanished without a trace. He fell directly into the depths of those tear-stained double pupils. There was no hypocrisy, no pretense, only a sincerity nearly childlike, overwhelmed by profound pain and dependence. Huangdi. Yun Qing finally spoke, his voice hoarse and broken, each word soaked in the moisture of his tears. The Tao embryo is for you. Please don't be angry. Okay. The words came out in fragments, yet like a torrent from a mountain stream, they overwhelmed Yun Huang's icy barrier. As he spoke the words Tao embryo, Yun Qing's body trembled violently, as though he were once again pierced by that terrifying golden light, close at hand, tears bursting forth instantly, yet still carried a reverent sense of sacrifice. He didn't know where he found the strength, but in his bound posture, he leaned his head against Yun Huang's shoulder adorned with dark gold embroidery, even rubbing his tears against it. If this live's Tao embryo can truly benefit Huangdi's path. Yun Huang no longer moved. These words barely managed to bring back a sliver of clarity. This was the second time Yun Qing offered to give away his Tao embryo, yet he couldn't utter any mocking words, even feeling the urge to flee. His shoulder was completely soaked with the other's tears. The soul-capturing pearl merely amplifies the hidden emotions. What chaotic thoughts must this person have been harboring all along? How could it be? As warmth and moisture seeped from his shoulder, the sound of choking sobs echoed in his ears. Looking at that face marked with tear streaks and rare vulnerability, Yun Huang's mind faltered, especially when he was too shocked and his fingertips unconsciously moved slightly toward the Dantian. Yun Qing's eyes instantly moistened, and it looked like he was about to shed more cat-like tears. Yun Huang was furious. What he said sounded so nice. If he really took it today, Yun Qing might cry to death right here. He jerked his hand back as if scalded along with that terrifying golden light, which extinguished with a startling poof faster than ever before. His scalp tingled, and he was at a loss. The reincarnated Immortal Emperor, having experienced eons, having looked down upon the seas of blood of gods and demons, and having held the reins of destiny, was now completely thrown off balance by a few drops of tears and sincere words caught in a dilemma. He wanted to step forward to channel the energy of the soul-capturing pearl, but as soon as he raised his hand, Yun Qing looked as if he expected to be punished for his essence, making him feel a headache. Yun Huang wanted to sternly halt this completely uncontrollable and chaotic scene to regain his authority. However, when the words reached his lips, he found his voice inexplicably dry, even lacking in confidence. Shut up. No more crying. This reprimand, under the gaze of the others' surging silent tears, and those red, tear-streaked eyes full of grievances, not only failed to establish authority, but instead revealed an indescribable anger and embarrassment. Yun Qing seemed even more aggrieved by his shout, his lips quivering as he looked at him with tear-filled double pupils, clearly conveying the message, "I've come to this point, can't you forgive me?" It's as if I, Yun Huang, am being unreasonable. Yun Huang completely surrendered, knowing that he could not continue the interrogation today, no matter what. He suddenly waved his sleeve. Clatter! The soul-binding chains that had ensnared Yun Qing fell away like lifeless black snakes, softly dropping down. Suddenly losing support, coupled with mental agitation and physical exhaustion, Yun Qing fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing that he was about to cry again, Yun Huang ignored it, and the chains that had originally been retracted reached out once more, dragging the person face down on the ground into a quiet room on the third level of the locking Immortal Tower. Yun Qing rolled in without any dignity, finally out of Yun Huang's sight. Without the chains sealing his cultivation, the impact of the soul-capturing pearl would likely subside in no time. Yun Huang didn't even dare to glance back at the direction of the quiet room, turning around abruptly, the dark robes, sleeves stirring up a cold wind, his pace much quicker than before, almost hurriedly leaving the top of the locking Immortal Tower. At the top of the locking Immortal Tower, the soul-confining energy is too intense. Staying there could harm the foundation of the Tao. He muttered to himself in his heart as if trying to convince himself. If his Dao embryo is damaged, it would also weaken the strength of the Yun clan. Only upon stepping beyond the tower's threshold did the crisp night wind rush against his face, finally dispelling the cloying, lingering fragrance of the soul-capturing pearl. The rigid mask Yun Huang had forced upon his features softened ever so slightly, and a faint warmth crept unbidden to his earlobes. His pace gradually slowed. The glacial fury frozen within his golden eyes began to thaw, giving way to turbulent, complex currents. The power of the soul-capturing pearl, he understood it better than anyone. Today's so-called interrogation, though ending in absurdity, had nonetheless laid bare Yun Qing's emotional collapse. A collapse catalyzed by external force, yet rooted entirely in his own heart. The surging tide of grievance, the profound terror, the utter unguarded dependence, none of it was feigned. Within those tear-drenched eyes shone nothing but shattered sincerity. The more composed and reserved a person is in daily life, the more piercingly vulnerable their collapse becomes, striking straight to the soul. Had he harbored no genuine feeling, even the soul-capturing pearl's guidance could scarcely have drawn forth such foolishness. Yun Huang murmured, frowning, an uncommon lapse into speechlessness. He whispered to himself, low and soft, he truly concealed things, but he also truly. The final words dissolved into the night wind, unheard even by himself. Perhaps some boundaries remained unbroken, perhaps some sentiments were sincere. Then there was no need to pursue truth to its bitter, exhaustive end. Enough. Yun Huang gazed toward the eastern horizon, where dawn's first light bled into the sky, and once again unbidden flashed across his mind those bloodshot, tear-filled eyes, and that trembling, sob-choked plea, Brother Huang. The smoldering wrath coiled deep within his chest quietly receded. Faded, had it truly faded? A sudden, anomalous fluctuation emanating from the Immortal Tower made his heart skip a beat. When the child falls silent, mischief is surely afoot. What then was Yun Qing doing now? Inside the Immortal Tower, the air grew dimmer with every ascending level, and the oppressive force intensified accordingly. Returning to the tower, Yun Huang approached the entrance to the third-floor meditation chamber, his stride anything but composed. He stood motionless before the heavy door, not yet pushing it open. His golden eyes darkened, his divine sense, like silent, weightless water, seeped imperceptibly through the threshold, painting the interior scene vividly within his mind. The chamber was modest in size. Its four walls, lined with soul-calming dark jade, emitted a cool, spectral glow, though far less searing than the topmost tier. At its center rested a stone bed and a stone table, sparsely furnished. Yet inkstone, brush, paper, and ink were all present upon the table, and even several plates of spirit fruits and spirit tea. This place bore less resemblance to a prison cell than to a serene retreat for cultivation. Yun Qing had clearly regained much composure since his earlier collapse. The influence of the soul-capturing pearl was waning, though he remained far from lucid. He sat cross-legged before the table, one hand bracing his temple, brows faintly furrowed in deep contemplation. Strange, what precisely was I calculating just now? His mind still drifted thoughts like kites severed from their strings. All right, that little golden crow has quite the temper. He must truly be furious this time. Ordinary apologies will likely prove futile. Struggling to gather his scattered consciousness, he earnestly began analyzing the situation, unaware he had already veered wildly off course. I must devise a method he cannot possibly refuse, to lure him forth and secure an audience. Yun Qing vaguely recalled having once observed that Yun Huang, though outwardly commanding and implacably decisive, possessed, deep beneath that austere exterior, a subtle, almost hidden predilection for literary elegance and solitary refinement. His attire and ornaments were always immaculate. Even his rare passing remarks often carried poetic resonance. During their last martial display, when Yun Qing responded with verse, Yun Huang had said nothing, but his aura had softened perceptibly. Might appealing to his tastes move him? To Yun Qing the plan seemed brilliant. Never questioning why suddenly his restraints had vanished, his surroundings improved, his treatment elevated. He picked up the luminous, warm, spirit-linking jade brush from the table, unfurled a sheet of supple cloud heart paper, paused briefly in thought, and then set brush to paper. At first his brushstrokes were steady, his verses precise lines like, if this mortal frame may bask in your radiant light, I would gladly become the eternal wind circling your celestial gate, and I shall willingly serve as the stepstone beneath your imperial sandals, unrepentant, though my azure blood stained the vermilion steps. All fervent declarations of loyalty and humble entreaties for clemency. Though sincere in tone and deferential in posture, these lines still dwelled firmly within the realm of formal petition. Yet those who write poetry to convey emotion are most susceptible to being moved by the very scenes they evoke. And Yun Qing's mind, still unsteadied, allowed long-buried, unexamined complexities, emotions even he had never fully parsed, to quietly ferment in this silence and solitude. As he wrote, the image of Yun Huang's golden eyes, cold, unblinking, utterly impassive as he cast him into the tower, rose unbidden before him. Grief welled unstoppable. Upon reflection, their fraternal bond had indeed begun as Yun Qing's calculated design. Yet in this merciless world where strength dictated survival and death loomed at every turn, Yun Huang had granted him something profoundly rare: unwavering security. To have the supreme sovereign of this realm stand as one's unshakable pillar, and for that sovereign to be one's own brother. This bond held an ineffable allure and sense of belonging for Yun Qing, whose blood ties had been frigid across both lifetimes. In playing his part, he had unwittingly stepped into truth. Could such depth of feeling ever deceive the Emperor's eyes, the gaze that pierced Ian's? The more Yun Qing pondered, the heavier his sorrow grew. Warmth gathered once more behind his eyelids. His brushwork faltered, growing melancholy and plaintive, until without warning it slid irrevocably down the treacherous path of palace lament poetry. He likened himself to a banished court beauty. Your grace, once bright as sun, now dims like autumn's chill. I lock myself in frost, yet bear no grudge. Ooh, I beg only that your radiance fall upon me, lighting my lonely slumber within this tower's gloom. Each line plunged him deeper into sorrow, each more heartfelt than the last. Utterly immersed in the exquisite, sorrowful tableau he had conjured, Yun Qing let tears fall freely, drop after drop, in perfect rhythm with his verses. Unaware of his own descent into theatrical excess, he wrote faster and faster. Sheet after sheet of entangled, pleading verse tossed aside, scattering across the floor, mingling with tear stains and splattered ink, a chaotic testament to feverish, delirious creation. Outside the door, Yun Huang stood frozen. His face twitched for what felt like the 100th time that day. The last vestiges of his self-imposed stoicism crumbled utterly before this scene of sheer, breathtaking absurdity, reduced to dust, irretrievable. He could endure no more. Enough. A shout laced with shock, fury, and a flicker of something dangerously close to embarrassment exploded inside the chamber. The heavy black iron door slammed violently inward, striking the wall with a dull, resonant boom. Yun Huang strode in, backlit by the corridor's dim light, his dark robes billowing like storm winds. First he fixed a scorching glare upon the culprit, reedy, tear-streaked, clutching his brush in bewildered innocence. Then his gaze swept over the table and floor, littered with unfit-for-eyes manuscripts, some lines alarmingly indiscreet. Perhaps Yun Qing had guessed correctly after all, for the first words Yun Huang spat out, teeth clenched, where your final line violates the rhyme scheme. Instantly Yun Huang wanted to bury his face in his hands. What on earth was he doing lecturing a man under the soul-capturing pearl's influence, who was weeping while composing palace lament verse on classical prosody? Yun Qing stood utterly stunned by this thunderous literary critique. The spirit-linking jade brush slipped from his fingers with a soft clack onto the table, splattering ink. His expression pure, flustered disorientation, still adrift in the current of his own creative trance. Seeing him thus, Yun Huang's indignation flared anew, yet found no outlet. He turned away sharply, sleeves whipping, and snapped glib, tongue-hollow words. All absurd nonsense. Death is spared, but punishment remains. You shall remain confined here for 100 years. Only when you regain full clarity may we speak further. Having spoken, he refused to glance again at Yun Qing's bizarre spectacle, or bother gathering the incriminating evidence. He tossed the confiscated Jiuan spear back to Yun Qing, then swept his dark sleeve in a sharp, decisive arc and strode out, forgetting apparently to close the chamber door behind him. The heavy door remained ajar, open to the outside world of the Immortal Tower, a silent, wordless invitation. The door of the quiet room stood ajar, silently revealing the indulgence of a person who spoke one way, yet felt another. Unfortunately, Yun Qing was still over there, heartbroken and at a loss for words, steeped in his own art, and unable to extricate himself, completely oblivious to this silent signal. It was truly like throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the Jian spear thrown back into his arms. The beast's soul remained, yet the person was no longer the same. This companion, which bore the glory of his path, seemed to have also absorbed the chill of the locking immortal tower, emanating a subtle coolness. A century of confinement. In this place devoid of daylight, day after day. Even with top-notch talent after a century of wasted time, it was no different from a sentence of silence in the upcoming world of great strife. A pang of pain which he was even ashamed to acknowledge arose from the resolute attitude of the other party, mixed with self-mockery, for perhaps truly developing unwholesome greed almost drowning him. Yun, he murmured softly, his fingertips brushing over the spear's cold, dark gold patterns. It's a shame for you to follow me. Perhaps it's time for you to have a new name. What should it be? Lian. Too straightforward, too resolute. Must their relationship truly reach such a point? How about, let's call it silent words. Yun Qing gave a bitter smile, his voice as soft as acai tears, silently rolling down, dripping onto the cold spear handle. No matter how many words, it is ultimately in vain. From now on, it shall be silent words. Unbeknownst to him, as Yun Huang stepped out of the locking immortal tower, having finally calmed the turmoil stirred by the pile of love-stricken poems, he was preparing to grudgingly think about how to deal with him, when he suddenly heard this declaration of renaming filled with despair. Yun Huang. He truly was left without words. Anger and helpless heartache coursed through his golden eyes, finally transforming into a low growl through gritted teeth. This blockhead. Where is the clever and composed demeanor from usual? What is that double pupil for? Just to shed tears and write those disgraceful poems. Must I really personally drag this sobbing fool who is renaming weapons out into the open? The proud Immortal Emperor was in inner turmoil. After struggling for a moment, he could no longer hold back, directly waving his sleeve to shatter the soul-concealing pearl embedded in the tower's peak. Turning his back to the locking immortal tower, he extended his right index finger toward the void, swish, swish, a few times. A golden light condensed into substance, forming a huge arrowhead that crashed down onto his brother's forehead, who was grieving over the spear. After striking, he fiercely pointed toward the entrance of the quiet room. The meaning could not be more explicit. Stop crying. Follow the arrow and get lost. After this childish act that severely contradicted his usual dignified image, Yun Huang immediately withdrew, his figure flashing away, completely disappearing from sight. Inside the quiet room, Yun Qing, still considering himself a pitiful little cabbage, was unexpectedly struck on the forehead by the golden light. He dazedly looked up through tear-blurred eyes, seeing the glaring golden arrowhead suspended in midair, which was quite conspicuous, and even somewhat childish. Yun Qing. He was completely stunned, his mind momentarily unable to process. What is this? A new restriction from the locking immortal tower. Though his thoughts were still sluggish, the instinct for survival remained. He hesitated, glancing at the silent words in his arms that was soaked with tears, then at the unignorable golden arrowhead. In the end, he stood up slowly, holding the spear with tear stains still on his face, and wandered in the direction indicated by the arrow. The warm sunlight pierced through, and he surprisingly walked out of the locking immortal tower. Just as Yun Qing's feet completely stepped out of the locking immortal tower, the cell that bore his complex emotions and the entire locking immortal tower vanished without a trace. The speed was all about the eagerness to finally dispose of this troublesome thing. Yun Qing turned around in shock, finding nothing behind him. Only the most natural mountain and water scenery remained, with sunlight pouring down unobstructed, warm, and bright. It was as if the intimidating locking immortal tower had never existed in this place. With the shattering of the soul-concealing pearl and the divine power bestowed by Yun Huang, Yun Qing felt a buzzing in his spiritual realm, instantly becoming clear-headed. Complete memories and awakened consciousness returned. Yun Qing stood still, calmly holding the Yun, glancing at the soft soil beneath his feet, then looking up at the clear sky. Then the Yun plunged, digging a pit on the spot face down and lying straight in the pit. His hands even grasped some soil at his sides, as if wanting to bury himself more deeply. A moment of dead silence. Whoop! A short, heavily suppressed moan filled with emotions like shame, anger, and despair leaked out from that human-shaped mound of dirt. What had he done? He had cried uncontrollably in front of Yun Huang, clutching the other's shoulder to wipe his tears. He even wrote a bunch of love-stricken poems. In the end, he even gave his own innate artifact a pretentious new name. How could he, Yun Qing, after all his hard work and careful planning, have created such a perfect image in front of Yun Huang? In just a few hours, it had turned to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Yun Qing's ears were flushed with embarrassment, wishing that the Yun would just give him a quick end. He clearly had 3 brilliant plans, each with a high chance of successfully soothing Yun Huang, yet unexpectedly the soul-concealing pearl slapped him and forcefully selected the option of not knowing how long he lay in the pit, perhaps just a few breaths, or perhaps it felt as long as a century. Yun Qing finally calmed himself, struggling to climb out of the pit, his expression dazed, his eyes vacant. Mechanically, he patted off the dirt on his body, picked up the Jiuan beside him, and he felt as if the spear was burning. Yun Qing took several deep breaths, barely suppressing the impulse to dig another pit to bury himself. Forget it, the black history had already occurred and could not be reversed. Embarrassing. Let it be embarrassing. At least the door was open, the tower was gone, and he seemed temporarily free. Yun Qing trudged forward with heavy steps, tragically continuing onward. He now felt that whatever lay ahead was better than staying in place, reminiscing about his social death. Not having gone far, it was as if he had passed through an invisible water curtain, and the scene before him suddenly opened up, the world dramatically transforming. Where were there even traces of imprisonment? The rich and unresolvable innate spiritual energy rushed toward him, transforming into a misty, seven-colored spiritual fog, instantly wrapping around him, every pore eagerly absorbing this pure energy, his chaotic Tao fetus, joyfully circulating, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. The sky was a pure and flawless blue, adorned with flowing clouds of various colors. Distant, immortal mountains rose tall, and spiritual waterfalls cascaded like the Milky Way from the heavens. Nearby, fragrant, rare spiritual plants bloomed everywhere, many of which he could not even name, exuding alluring Tao rhythms. Spiritual birds and immortal beasts leisurely strolled, casting gentle and curious glances at the suddenly appearing Yun Qing. Several quaint and elegant pavilions and towers nestled by the water, half hidden within the spiritual fog, with flying eaves and upturned eaves showcasing the grandeur of the immortal family. This place is Longhuan Qingshu, the top-tier cave paradise privately owned by the Immortal Emperor in his memories. Longhuan Qingshu. To be able to be confined for a century here is a dream for countless cultivators. Yun Qing stood still, his emotions surging like the sea, complex and difficult to articulate. Beneath Yun Huang's cold and resolute little wings there always hid a twisty yet detailed protection, leaving him adore even when he had deceived first and touched the reverse scales even. A piece of paradise. Forget it. If Huang brother saw the black history, then let him see it. At this moment his mind broke through all barriers, like an invisible shackle binding his spirit that snapped with a sharp crystalline crack. Amid surging emotions, the long-standing bottleneck in his cultivation subtly loosened, heralding an imminent breakthrough. Yun Qing's heart swelled with heroic fervor and tender emotion. Unable to contain himself, he threw back his head and let out a prolonged, soaring roar, the sound shaking the heavens and startling flocks of immortal birds into flight. Before the echo of his cry had faded, his figure had already transformed into a swift, sleek streak of dark azure light, gliding effortlessly over the mist-shrouded sea of spirit blooms below and alighting gracefully beneath a colossal celestial jade tree. Luminous jade-like petals, drawn by his aura, drifted down in gentle profusion, a vision of breathtaking beauty. Amid the falling blossoms, Yun Qing flicked his wrist, and the long spear he had impulsively renamed Silent now rested firmly in his grasp. The spear moved as his will commanded, mind and weapon fused as one. With a subtle twist of his wrist, the spear traced a serene, perfectly rounded arc through empty air, bladeless, edgeless, yet bearing the quiet weight of upholding all things. A spear art born from the primordial essence of chaos and stillness, and now refined by his newly unburdened lucid state of mind, unfolded freely within this immortal paradise. His spear shadows coiled like dragons, stirring wind and cloud, whipping fallen blossoms into snow-white torrents, resonating harmoniously with the ambient spiritual rhythms of heaven and earth, revealing a mesmerizing blend of majesty and elegance. What Yun Qing did not know was that atop the highest and most secluded peak of Longhuan Qingshu, a white jade pavilion half lost in drifting clouds cradled a solitary figure, Yun Huang. His white and gold brocade robe stirred softly in the mountain breeze. His pale gold eyes gazed calmly downward, fixed upon that dark azure figure beneath the flower-laden trees, effortless, radiant, utterly at one with the cosmos. The sullen vexation he'd felt earlier, sparked by a pile of melancholy verses and someone's tearful behavior, had mysteriously dissolved by more than half the instant Yun Qing stepped forth from the Immortal Pagoda and released his soul-deep resonant cry. Now watching Yun Qing cast off his oppressive inner turmoil, wielding his spear with unrestrained joy and profound insight, the icy severity that had hardened Yun Huang's features for days softened imperceptibly, hidden only by the mist-wrapped solitude of the mountaintop. Deep within his gaze, the fissure wrought by deception and suspicion was finally filled and healed by this vivid, sincere, even slightly awkward scene before him. He stood entranced, his gaze distant, seeming to brush against hazy, half-forgotten images buried deep within the memories of an ancient celestial emperor. He remained silent for a long, suspended moment. A mountain breeze swept past, carrying the faint fragrance of flowers from below, and the crisp, clean whistle of spear cutting through air. Yun Huang turned slowly and walked back into the pavilion. Upon the table carved from a single slab of Chonghua jade, a Guqin now rested, its presence unexplained, its arrival unmarked. Its body was neither wood nor stone, neither jade nor metal, yet shimmering with a soft inward glow as if steeped in the quiet weight of eons. Its 7 strings gleamed like solidified moonlight, each subtly inscribed with innate Tao patterns flowing spontaneously. This instrument was named Shi Huang, a treasured companion from his former life carried across rebirth, with his true spirit long dormant and unheard. Yun Huang seated himself before the Guqin with serene composure. He cleansed his hands, stilled his breath, and drew inward the overwhelming imperial aura until it settled into a transcendent solitary grace, remote, vast, ineffably aloof. His slender jade-like fingers gently touched the cool strings. A single note rang out, clear, piercing, and profoundly solitary, shattering the tranquil silence of Longhuan Qingshu. Then the music flowed forth like a gentle stream. At first it evoked a high mountain spring washing away worldly dust, then shifted to moonlight filtering through pine boughs, illuminating heaven and earth with serene clarity. Next it swelled like waves rising in boundless clouds, vast, majestic, embracing all things. Though never loud or forceful, its resonance held cosmic grandeur. Each tone echoed a fundamental truth of existence, stirring the primordial spiritual energies of Longhuan Qingshu itself. It did not interrupt Yun Qing's spear movements. In fact, it acted as a silent, empathetic connoisseur, quietly refining the subtle resonances within his technique, guiding his understanding of heaven and earth. Spear shadows danced with falling petals, Dao rhythms soared with spirit mist, man and weapon intent and realm strength and resonance, merged into a seamless, pristine unity. Crack! The barrier of the Celestial King's initial realm fractured faintly amid this perfect resonance. Then, boom! The Celestial King's middle realm manifested effortlessly, naturally. As the final note lingered, fading softly into the mountain mists and cloud veils, Yun Qing lowered his spear and stood still, his aura surging vibrant, fully stabilized in the Celestial King's middle realm. His eyes blazed with incisive brilliance, brimming with profound realizations. Within his deep, double-pupiled gaze, reflections of vaster cosmic truths seemed to unfold. He tilted his head upward, gazing toward the pavilion wreathed in mist atop the immortal peak, his chest swelling with indescribable gratitude and deep instinctive kinship. He knew precisely who had played the Guqin, and felt with absolute clarity the protective guidance and subtle instruction woven into every note. Overwhelmed, he drew breath and called out, his voice clear as clashing jade chimes, imbued with unprecedented intimacy, candor, and audacious boldness, carrying straight to the mountaintop. Brother Huang, your Guqin's assistance is deeply appreciated. Might I humbly request your further guidance, and perhaps a friendly sparring match, atop the immortal peak within the pavilion? Yun Huang, still immersed in the lingering harmony of heaven and earth, stiffened at the words. Then disbelief flashed swiftly across his peerlessly handsome face, only to vanish instantly beneath a wave of fierce indignation. Yun Qing, you boorish spoilsport. I played the Shi Huang Guqin for you, to aid your Tao cultivation. Such an opportunity is rarer than a phoenix's feather across 10,000 eons. The resonance still lingers, nourishing all things. Yet instead of settling into quiet contemplation of the Tao's deepest truths, or seizing this rare chance to consolidate and elevate your mind, or even discussing the subtleties of Guqin art, you think only of fighting. Guidance. The Celestial Emperor's fingers trembled in outrage. He nearly overturned the priceless Shi Huang Guqin before him. Yet, that Brother Huang rolled off the tongue with effortless ease, and reluctantly he accepted it. He took a slow, steadying breath, suppressing the urge to hurl the offending spoilsport straight out of the celestial realm, and narrowed his golden eyes, dangerously fixing a glare through layers of mist upon the expectant figure below. Very well. In our upcoming sparring, you shall learn firsthand the price of stabilizing your cultivation. Come up. His voice was frigid, edged with gritted teeth. Below, Yun Qing's eyes lit up like twin stars. His form became a streak of dark azure light, surging across the peaks in an instant, then halting respectfully outside the pavilion to bow deeply with clasped hands. His face radiated irrepressible delight and vibrant martial ardor. Brother Huang, Did you not rename this spear silent? Yun Huang asked coolly, his gaze lingering for a moment on the weapon in Yun Qing's hand. Yun Qing's smile froze, then flickered with unmistakable embarrassment and fluster. Ahem, momentary lapse of reason, idle talk unworthy of seriousness. Jiyuan suits it far better. I find silent rather affected. Yun Huang spoke evenly, his fingertips unconsciously brushing a string, releasing a cascade of crystalline tones. Of all things in this world, the heaviest and most difficult are not breaking or destroying, but bearing and upholding. To bear purity and turbidity, thus separating heaven and earth, to uphold mountains and rivers, thus anchoring the four directions, to gather the wishes of all beings, thus sustaining the eternal flame of civilization, and also to uphold the gentle rippling tide of your own heart. At that very instant, from the primordial source of Longhuan Qingshu, Yun Huang effortlessly drew forth a thread of profound, pure Xianhuang essence, the foundational energy of earth, the motherki of all creation, and guided it gently into the spear Yun Qing held. The moment the spear touched the Xianhuang Qi, its luminous aura receded inward. Its once dark, beast-patterned shaft, washed by the gentle, weighty essence of earth, shed all cold ferocity and hardened malice, transforming into a warm, deep Xianhuang hue. Mountains and rivers rose in subtle relief upon its surface, life flourished in miniature across its length, a vast, incomparable aura of solemn profundity emanated naturally from it. Yun Huang spoke slowly, his voice resonating with the mountain winds and cloud currents. Let this reborn spear be named Zaiwu, bearer of all things. With a gesture, he inscribed two ancient archaic divine characters, Zaiwu. In midair, their forms forged from Xianhuang Day rhythms, which then fused seamlessly into the spear's body. The Book of Changes states, the earth's nature is Kuan, the noble person cultivates great virtue to bear all things. Without heaven, earth grows rigid and unbalanced, scorching all life. Without earth, heaven falls into silent void, life extinguished, vitality severed.